Listen to my story. Well, not so much a story, more so a very, very long ramble. Yes, today I am tackling the daunting 2001 beloved Square RPG classic Final Fantasy X. And I'm not going to beat around the bush here. This is one of my all-time favourite games. 7 may have been my first, but this is my true love right here. And I'm not lying with the title either. I genuinely do consider this game to be perfect, flaws and all. And I know how contradictory that sounds. So settle on in as we explore everything this game has to offer. How well does the story hold up? How taxing of my remaining brain cells is Blitzball going to be? And more importantly, can I finally defend that infamous laughing scene and put all of the out of context memes to bed once and for all? Well, today, let's remember Final Fantasy X. Before we begin, if you like what I do here and want to see more in-depth reviews into retro games, then please do consider leaving a like and hitting that sub button. It helps with the channel more than you can ever know. Thank you. I know I started this video with part of this well-known campfire scene, and I will touch upon that moment when it pops up later in the game, but I find it so interesting that we do start on this. Not only does this scene play before the title screen, but to then play it one more time upon starting a fresh game is, it's a choice. And I don't say that as a negative, I find it a fascinating choice, and I truly do wonder why it does play so often. I guess in the world of storytelling, we are getting this framed narrative. We have the voiceover from the narrator, and we see an event that we have no context for that we will presumably get to. All we can deduce right now from this beautiful but solemn music and the look on all our party's face is that a tragic story is about to be told to us, and we are catching them at a very low point in the story.
Listen to my story. This may be our last chance.
And that point is hammered even more with the famous "listen to my story, this may be our last chance." That "are" there in the line as well is such a hook for me. What do you mean our? Like the whole party? Everyone we just saw? Is this the end of the world or a Jonestown thing? Well, better play the game and find out. So our story begins with our main character Tidus. And yes, I say Tidus and not Tidus, sue me. And right away, can I just point out what a strange choice for a main character this is? You see, in previous entries, we've played heroes and knights and warriors and soldiers, and yet here we are, with a mopey looking football player with daddy issues, who looks like if Cameron Diaz took a role playing Justin Timberlake in an NSYNC biopic. I do like the environment here, and that'll be something that you find I'll repeat a lot during this video, as I think Final Fantasy X has such a varied selection of amazing locations. There's a few more things that I want to touch upon about this location, but I feel like it's too early to start revealing things, so I'll come back to that later. Needless to say though, I think Zanarkand is a great starting location. It gives me this futuristic Neo vibe. Like Batman Beyond comes to mind a little bit whenever I'm here. Is that just me? Tidus arrives at his game, and this leads into one of the all-time best cutscenes in any video game. I look forward to this cutscene every single time I play. The music blaring, Auron aura farming, the crazy game of Blitzball happening, and more importantly, the hook of this Godzilla-style monster rising from the waters and suddenly wreaking havoc upon the city. They drop in little bits of intrigue as well. Tidus knows Auron right off the rip, and Auron claims that he was waiting for us, yet we also see him keeping calm and cool during the whole attack, which, fine, works for a grizzled, cool guy, badass archetype we have here. The intrigue comes from that small moment where we first saw Auron. He pours out some of his drink in the same way that you would pour one out for a dead friend or a loved one. It's interesting. Is he doing this because he knows what is about to happen to all these innocent people? I mean, it's safe to assume that he must know some of them if he knows Tidus. Maybe he also lives in Zanarkand. Who knows? Well, I do. But again, I think it's too early for reveals. More intrigue is immediately after this as well, as we see Tidus trying to catch up to Auron until time suddenly freezes and this kid straight out of Yu-Gi-Oh! Appears to us, before vanishing and letting us finally catch up to Auron.
What the? Huh? Hey, wait! Hey, not this way!
Look.
We've called it sin.
Sin?
Auron confirms that he knows what this thing is, linking him even more to this creature. Interesting, he says, we called it sin, and not we call it sin. I'm not sure if this is just a bad translation, because knowing what I do with the story, it doesn't make that much sense. Anyway, smaller creatures now fall off Sin, a la Cloverfield style, and we are given a sword to defend ourselves, one that used to belong to our dad, Jet. And then we start tutorializing, and it's a nice and easy tutorial here, just hit your way through to proceed, otherwise these things will just keep on spawning. And I do like this, because it is a cheeky way of introducing us to why I think Final Fantasy X's combat is just so perfect, and what sets it apart from its predecessors. I think 10 has a lot more focus on strategic combat, and I'll get into this a little bit more when our combat is a bit more fleshed out. Right now, it only shows hints of that by having us cut through specific enemies to push through the ranks, rather than just simply take them all out. And our next fight here is pretty clever too. The enemy uses Demi, which always deals a quarter of your HP, so we can never truly die to it. The reason it uses Demi is to hit us hard enough to build meter and show off our first couple of overdrives. Essentially, our ultimate attacks. Each player has something different. Auron here has this quick time button prompt, whereas Tidus is stopping at just the right point on the meter in time. It's just a pretty clever way of dealing the damage to show overdrives without actually threatening to team wipe the player this early, forcing them to restart the entire thing from the beginning. Our third fight is the one that I want to highlight though. You'll see and be told very quickly that things are not looking good for us, as you are surrounded by hundreds of these spawns, and for every one you take out, 2 more seems to take its place. This is where the environmental element is added into the fight, the generator. We are told to hit it and knock it off the side, and I love this added touch so much. It just adds a little something extra to the combat in lieu of it potentially getting stale, and the game throws these in a fair few fights as well. I would have loved to see more, don't get me wrong, but it does make them all that more special when they do appear. Setting off the generator may take care of the threat, but puts us in even more danger.
Go. are sure. This is it. This is your story. It all begins here.
I love the switch up to pre-rendered cutscenes here. We saw it back with the Blitzball attack, and I just have to take a moment to actually praise them. This is a 2001 PS2 title, and it just looks absolutely stunning. I can't think of anything that even comes close to this back on the PS2. The fact that this, 7, 8 and 9 were being worked on within the same couple of years also just blows my mind. We awaken alone and washed up in some abandoned looking ruins. Now, I'm not one to have much of an ear for music, but this franchise is a rare exception for me, especially 10. Every theme hits in this game. I'm sure you've all heard to Zanarkand, the theme we saw in the opening cutscenes. Even lesser known ones hit. The music in these runes just adds this nice layer of isolation and foreboding for me. I really like the added thunder here as well. To me, personally, it makes the runes now feel really cold. I don't know if that's just me, and I can't fully explain why I get this impression, but I just would not like to take a dip in that icy water. Speaking of, as we step inside, we take a dive into the water to swim further into the ruins, and it's not long before we are attacked. I love that Geos here takes out one of the other fish, really making it feel like a predator of the deep. It gives me slight Jurassic Park vibes as well, with that famous T-Rex save towards the end. Going back to Geos though, and this design has just always stuck out to me. It's so bizarre. We have this open rib cage, which opens it up to so many questions about his organs. I think it's a squid, judging by the tentacles, but it also seemingly has arms that are armoured plating that it also uses to box us. Like I said, it's just really bizarre. It is also way too strong for us right now, leading to a very lucky escape. Inside, we have to go full survivalist, starting by getting a fire going to keep warm. But we are not alone, and are soon attacked by another predator. Lucky again for Tidus, he is saved by a mysterious new character who makes one hell of an entrance.
You on my side? Cool!
And I love that almost seamless transition from scene to fight here. It's just that little extra detail that I love so much in games. We make quick work of the creature, only to find out that it may have been safer with it, as these nutjobs are ready to shoot us.
Hey, let me go!
Redek Drak!
Fin, Irisa, Tekiaka!
Bak, Edeku! Gemed?
Okay, quick side note here. This is obviously not my first time playing, so I already have all the Bhed language deciphered, hence why we can read the subtitles correctly. Usually we would have had no idea what these guys were saying without first finding all the Bhed books throughout the game and learning their language, which is a cool little collectible hunt. Even better is once that we have a save file with those collected books, you can import those books to any fresh file that you make, and I find this interesting and do bring it up as it seems to be the last remaining facet of an online component that this game was planned to have. The early plans for this game was for it to have an online tips and tricks webpage, and it does make a lot of sense when it comes to some of the side and endgame stuff later on. It makes even more sense when it comes to its sequel, but I'll have to save that for its own video. Now going back to the Bhed, I find it hilarious and baffling that their reasons for nearly shooting me on the spot is because Tidus is seemingly so hideous that they believe he must be a monster in human disguise. Thank God Tidus can't understand their language. I don't think his ego could have took that.
Kuno.
With that one almighty gut punch, we are brought back to their ship and forced to make ourselves useful. We do so by first learning how we are going to be levelling up in this game, the sphere grid. Now, this seems daunting at first, because this grid is massive, but the basics are this. Fights gives us levels and spheres. We spend the levels to move on the grid, and spend the spheres to activate the nodes on the grid. 99% of the time these are just stat increases, but some are newer abilities or locks that are protecting higher stat increases or protecting stronger abilities. I have more to say in the grid later on during the end game, but for now, I will say that I do enjoy it. The Final Fantasy franchise, for better or worse, always loves to spice up the simple things, whether it be the combat, the classes, or leveling, and I think this change is a real winner. It can be a bit tedious returning to the grid every couple of fights to gain, like, 2+ speed or something, but it does give the player such agency of their own character's leveling, and I really do like that. It also invites a lot of replayability. We have 2 types of grid when starting the game, Standard and Expert. And as you can imagine, Expert is just a bit more of a trickier grid. But you can make this game as hard as you want regardless of which you pick. Do you want to play through where you don't learn any skills or magic? Well then don't spend the sphere on those nodes to learn them. Do you want 0 stat increases? You can try that. A magic only run? Go right ahead. Raise only your magic and MP. This freedom has invited so many challenge run potentials, and I just really love that. Now, a quick mission under the water to salvage some old ruins may not seem like I have much to bring up, but it does have some more of that added layering to the combat that I mentioned, this time with a trigger command during this mini boss fight. You see, this fiend swims a lap and hits us during the fight. It's unavoidable. The first time. When it tries to do it a second time, Tidus can give the command to pincer it, trapping the squid and letting us hit it from both sides. Again, another small but unique addition to the combat to really spice it up a little. It's also a much needed refresher this early doors as well, as combat is going to be very basic to begin with. You just simply hit the thing and usually defeat it in a couple of hits. The most complex thing that you'll be doing this early is using a potion to heal, or use our mysterious new friend's ability to be able to throw a grenade or steal something. Back on the boat, we are fed and watered and, come on Tidus. You've been alone in some ruins for the better part of an hour. You've not turned primitive. Use a knife and fork, mate, that's disgusting. Anyway, we get our new friend's name and learn a little bit more about her.
Rikku?
Whoa! You really do understand. Woo-hoo-hoo! Huh? Why didn't you say so earlier?
I didn't get a chance to. Everyone thought we were a fiend.
We?
Oh, we means you.
Who are you guys anyway?
We're Bhed. Can't you tell? Wait, you're not an Bhed hater, are you?
I don't even know what an Bhed is.
Where are you from?
Zanarkand. I'm a Blitzball player. Star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
Did you hit your head or something?
You guys hit me?
Oh, right. Do you remember anything before that?
So I told her everything there was to tell about Zanarkand. About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's attack. And about how Auron and I were engulfed in this light. I just said things as they came to mind. But then I started to wonder. Did I say something funny?
You were near Sin.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, you'll be better in no time. They say your head gets funny when Sin is near. Maybe you just had some kind of dream?
You mean I'm sick?
Because of Sin's toxin, yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, there is no Zanarkand anymore. Sin destroyed it 1,000 years ago. So no one plays Blitzball there.
Huh? What do you mean, 1,000 years ago? But I saw Sin attack Zanarkand. You're saying that happened 1,000 years ago? No way!
So, okay, there is a lot to unpack here, both some world building and our main hook to the story. So firstly, Rikku and her ship full of salvagers are called Bhed, a seemingly marginalised group in this world, judging by how Rikku asks if we are an Bhed hater. Now, Final Fantasy, like a lot of other great works of fiction, is no stranger to tackling real-world issues via their own lore and world building, and judging by how the Bhed are the only people we meet in this game with their own language, and are the only people hated, it is easy to draw the ties to the real-world hate towards immigrants. Now, I'm not going to go too much into this, but I do find it interesting that they make the Bhed this hated, marginalised group. Most of the games will tackle this issue by having them a completely different species, but these people don't really look any different than most citizens, Dressen's not included, and they don't come from this far-away foreign land. Instead, the hate comes from something a bit more dubious and clever, but we'll have to get into that later. The next thing I have to talk about is this reaction to the Zanarkand word being dropped. I love and hate that we have this sin toxin excuse. On the one hand, it gives us the ability to drop Tidus into this unfamiliar world and not seem crazy. Instead, the toxin is the reason his memories are so hazy. It's also interesting that Rikku says that he simply could have just dreamed about this Zanarkand. Dreams do come up a lot, but we will have to get into that a bit later on. God, that might actually have to be my catchphrase for this entire video. The negative side, and where I think this toxin excuse falls a bit flat, is simply the fact that, well, we come into contact with Sin quite a fair bit throughout the game as well, as you can imagine, with it being our main threat. And, spoiler, no one has any toxin-related episodes. Our party seems pretty fine whenever they come close to it, and I know, I have to cut some slack for that. We need to be able to fight it without having to rope in some antidote or Fallout Rad system with a toxin or something, but I think I would just love to have seen the victims of this toxin. In fact, I think you only meet one guy in the entire game who's said to have got too close to Sin also, but the guy's just sort of rude when you meet him. He isn't confused or anything like that. The final bit I have to touch upon about this scene is this 1,000-year mystery we now have dropped upon us. That's right, everyone. We now have time travel involved. Again, I do love this addition. I feel like one of the greatest strengths this game has is the ability to make Tidus our player's surrogate. With being thrust into an unknown land 1,000 years into the future, Tidus knows about as much of this world as we do. We are able to learn with him, explore with him, and it all makes sense within the narrative. Of course Tidus wouldn't know what the Bhed is, and of course, because people think he is suffering from Sin's toxin and has a hazy memory, that they'd be more happy to explain and inform him of these things. It all just ties together so perfectly. With mentioning that he was a star Blitzball player, Rikku suggests heading to Luca, and also warns not to mention Zanarkand anymore, as it is now considered a sacred and holy place. Whilst alone with his thoughts again, our ship is attacked. Tidus really cannot catch a break. This is like the second time in such a short span of time that he's been washed ashore in some unknown land. I mean, at least this place is a lot nicer than the last, and with more accommodating hosts in the form of Wakka. this doofy looking ginger Jamaican with the Jimmy Neutron hair. I like this simple bit where Tidus asks Wakka about Zanarkand.
I felt like I could trust this Wakka, so I just had to ask. It's true Zanarkand was destroyed, right? 1,000 years ago? So it's just a big pile of rubble now, isn't it?
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came and destroyed the machina cities. And Zanarkand along with him. Yeah, that was about 1,000 years ago. Just like you said. If you ask me, Sin's our punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me, though, is we gotta suffer because of what some goofballs did way back when. Of course, we must always repent for our sins. That's important. It's just that it's hard to keep at it sometimes, you know?
It was just as Rikku said. Wakka and Rikku couldn't both be lying. Why would they?
This was a pretty clever move by Tidus. Sure, Rikku had no reason to lie to us about Zanarkand being destroyed, but it always helps to find someone else that can corroborate that story. And as Tidus says, Rikku and Wakka couldn't both be lying to him. Why would they? Secondly, we get a little bit more detail about the destruction of Zanarkand, Sin, and the way life is now for ordinary citizens. This is a nuked back to the Stone Age kind of apocalypse, but I do find it interesting that machines, or machina as they call it, are seemingly to blame here, because the pieces just don't seem to fit. It would be easy to make Sin a robot, maybe like the Terminator, or gone for a sort of Godzilla/Cloverfield angle, in where these cities full of machina must have been so big and so loud and so full of pollution that it maybe awoke and summoned this creature that they now call Sin. But Wakka would have mentioned that part if so. Instead, he plays this kind of folly of man angle and blames our ancestors' laziness. Wakka believes that man became lazy and relied on the machina to do everything, so Sin appeared and wiped out all the machina and their cities so they can now rebuild and repent for the sin of laziness. Before making it back to the village, Wakka asks if you could join his Blitzball team, and once again, Luca is mentioned as a main hub that Tidus could find someone he might know, so Tidus agrees. And just a quick side note about the Aurochs here, listen to this next scene.
This is where I was born. I started Blitz when I was 5. I joined the Aurochs at 13, 10 years ago. 10 years, and we never won a game. Well, after last year's tournament, I quit. Time seemed right.
10 years without a win. A single win. Not a tournament win. A single game win. That's just... wow, just give up. I'm sorry, but that long without a single match being won is crazy. And I love how in this next scene, Tidus chastises Wakka for his lackadaisical attitude towards winning.
My first match last year was my big chance. But something else was on my mind. I couldn't focus.
Nice excuse.
Hey!
So, you want to win the next tournament? Go out with a bang. So, what's our goal?
I don't care how we do. Long as we play our best. If we give it our all, I can walk away happy.
No. If I say, what's our goal? You say, victory! When you play in a Blitzball tournament, you play to win.
Like a pep talk and a new motto are suddenly going to make these losers bring home the gold. Nah, you need to scrap this entire team and work on finding some new players. I mean, Tidus is a good start. We next meet Lulu and Gata, a couple of Crusaders that defend villages like Bhed, and you won't be able to tell this by just my voice, but I put defend in heavy quotation marks here. Crusaders are by far the most useless army I have ever seen in any media. They work fine when they're just protecting the towns from fiends, those monsters that we keep encountering throughout the game, but their main task isn't that. Their main task is protecting towns and villages from sin. And, well, we will see how well that goes later on. Before entering Bhed, we are also taught how to pray and show our respects to the temple.
All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
do remember the prayer, right?
Of course I'd never prayed before in my life. Not that he would know that.
You must have forgot or something. Here, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Not bad. Okay, now, go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any Blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the Blitzball sign for victory.
It is interesting how Tidus recognises this as something used in Blitzball games. How can a bit of showboating after a goal suddenly become a religious prayer? I will again have to come back to this later on for a small theory that I have, but right now though, we head over to the temple to show our respects and get a bit more information about this religion.
Ten years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
Oh, what's a High Summoner? I got too close to Sin's, toxin. It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The Summoners are practitioners of a sacred art, sworn to protect the people of Yevon. Only a chosen few become Summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
Okay, so to start to piece some of this together, we have a chosen select few whose prayers are heard, more so than others, who can then be granted great entities that they can then summon to help them in some way. These are known as summoners. Okay, I can start to get on board with this religion. Whilst taking a nap back at Wakka's, a memory of Tidus is triggered that sets up not only Tidus' hate for his father from a very young age, but also the fact that he went missing when he was also very young.
You hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
Checking in with Wakka again, and he lets us know that things are looking a little dire for a newbie summoner. So Tidus, being a good guy, says to hell with all your traditions, drops us into everybody's favourite part of the game, the Cloister of Trials. And I, like a lot of people out there I'm sure, just hate these segments.
Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
I think they're meant to be puzzles, but I'd argue against that, because puzzles usually have a solution that was there right in front of you the entire time. These just usually boil down to press or insert a sphere into something until it works. Okay, let's take a step back so I can actually explain what this is. These trials, as I mentioned before, revolve heavily around these spheres, and you are tasked with finding your way through the trial by activating glyphs and inserting the correct type of sphere into the correct holes. Simple as that. The biggest flaw here, in my opinion, other than the trial and error nature you solve these puzzles by, are just how damn slow it all is. Tidus, for whatever reason, only picks up one sphere at a time. Why? You have two hands, mate. And they don't even give a paper-thin excuse for it either, like, the spheres are so powerful that two can't be held at once. And my god, the trial and error nature of these also means that it all just feels extra slow on top of that. You will sometimes have a sphere with 4 or 5 different holes you can try it out on, so you have to pick that up, run over to the hole, insert, watch nothing happen, pick up the sphere, move on to the next hole, try that out, watch nothing happen, pick it up. I mean, I'm sorry to be tedious while explaining the tedium of these trials, but you have no idea how sluggish and pace-killing and slow it just all feels. And on top of all that, you have to keep an eye out for these special spheres too. Destruction spheres, they are called. One in each trial, The usually hidden spheres that when found and used in the correct place can net you some pretty damn good rewards. I mean seriously, the staff that you earn in the Bhed trial got me through such a large portion of this game alone, so they really are worth looking out for. But I can see why people don't, because it means staying in these trials longer than you need to be. So, we finally make it through to where our endangered newbie summoner is. Only to find that there's not really that much danger here. I mean, seriously, from what Wakka was telling us outside the trial, you'd think it would be full of monsters and traps, but no, it was just a put ball in correct hole minigame at best. And as for inside, well, this place is cozy. So, I have a question. What are the Guardians doing exactly? The summoner is in another room, presumably just praying to become a fully fledged summoner, so she's in zero danger, unless you consider falling asleep at church a hazard, and as I just mentioned, the trial has zero hazards also, unless doctors suddenly start declaring boredom a threat to my health. So why are the Guardians needed here? I get it for the rest of the journey, sure, but these trials are safer than a couple of Mormons in the bedroom. They could have just waited outside. Outside, we see what this all-powerful entity the summoner prayed for looks like. And I'm definitely all in now. I don't think that this is better than the Force, but I'll take summoning Bertram on any day of the week. Tidus makes quick work of introducing himself to the summoner later that night.
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner! You're a bad man!
Lady Yuna, be careful.
But it was really my fault to begin with. I'm Yuna. Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to? Guess I kinda overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I love this little meeting, not only for the meet cute we have between Yuna and Tidus, but because of the people surrounding Yuna. Now, you may or may not know that the stay away from the summoner woman has become quite a bit of a meme in the community, and it is funny, don't get me wrong, but I do like that it also scratches the surface of something this game will tackle heavily: religious devotion. To these people, Tidus did something unspeakable. He went against the teachings, and to them, the teachings are more important than the people. Doesn't matter if Tidus was in there to save Yuna, he went against their teachings. Now, not all are devoted. Wakka, Yuna and the Guardians haven't branded us a heathen for helping out. Hell, Yuna even thanks us and took some of the blame. So to me, this is a very early scene, showing the faithful and the devoted, and the big difference between the two, and I just love it. It's so clever. Later that night, we awake to see a small argument between Wakka and Lulu.
Enough, Wakka.
Scary. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He's dead?
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight Sin, yeah?
Revenge, then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kinda looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... thanks, Wakka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me.
And in the morning, we are given a brand new sword and finally start our journey.
Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this to me?
Yeah, use it well.
That's the sword you gave Chapu.
Well, he never used it. Where's Yuna?
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to this village 10 years ago, when the last calm started.
The calm?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice. Now, today, she leaves as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
You really don't need all that luggage.
They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
I love this little scene.
Okay, off we go.
It shows a lot with so little. Wakka did just say that he and Lou feel like older siblings to Yuna, and it really shows with a simple, "This isn't a vacation, Yuna." And it also shows this sweet yet naive sentimentality that Yuna has. Outside the village, I can finally get back into the combat, and with each little random encounter that we get a short tutorial on each character's strengths and uses. We have Tidus, who's a bit of a good mix, but can really keep up with the small and nimble creatures. Wakka, who handles the flying types. Lulu, who is our black mage, and will handle a lot of these flan elemental type enemies that are resistant to physical hits. And Yuna, who can not only summon those all-powerful Aeons if we are in a pinch, but also works as our white mage, keeping the party healed and protected. And these roles get more complex the further we get into the game, with characters expanding their arsenal to have things like stasis effects, and breaks, and buffs, and debuffs. It's why I think this game's combat is just so damn perfect. Sure, we have had class systems like this in previous entries, but this has all classes available to switch between during fights. We can have Tidus take out a nimble type, and then swap to Wakka for a flying type, or bring in Yuna for some quick heals, and then have Lulu finish off a flan with some fire. All on the fly. It all just adds this tact and careful planning to our fights, instead of what I fear a lot of RPGs boil down to, attack until the thing is dead, with the occasional magic and heal scattered in there. It also just solves the problem of useless and forgotten party members. Think back to, say, Final Fantasy VII. You had your main three, and when someone new came to the party, sure you could swap them out, but a lot of time, what was the point? They all could share the same materia, and did roughly the same things. I'm not saying none of those characters had any differences, but you wouldn't really struggle if you didn't use, say, Sid for the entire game. In this game, you would. Each role is vital. I mean, good luck getting far without magic, or a healer. Why make it harder for yourself by taking on a flying type without Wakka? It all just works so well and fits so damn perfectly, for the most part. Now let's talk about our next Guardian. So, Kimahri. You get the tutorial on his unique thing later on, but let's just cover it here whilst I'm talking combat. As you can probably guess, I feel like Kimahri is the weakest link in this game. Now, he isn't bad or anything, don't get me wrong, but he is the closest thing to the useless forgotten party member thing that I mentioned before in regards to 7. Kimahri doesn't have a unique thing about him. He isn't the magic guy, or the strong guy, or the healer, or the agile guy. He's basically the mimic. He can copy some fiend's abilities and use them as overdrives, and he copies our characters by only really being able to go down their respective sphere grid routes. Do you want a second black mage? Well, send him down Lulu's path to learn all of her spells and stat increases. How about another healer? Send him Yuna's way. Another agile hitter? Well, Tidus is your guy. You get the picture. He has no real path. Ironically, his unique ability to copy makes it so he has nothing unique about him. And it also doesn't help that he's just a very stoic character. You don't hear much out of him, or share many moments with him, until a little bit later on. And with that, we get to Bhed port, board the boat, and say goodbye to our beloved island. This is where we get a little insight into Yuna's legacy, which is a nice parallel to Tidus's.
I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter. You don't say.
Lord Braska's daughter?
This link ties beautifully into one another. Both fathers hold great acclaim in each of their worlds, Jecht for being the greatest Blitzball player alive, and Braska, who defeated Sin 10 years ago, becoming a high summoner as he did so, and granting the people what they call the calm. But it's the way each of their children react to this legacy that is the interesting part to me. Sure, both went down the same path as their fathers, but Yuna has a great respect for what her father did, whereas Tidus, well, it's almost like he just became a Blitzball player just to spite his dad. And speaking of which...
You're a Blitzball player, aren't you? From Zanarkand, right?
You hear that from Wakka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Wakka. Wakka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
I've heard in Zanarkand, there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great Blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jecht told me. He was my father's guardian.
Jecht.
But before we can even think about the Jecht news, we were attacked once again by Sin. And you see what I mean by the Sin toxin? Look how close this entire ship is. Where's the toxin? Anyway, this leads into another interesting fight with one of the creature's fins, and I love how they added little caveats to each boss so far, whether it be trigger commands or hitting a generator to finish the fight. Here, we have our first long-range fight. With the fin being so far away, we are very limited to how the characters can actually hit the thing. We can only really hit it with two characters. Wakka, as he is our ranger anyway, and Lulu, because of her magic. And I know, you can use Kimahri's Lancet abilities, or Yuna's Auron, which can also cast magic, but for the sake of simplicity here, let's just stick with the two. I like this because again, not only does it mix up the fight a little to stop it from being stale, but it also adds a little bit more tact to the battle. With it being so limited in who can actually hit the thing, you need to think around the rest of your team. Are you going to have Kimahri thin out Sin's minions it spat out onto the ship, even though they'll just keep spawning? Or will you have Yuna heal the very few hits that the party will take? Or will you have Tidus buff Wakka's strength over and over using cheer? I'm not claiming that this is anything complex or anything. We are still at the very beginning after all, but it's the very early stages of this tact and planning that the game wants you to consider. It's just a very clever way for you to slowly learn how to use your party to the best of their abilities. It ain't just about clicking attack until something dies. Now, unfortunately, even after winning the fight, we lose. You know what I find the most terrifying part of this destruction? It looks like Sin didn't even do anything. Just its sheer presence, its size and scale was enough to cause those tidal waves, enough to whip the wind into a frenzy like that. Sin is just eerily calm during it all. The party boards what is left of Kilika and immediately offers their services. Wakka and the Aurochs work on rebuilding, and Yuna, being a summoner, offers to send the recently departed.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance. filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the Farplane, where they may rest in peace.
Summoners do this?
I love this explanation of the fiends that we've been fighting again. Again, strangely, it is a little bit Star Warsy with the whole jealousy leads to hate, hate leads to the fiend side kind of thing. I also love that once this beautiful dance sequence is over and we sleep till the next morning, that is when we get our music back. When we first enter Kilika, there was only ambient sounds heard, nothing else. It was the game giving us a moment to truly come to terms with the horror we had just witnessed and grieve at the devastation. And this won't be the last time that the game does this. It's amazing. I really love that touch. We meet up with Wakka before heading out to the temple.
Ah, there you are. Be said, Aurox, huddle. On to the temple, where we pray for victory. Go! High Summoner O'Halloran used to live in the Kilika temple here. Yup, Lord O'Halloran was once a great blitzer, you know.
Wakka. Praying for victories, oh good. But is this right?
Something wrong with enjoying Blitzball?
Is this really the time?
This is the only time. The players fight with all their strength. The fans cheer for their favorite team. They forget pain, suffering. Only the game matters. That's why Blitz has been around for so long. At least that's what I think.
Whatever you say.
I think that this does such an incredible job at showing the different types of mourning and grief. To Tidus, this attack was something he has never seen before. It was shocking. So to hear Wakka speak so casually about Blitzball after watching all this death, I bet it can be quite jarring. But to Wakka, moments like this are a lot more common. With how long sin has been around, the whole world has to come to terms with grieving quickly and rebuilding faster. It's also why he puts so much heart into Blitzball, even after all those losses. Because, as he puts it, Blitz is the only thing left that the people can forget their troubles with, forget their fears and suffering and their losses, and just cheer your heart out for your favourite team. It's such good stuff here. There's also a part here that in all my playthroughs I have never encountered. So in this playthrough, I was a lot more in-depth with how I played, which by that I simply just mean that I spoke to every NPC that I could. A lot just give me free items, but this one that I found just before heading into Kilika's jungle was different. It was a little girl crying, and if you approach, you'll notice the stone structure she is in isn't very stable, and it begins to crumble, so you sweep her up and save her life. You can then find her later on with her parents in the item shop, where you can now open a previously locked chest for an item. It's nothing crazy rewarding, but I just really enjoyed discovering this. As we enter the jungle, we have a quick scene with the party.
Yuna's saying she wants you with us.
Huh?
I want to ask you to be my guardian.
You know what? There's no time for jokes, yeah? He may be a Blitzball whiz kid, but up against fiends, he's a newbie.
Not a guardian, then. I just want him nearby.
What?
What? What do you mean?
It's just that... well...
We're all going to the temple anyway. Can't this wait till later?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have...
There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just not really sure what's going on.
And I like this, as it can be so easy to read Tidus as being clueless and not getting a hint that Yuna likes him, but it's that line at the end, "You have nothing to apologise for, I'm just not really sure what's going on, that clears him in my opinion. Think of the last couple of days that Tidus has had. He has a lot more things to worry about than just his dating life. A little ahead, we are warned to stay away, as Ochu, Lord of the Wood, has decided to cosplay as a Snorlax today and block the road, refusing to budge for anybody. And this guy, again, just proves how much the Crusaders truly suck. What is it that Lulu said? We could throw 100 Crusaders at it and still lose? 100? 100 Crusaders to still lose to this mini-boss. Look, I get it. Ochu ain't no slouch. He poisons you, has a decent chunk of health for early game, but Lulu could solo this guy with just fire magic alone. How are these guys just so bad? Yet are sworn to protect the people from the likes of Sin. Sin of all things! I mean, for God's sake, they even run away from Ochu when we start to fight it. And look at these cowards the moment you defeat Ochu.
Sir, we should fight too.
We'll get our chance soon enough.
Young Crusaders gather round. We'll beat sin into the ground.
We should fight too. Get out of here with that weak sauce. You had your chance. You could have helped us fight, and yet you ran. And don't even get me started on that chant. We'll beat Sin into the ground. Again, you ran away from Ochu, mate. What do you think you're going to do against Sin? Anyway, enough about the useless Crusaders. We have another boss to fight. Another Sin spawn. And unlike all the previous bosses, this is another gimmick you have to work around. The main body is very weak to fire, but has two things protecting it. A hard shell, which you can hit to smash, and two tentacles that need to be dealt with first, or they will absorb the spell. Nothing too crazy, but again, I really do appreciate them putting so much tact and thought into the fight itself. And I love how this boss is a prime example of how well they can craft fights to use the entirety of the team's dynamic. We need Yuna for the heals and the removal of poison. We need the attackers to take care of the shell and the tentacles. And then we need our MVP of the match, Lulu, who can burn this thing to a crisp and bring home the win. I've said it, and I'll say it again. The combat in this game is just so perfect. And it's this use of this team dynamic and the constant flow of switching up the party to use each of their strengths at just the right time that really do highlight that for me. I love the scene that follows this fight as well. It's another great little small character moment.
So, they got fiends in Zanarkand too?
Just a few. It's a big deal when one shows up, though. Hey, since when have you believed me about Zanarkand anyway?
I've been thinking. Maybe people Sin gets to don't die. Maybe Sin carries them through time, like 1,000 years through time. And then one day, maybe they just pop back, see?
Amazing. Simply amazing. You make up one theory after another, refusing to face the simple truth. Sin didn't take Chappu anywhere. Sin crushed him and left him on the Jose shore. Your brother won't just pop back. Oh, and one more thing. No matter how much you want it, no one can take Chappu's place. No one can replace Sir Jekt, for that matter. And there's no replacement for Lord Braska, either. It's pointless to think about it. And sad.
I could never be what Chappu was. Well, stuff happens. Best not to worry.
So let's cover some of the things I like here. First, and this is just completely unintentional in my opinion, I like how this kind of confirms that Tidus can't be lying about where he is from to the group. He got caught off guard with a question related to his Anakin, and without even thinking, just answered it. I don't know about you, but if I was in the party, this is where I would fully start to believe his story. Either that, or Sin's toxin paints one hell of a vivid fantasy world backstory for you. Second is the Lulu reaction. Now, it's easy to look at this and see how badly she can come across here. I mean, come on, you are all people of faith. Can you not just see how badly Wakka needs to believe this, even for a moment, to alleviate some form of guilt that he is clearly carrying here? But no, she just gives him the cold, hard reality. Your brother is dead, and there is nothing that's going to bring him back. Now, clearly Lulu has some form of connection to Chappu too, so keep in mind that she will have had to have grieved at some point too, but she seems to be at the acceptance stage of that, whilst Wakka is, well, he's still kind of in denial somewhat. And speaking of, I do love his resilience here. It'd be so easy to fly off the handle at what was just said to you and how it was said to you, but he seems to have such respect for Lulu's opinion that her blunt, brutal honesty broke this fleeting delusional rabbit hole he was about to fall into, and he seems thankful to her for that. It's such great stuff here. We have a quick scene outside the temple with a rival Blitzball team, the Luca Goers, whose Disney Channel-like bullying remind Tidus of his father, shocking Yuna, who once again gives a contrasting opinion of Bhed, saying he was a kind of honest man. Inside we meet another summoner, Donna, and he's just really mean girly right off the bat for some reason.
My. And all these people are your guardians? My, what a rabble.
I'll get more so into Donna a little bit later, as I just don't think her character works that well for me personally, but she does pop up again right away to throw Tidus into our next Cloister of Trials.
Hey, I'm not a guardian, so I'm not supposed to go in, right?
Not a guardian, you say?
Hey, wait! Ah, let me go! Go! Hey! What's the big idea?
Just a little game.
Huh? This is bad. Really bad.
Now, I don't know why Tidus just doesn't simply get back onto the elevator, or wait in this spot and not going any further until the rest of the party comes back. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but then again, if he did, we wouldn't get any more fun Cloister of Trials. I'm not even going to cover this one. Super similar to the first, just a bunch of trial and error, but this time the spheres have more of a fire theme to them, due to the Aeon we will require here, Ifrit. We make it through, no trouble, apologise to everyone whilst blaming it on Donna and Bartello, but again, Tidus, they might have dropped you onto the elevator, sure, but you're the one that continued forward. And then we get a snippet into what the faith actually is.
Just wait.
So what's in there anyway?
The faith, remember?
Oh yeah, that thing, right.
The faith are people who gave their lives to battle sin. Yevon took their souls, willingly given from their still living bodies.
Huh?
Now they live forever, trapped in statues. But when a summoner beckons, the souls of the faith emerge once again. That's what we call an Aeon.
The biggest bit of information that we can get though is Tidus recognising the hymn heard in this temple. Again, I'm going to have to put a quick pin into this until later on, but I do love all these small little questions and intrigues that the game keeps throwing in. With our business done in Kilika, we board another boat to Luca, and man, I just feel really bad for Tidus during this whole beginning part. He overhears Wakka and Lulu talking about what they're even going to do with him.
You'll take responsibility.
Relax, he's bound to know someone in Luca.
And if not?
He could always join a blitz team. Anyhow, it's better than just leaving him in Bhed.
What? Just leaving him in Luca?
What do you want me to do?
Yuna wants to make him a guardian.
Oh yeah, jeez. There's that too, eh?
And whose fault is that?
Not mine!
Wakka was naively hoping that Tidus would just simply bump into somebody who knows him in Luca after the games, but now that we're actually closing in on the place, they really need to think about a contingency. I would hate to overhear this about me. Sure, they mean well, but they're speaking about the man like he's a dog they're going to abandon in the woods or something. You do get a couple of really good Yuna moments though. Firstly, this part with the Luca goers.
Who are you supposed to be? Ah, I remember him. Guy from Kilika.
Huh?
You know, one of the Besaid Aurochs. Said something about winning the cup.
Oh, right. You're that idiot.
Don't call him that.
But he is an idiot. They don't got what it takes to win the cup.
Well, they do now that I'm here.
Yes, they will win. He used to be the star player of the Zanarkand Abes.
Yeah, as if anyone lived in those ruins.
It's not ruins. There's a big city there. There is.
I got too close to Sin and...
There is a city, really.
Right, whatever your ladyship says.
Now, I do like this part, but I am a little bit confused. Sure, Yuna believes our story about Zanarkand, that's fine. But surely she must know that the Zanarkand we've been talking about is from the past, right? She must get that Tidus and Jet have travelled through time. I mean, she is aware of what the current day Zanarkand is like. So I just don't get this defensiveness that she shows here. Next part comes after we flash back to Jet's ultimate Blitzball technique, the Jet Shot. We learn it blowing the minds of every Auron member, which, let's face it, ain't hard. I mean, I could juggle 2 tennis balls in front of these losers and they'll think I was a world-class athlete. The interesting part is Yuna's reaction to the shot.
That was the Jet Shot, wasn't it?
How do you know that?
Sir Jack showed it to me when I was a child. He called it the Sublimely Magnificent Jet Shot Mark III.
Stupid name, huh?
So we can pretty much confirm that the Jet that Yuna knew and Tidus' dad are one and the same. I do love this brief conversation that they have about having famous fathers. We've had some flashes of Tidus throughout the journey so far, watching Yuna being fawned over, seeing her fame, and thinking back to his own. And they never really get into how all this makes him feel. I mean, is he jealous? Does he miss the fame and glory? It's a real shame and a bit of a missed opportunity in my opinion, because it would have added an interesting layer to these two. The parallel between the star athlete, with presumptions that we have regarding those stars and their inflated egos and such, compared to our noble summoner, who doesn't want the fame nor the glory, but is thrust into the limelight nonetheless. The parallels are still there, but instead, they use it as a way to discuss how to live up to a father's legacy, one who is following in the footsteps out of spite, and the other out of duty.
What would you do if you found him?
Who knows? I thought he died 10 years ago. Well... I'd probably just smack him one. After everything he put Mom and me through. And because he was famous, I was always... Well, you should know, Yuna. Your father's famous too. Everyone in Spira knows him, right? Ain't it tough?
It is hard to follow in his footsteps as a summoner.
Sure.
But the honor of having a father like him surpasses all that, I think.
Well, there wasn't much to honor about my old man, that's for sure.
You shouldn't say that about your father.
I got the right.
I guess you do.
Ow!
Show me that move again!
Yo!
I also feel like parts of this legacy talk skirts the line of accidentally tackling the topic of Nepo babies. Yuna in particular. Donna outright treats Yuna with nothing but hostility for seemingly no other reason than who her father was, which I find really ironic because she acts like Yuna was the daughter of a famous athlete, someone who was born into wealth and riches by having a famous father. She acts like Braska is how she managed to become a summoner and have all these guardians, which is bizarre if you think about it. I mean, regardless of who Yuna's father is, it doesn't really give her a leg up in the competition. If anything, it just means that she has more to prove to the people than any other summoner. Her father made the journey and succeeded, so now she kinda needs to too. We now make it to Luca, the much fabled hub city of Spira. And they ain't lying, this place is massive. It looks the most technologically advanced, pretty much even spitting in the face of the teachings, and it is filled with people. Now I do have my gripes with this area, and we'll get into them shortly, but first, I just have to laugh at the pettiness from the commentators as each Blitz team is getting off the boat here.
Well, 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 if it isn't the Bhed Aurochs. They're a living, breathing, statistical impossibility. I've never seen a team this bad. in 23 years, they've never made it past the first round. Only a few die-hard fans are in the audience today.
Best of luck to them and a safe journey back to Bhed.
I know that we are meant to feel bad for the Auron. If I've made one thing clear in this video, it's that I don't see that. They are losers that should have quit a very long time ago. One thing that I can't get behind though is the Luca Goa praise. Look, I get it. They are the rival bullies in every 90s kids film about sports. And the commentators do a hell of a job at hyping them up, talking about how they dominated in the last season. But the thing is, they aren't that good. Later on, I'll have to grind the hell out of Blitzball, and I was shocked to find that whenever I was up against the Goers, they were the easiest bout. They are meant to be an all-rounder team, whilst all the other teams have certain stats that they specialise in, like the Bhed being the quickest, and the Ronso the strongest with the biggest health pool, but that just leaves the Goers being the jack of all trades and master of none. One thing that this praise does do though, is give Tidus this moment where he calls out the Goers.
The Luca Goers are number 1.
Eh, it's like this every year, yeah? Don't let it bother you.
Stop right there, goers! You guys are smiling now, but not for long! 'Cause this year, us Aurochs are taking the cup!
And again, this goes back to my previous thoughts about Tidus as an athlete and exploring that. This seems like a very childish and egotistical thing to do, and very showboaty. Things that we typically can expect from a star athlete character. But I feel like they only show glimpses of this trait. I think it's here just to show that even though he tries not to be, there is a lot of jet in him. The teams aren't the only ones arriving, as it's soon noticed that Maester Micah is also docked. Now, Micah works as essentially the Pope in this world, and with him, he introduces us to the newly appointed Maester Seymour, a Guado who seeks to continue to forge the budding relationship between his kind and humans, whilst also giving creepy eye contact to Yuna at every possible opportunity, and also showing way too much stomach hair. Now, the reaction to Seymour heavily hints that this is also a species that has been ostracised in Spira. Not quite to the extent that the Bhed are, presumably due to the efforts from Seymour and his father, but nonetheless, they are definitely treated as others. And you may think it's simply because they look different. The designs of the Guados always give me this mix of elves and ents. They have these weird squared hands with long sharp fingernails, yet still have very striking elf-like features. Then in the locker room we get to learn the basics of Blitzball. I'll get into it when we actually do play it, but for now, we hear word that Auron has been spotted in Luca, and rush out with Yuna to go find him. A quick thing that I noticed before we set off is that Tidus mentions that he never even considered the Auron that he knew and the one that Yuna knew could be two different people.
It didn't even occur to me to think that the Auron Yuna was talking about, and the one that I knew from Zanarkand could be two different people. I don't know why, but I knew it was the same guy. I knew it was the same Auron.
He just sort of has this gut feeling. He knows it has to be the same guy, yet he never had that with Jet, which I do find interesting. Firstly, let's just set aside these two very unique names. You'll never find another man called Jet or Auron. I think the main reason Tidus thinks this way is because of time. Jet disappeared and wild dumped Spira 10 years ago. With Auron, it was probably more like 10 days. Tidus has had a decade to mourn the loss of his father and to come to terms with his passing and move on somewhat. So I get that it sounds more unbelievable that your long-lost deceased father might still be knocking around, as opposed to the guy that you just said goodbye to like 10 days ago back in Zanarkand. Now, the next scene is a little jarring in my opinion. So, we have Yuna being filmed by a reporter, I think. She has a mic and a cameraman, but we get no actual lines from them. Yuna asked to be let through as well, almost like there was meant to be this massive crowd that was swarming her, but there's like 6 people in this scene. She can easily get by. Tidus' "you're really famous" line as well seems to try and double down on this swarming crowd, but again, does this really look like a mob of superfans to you? I think this weird setup is all to get to this whistling moment.
It's not working.
Practice.
Okay.
Hey, use that if we get separated. Then I'll come running, okay? Well, guess we should just stick together then, till you can do it.
Yes, sir.
The whole whistle if we get separated and I'll come running is a sweet thing to set up between these two that does pay off throughout the story, but I just kind of wish it came from a better moment. This also segues nicely into my biggest actual issue with Luca. It doesn't feel as big as it should be. You saw the intro to Luca. It was hustling, it was bustling, it was filled with people. This place is set up like a mecca of entertainment, but when you're actually here, it's pretty damn small, especially exploration-wise. You have the Blitzball locker rooms, a harbour, this bridge with a theatre up north, and a town centre with a cafe up front, and stairs that go up to the next area. I mean, Bhed is bigger than this, and there's just nothing to do here also. You can buy music and scenes from the theatre and, yeah, that's about it. There's a couple of key endgame items here, but other than that, Luca offers absolutely nothing to the player. It's a real shame and feels like such a missed opportunity. I would have loved for this place to be more so like the Golden Saucer maybe from Final Fantasy VII. And look, I get it. From a narrative perspective, there's still the very real threat of Sin just deciding to turn up and wipe the whole city away if he wanted to. And in fact, the very next scene touches upon this.
Luca is the second largest city in Spira.
I thought every town was little, you know, like Bhed and Kilika.
Towns don't usually get bigger than that. Because when a lot of people start to gather...
Sin? What about Luca? It's safe here?
It's not any different, but the stadium is here. The Crusaders fight to protect it with all their strength.
They protect the stadium?
Blitzball is really the only entertainment that we have. Spira's a little short on fun these days.
Whoa. Talk about pressure.
But from the player's point of view, Luca is a dud of an area that offers absolutely nothing to them. Even story-wise, this feels like a lot of filler, but we'll get to that. As first, we enter the cafe in search of Auron, only to find...
Auron's not here.
We do get a little bit of story for Kimahri though, by showing a couple of Ronsos that he seems to have some sort of rivalry with.
Oh! Take it outside, the tournament's starting, you hear?
The game!
Now, with that commotion and the tournament starting, no one seems to notice that the Bhed have kidnapped Yuna. Yes, somehow in the 30 seconds we have taken our eyes off her, the Bhed Sykes have kidnapped Yuna and told Lulu and Wakka that if they want her back, the Aurochs have to lose.
Huh?
Yuna's been kidnapped by the Bhed Sykes. In exchange for her safe return, they want the Aurochs to lose.
What?
If they're only Blitzball players, I doubt they'd do anything drastic. But we shouldn't take chances. Let's go get her.
I'm going too. This'll be no problem. They're telling the Aurochs to throw the game, as if they needed to. I mean, how good a team can they be?
Wakka said the same thing. He'll take care of the game. We should go get Yuna. The Bhed boat is in Dock 4. Let's go.
I mean, you see what I mean about this whole part feeling very filler? This just makes no sense. Why would they do this? Even knowing what I know about the Bhed later on, this still makes no sense. And how did they even do this so quickly? Without no one seeing them or stopping them? How did the information even get back to Lulu and Wakka when we were the ones with Yuna? Wakka was literally in a game. We saw it on the TV. This is just a mess. I will say, however, I do like the detail of the game being played on the screen. It's not a long loop, but I do appreciate that little touch there. Another thing that I appreciate is once again the boss fight. Now, the Bhed being the Bhed, of course they are going to send in a Machina to fight us. The unique part of this boss comes in the form of the crane. Now, to start off, it has no power, so after a couple of rounds of feeding it jolts of electricity, it kicks right back in and we can use it to heavily damage the boss and cakewalk the rest of this fight. It again shows how strong each of these boss designs are in this game. Each have had these nice little additions and strategies implemented. It really does make them more memorable and unique in my opinion. But the praise has to end there, as we are right back to the terrible filler nonsense. It turns out that we didn't even need to do anything because Yuna is knocked out her captives and escaped all by herself. Wow, such fun. So glad to be here in Luca. I like the little detail here about Yuna's heritage. As it turns out, she is half Bhed herself.
Was there anyone called Sid on that ship?
I don't know. They were all speaking that Bhed language.
I see.
So who's Sid?
He's my uncle, but I've never actually met him.
Wait, so that means you're Bhed too, Yuna?
On my mother's side, yes. Sid is my mother's brother. He became distant after my mother married. But she told me to seek him out if I ever needed help.
You're worried he was...
Don't tell Wakka about Yuna's lineage. The thing about Wakka, he never had much love for the Bhed.
I think the thing that falls a little bit flat for me though is the hiding it part. I get why they don't want to tell Wakka, but Braska is like super famous. How would no one know that he was married to an Bhed? I don't think he ever hides that fact. So how is Wakka never put two and two together? He isn't that stupid. Speaking of Wakka, the man has been holding it down and getting the Aurochs past round 1 of this tournament, making it their first ever victory.
Unbelievable! The Aurochs win the match 3-2.
But now it's time for us to finally step up and play this infamous minigame. So how does it work? Well, the idea is each player has a stat related to the role on the field that they play. Strikers will have a high shot, the goalie will have a high catch, defenders a good block, etc, etc. Every action that you take ups that player's XP to make those stats even better. Or you could just recruit other players with better stats so that you don't get stuck with these lame-ass Aurochs. Your actions are very simple. Pass and shoot if you are attacking, and block and attack if you are a defender. They are special actions that you can learn and perform, such as the jet shot with Tidus, or even something like a nap pass, which will put a blocker to sleep if he tries to catch your throw. This all sounds good on paper, but in action, it has just my biggest complaint with this whole thing. The stats are a lie. Tidus can have a shot of 11, the goalie a block of 8, and the goalie will still sometimes randomly catch the ball. There's RNG in the actions, not just whether the stats matter, but even down to if the character performs the action that they need. There are moments where an enemy will pass the ball and my defenders will just miss their blocks, which just leads to some super frustrating moments. And I can understand having these little moments to spice it up every now and again, but this stuff happens so frequently. And Blitzball just isn't that much fun to play either. The first game you play in Luca is so unfairly stacked against you, it isn't even funny. But later on when you get to play Blitzball freely, after a single game and a quick Auroch firing, I was winning all my games stupidly easy. And the time limit just makes the games feel like they take forever. It's 10 minutes, which isn't that long, I get it, but when every single action pauses that timer, it just drags the game out even more. I can see why most people play that one mandatory match and just never touch this minigame again, and to be honest, I do not blame them. Win or lose, the game is interrupted by fiends attacking the entire stadium, and I just love the dumb background here during this dumb fight with Tidus and Wakka. Look at the audience, all 3 frames of animation of them. After that fight, we are reunited with Auron, who was in Luca after all. Auron does have a cool moment, but he's actually outmatched by Seymour of all people. And I do really love this moment. It's such a great Seymour moment that quickly establishes just how powerful he is. But I also just really love the Aeon that he uses. Anima has such a great, grotesque design, from not only its features, but even down to it being shackled and bandaged. And I love the touch of it crying blood after each of its attacks. It may be powerful, but it is hurting itself during this fight. You just can't help but feel sorry for it. It's all just such a great design choice. After Anima makes quick work of the fiends, Tidus rightfully gets to have this confrontation with Auron.
Hey you! Don't just stand there! All of this is your fault! Getting swallowed by Sin, ending up here in Spira, not being able to go back to Zanarkand, everything! I'm telling you, it's all your fault! Who are you anyway? You knew my old man, didn't you?
Yeah,
And you also knew Yuna's father?
that's correct.
Hey man, there's no way. That's just impossible.
Nothing impossible about it. Jecht, Vraska, and I, together we defeated Sin 10 years ago. Then I went to Zanarkand, where I watched over you, so that one day I could bring you to Spira.
Why did it have to be me?
Jecht asked me to.
Is he alive?
It depends on what you mean by alive. He is no longer human. But then, I felt something of Jecht there in that shell, couldn't you? You must have felt him when you came in contact with Sin.
It can't be.
It is. Sin is Jecht.
No, that's ridiculous! No way! I don't believe you!
But it is the truth. You'll see for yourself. Come with me.
If I say no?
Every story must have an ending.
I don't care about your stories!
I see. Sorry you feel that way. Fine then. Come or don't come, it's your decision.
Ah! What am I supposed to say? You tell me it's my decision. But I don't have a choice, do I? You're the only one who can tell me what's going on anyways. I have to go with you, I have to!
Irritating, I know. Or are you afraid? It's all right.
Auron. Will I ever go home? Back to Zanarkand?
That's up to Jecht. I'm going to offer my services to Yuna. Come.
Okay, so I have a lot to break down here. Firstly, our big revelation. Sin is Jecht. I love how nonchalantly this bombshell is dropped upon us. Auron says it so matter-of-factly. And speaking of Auron, man, I just love this character to death. This is a game full of really well-written, well-rounded characters, and yet Auron still stands out from the pack. He is a man of many conflicting impressions. He has already betrayed us by speaking to and feeding us to Jecht, yet he never really gives us any reason to distrust him. He is very blunt, yet still speaks in riddles and dances around points. He lies and keeps secrets, yet he's so forthright and truthful. and he's just the best male character in this entire game. And I also just love this confrontation between Tidus and him here, because I think Tidus gets the public ire too much. That's right, I am a Tidus apologist. You can call him whiny all you want, but come on. Anyone in his position right now would be just as angry, just as frustrated, and maybe even just as teary as he is. My favourite part as well is at the very end where Tidus calls Auron out for pretending like he even has a choice. And he calls it out so perfectly. What choice does he really have? Stay here, on his own, where he knows nothing and no one, with no way of getting home? Or go with the only man who knows everything that he needs to know? So join him he does. And yes folks, we are finally here. As once Auron volunteers his services and kind of strong arms his way into the group, which I kind of respect.
I wish to become your guardian. Do you accept?
You're serious?
You refuse?
No. We accept, right everyone?
We get to that scene. Before covering it though, I want to quickly go back to Auron's quick lie here.
This one I promised checked.
Is Sir Jecht alive?
Can't say. Haven't seen him in 10 years.
I see.
You'll meet eventually.
Pretending he hasn't seen Jecht in 10 years is one thing. We understand why he might be lying to Yuna and the group. They'll have a lot of questions on how, and maybe even think twice about fighting Sin if they know it's their friend's dad. Whereas Tidus won't really have any of those questions because everything is a mystery to him, and he'll definitely have zero qualms about fighting his old man. It's the follow-up line, "You'll meet eventually," that I do love so much. It feels so ominous, like it should be coming out of the villain's mouth. Anyway, enough stalling, here is that scene.
Hey, watch.
Hey, you got pretty good.
You sound sad.
Yeah, maybe.
Want to scream?
I really don't think that's gonna help this time.
You know what?
Hmm?
It's embarrassing to say this myself, but summoners and their guardians are kind of like Spira's ray of light. A lot of people in Spira depend on us. I learned to practice smiling when I'm feeling sad, you know. I know it's hard.
Yeah. I understand. I think.
Right. Now let's see what you can do.
Huh?
Come on.
This is weird.
Next, try laughing out loud.
What?
Come on, show me. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore. Too funny.
It was your idea.
Thank you.
Huh?
I want my journey to be full of laughter.
Okay.
If we should get separated, just whistle. I'll come running. I promise.
Well, let's go.
Okay, so just right off the bat, this scene is played out and performed perfectly. Yes, I am super serious. I get some criticisms for Tidus' voice. Some of his lines and delivery can really make him seem super whiny, but here I think he's played out perfectly. He is at his lowest point here. He feels powerless, alone, confused, and his only hope is him being led along by Auron. So in steps Yuna, who tells him to just simply try laughing. Even when you don't feel like it, laugh anyway until it makes you feel better. And that's what the meme is missing. The context. The voice actor isn't doing a bad job. It sounds like a weird forced laugh, because it is a forced laugh. My favourite part though is that, well, it works. The awkwardness between these two embarrassing themselves with this forced laughter makes them laugh for real. It's such a sweet bonding moment for the two. I even get a chuckle out of Wakka cracking a joke about how he was worried that they had both gone crazy. I don't know, I just really do like this scene, genuinely. And I think throughout the years of it just being a meme and a bit of a punching bag, the context of this whole scene just got lost. On to Mihen Highroad next, and I do love little stops like this. It's a long stretch of road our party has to walk to get to the next temple, and it's the first time you'll realise why Guardians are just so necessary. I know we've had fiends on our journey already, but this is nothing but fiend territory. There is no town here, no boat that takes us to our next location, no local Crusaders to protect us, although fat load of good they'll do anyway. We now feel very much on our own, and with a long journey ahead of us, and I feel like this long stretch of road is such a good design decision to showcase that. We can also bump into a new friend, David Attenborough, who is found along our journey and will often give us tales of the area we're in. This one being about the man himself, Lord Mihen.
In just a few short years after their founding, their ranks grew throughout Spira. The Maesters of Yevon feared an uprising and accused them of rebellion. So Lord Mihen walked along this very road to go face their charges and refute them. He succeeded in winning the Maesters' trust, and his legion became an arm of the Yevon clergy. It was then that Yevon gave them the name Crusaders, which they have kept ever since. And the rest is history.
I do like these little additions that you can find. Old Summoners and Crusaders are often name-dropped by the party, so it's nice to find out more about them and what made them such legends in the first place. There's also the introduction of the Chocobo Knights, a small group of Crusaders, Lucille, Klaska and Elmer, who defend Jose and the nearby roads on the back of their trusty Chocobos. They give warning of a large fiend in the area that is said to eat Chocobos, so to be wary if we are to rent one. I like this moment shortly after, with Tidus and Auron.
A large fiend? Let's go get him!
Why?
It's the right thing to do.
It's the right thing to do.
What'd I say now?
Jecht said that a lot too. And every time he said it, it meant trouble for Braska and me.
It again goes back to me saying how there's still a lot of Jecht in Tidus, despite how much he hates him and probably wishes different. We also meet Belgemine, who is more tied to a side quest you can do later on, so I will cover her a bit more when that crops up. This first time, however, we are just simply introduced to her. Belle wishes to train Yuna up by offering a 1v1 between each of their Aeons, and I know it may seem dumb or obvious to bring up, but this shows for the first time that Aeons aren't unique. Each summoner has their own Valefor, or their own Ifrit. We have to think of them more so like Pokemon now. Each trainer can get their own Bulbasaur, sure, but it's the training and the bond that makes that Bulbasaur more powerful than another trainer's. Belle's overall story is heavily hinted at with her final line after the fight.
You show promise. With more training, you could defeat Sin.
Thank you. But I think you might defeat Sin before I am able to.
I cannot.
Huh?
Or should I say, I was not able to.
You mean...
Farewell, Yuna. We'll meet again.
I cannot, or should I say, I wasn't able to. She failed in her quest. Yuna clocks this, but we don't get a definitive answer yet, as Belle quickly says farewell and dips. Now, the only real plot-significant moment we have along this early road is this very small moment we run into a young girl and her mother.
You're a summoner?
The girl excitedly asks if Yuna is going to bring her the calm, to which Yuna says of course, and in this next moment we learn what the calm is.
What's the calm?
The calm is a time of peace. It comes after a summoner defeats Sin, and lasts until Sin reappears.
Huh?
Sin dies and is reborn.
I get it! I thought it was weird. Yuna's dad defeated Sin 10 years ago, right? But Sin's still here. Didn't make much sense till now. Wait, if it just comes back...
Don't say it isn't worth it. Because it is.
Even for a little while, people can sleep in their beds without being afraid. That kind of time is worth anything. Don't say it isn't worth it. Your words that day, Yuna, I remember them well.
And I love this, because yes, it makes sense that to Tidus, a guy who has only been in this world for 3 days, to see someone go on such a long and dangerous journey to beat Sin, just for it to come back, may seem pointless. But to everybody else in Spira, that small time of peace means just absolutely everything to them. I love that Yuna cuts him off as well, before he can even call it pointless. It's the closest that we get to anger out of her, and it really shows how much she wants to give people that peace. We learn a little bit more when our party stops for the night at a travel agency.
What you up to?
Pretty.
Sure is.
I wish I could live in a place like this. Peaceful. Living with a smile on my face every day.
You can, once you beat Sin, right?
But then, a new Sin will be born anyway.
Well, then you can just beat it again.
I wish I could.
Hey, you can. Trust me. You are the best summoner out there. Yuna, why does Sin always come back?
Sin is our punishment for our vanity. And it will not go away until we've atoned.
How do we do that? What did we do that was so bad in the first place? Ah, was it using lots of Machina or something? Oh, wait, was that such a bad thing, really?
It's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it. But now that you ask me if it is that bad or not, I don't know. There are so many things I don't know.
Well, then we're the same.
Now, I'm not going to start bashing anybody's beliefs, and I do not for a moment think that Final Fantasy X does that either. But I do think that this scene shows reflections of a very dangerous thing I think that we do see in our religions. Pure devotion and control with no room for questioning. The key line that I take away from this scene is after Tidus has asked a bunch of questions like, why does Sin come back? Why do you need to atone to even stop him? What did we even do in the first place? Yuna answers, you know, I never even thought to question that until now. That right there is the danger. Blind faith. That, to me personally, isn't really faith at all. again, I don't want to come across like I'm going to bash anybody's beliefs or anyone's religion. I'm not here for any of that. But to me, if you have never thought to question some things, if you have never had a chance to actually explore what you believe and not just grow up being told what to believe, then I just worry that your faith isn't actually your faith. It's your parents' faith, and their parents' faith, and their parents' parents' faith, or your country's faith, or your school's faith. I think to that episode of The Simpsons, where Lisa explores her own relationship with religion and comes to the conclusion that she's a Buddhist, and I just wish I saw more people being able to explore that about themselves. The next big revelation that we get is how sin is actually defeated.
But Yuna, how are you supposed to beat something big like that?
The final summoning. It's the only way to defeat sin. The only way. With it, we can call the final Aeon. That's the goal of the pilgrimage. The faith of the final summoning lies waiting in the far north to greet summoners that complete their pilgrimage. At the world's edge in Zanarkand.
Now, I get this in theory. We get our Aeons on the journey. When we have them all, we are granted the final Aeon to defeat sin. It does get a little bit murky though with the secret Aeons that you can get throughout the game. Where do they fit in? How come we don't need Anima to defeat sin? We just saw it, and spoiler alert, you can acquire it by doing a side quest, but it just isn't needed. It's really odd, because they put a lot of emphasis on needing each of the Aeons to be granted the final one, and there's even a scene that's coming up that will show this point more so. Next morning, we get our next boss fight, and you know what that means? Another unique gimmick. This time, we are up against the Chocobo Eater, and after a certain amount of damage dealt, the hitter will knock the hit over, where they can then get a couple of free hits on them and knock them back, edging them closer and closer to the cliff's edge. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I just love the little gimmicks and unique battle conditions that each of the boss fights have had so far. I don't know how many times I can just say it makes them feel fresh, but it really does. I mean, sure, some may be more minor than others, but I just really appreciate them. With the Chocobo safe, we can walk the rest of the Highroad, but we are soon stopped by a blockade. It seems like something big is going down. Lucky for us, old creepy eye contact returns and allows us to pass. You know, I badmouth Seymour for his weird dog fur body and because he's just super creepy, but even I got to admit, he's so good in this next scene, and pretty funny.
Your Grace!
Please, there's no need for formalities.
Excuse me, Maester Seymour. Why is your lordship present here, sir?
Please, speak as you normally would.
Isn't this operation against the teachings of Yevon? Aren't you gonna stop them?
It's true. I should. However, both the Crusaders and the Bhed truly wish peace for Spira. This Operation Mihen was born from that wish they share. Although it may be sacrilege to Yevon, their intentions are pure. And I, Seymour Guado, the person, not the Maester of Yevon, as a denizen of Spira, I wish them well in their endeavor.
But using Machina, that's bad, isn't it?
Pretend you didn't see them.
Beg your pardon, but that's not something a Maester should say.
Then pretend I didn't say it.
You're kidding.
From the first time I laid eyes on him, I never did like Seymour. But you know, some of the things he said that day, they made a lot of sense to me.
And it's just so hard not to agree with him here. All these teachings being so specific on what the people can and cannot do, especially when it comes to actually dealing with sin, must feel so frustrating. I don't believe for a moment that the Crusaders of all people will do a damn thing to sin, but I can still understand why they are doing what they are doing here. Imagine being from Kilika, surviving that devastation, and being so powerless to do anything. Some may want to fight after that, will want to try anything that they can, teachings be damned. And some will definitely not want to wait around for a summoner to complete their pilgrimage to beat sin. Before we make it to the command center at the end of Mushroom Rock, we have this amazing scene with Lulu.
Why only you, sir? I want to fight too.
Orders are orders.
I'm not a cadet anymore, sir. Let me go with you and I'll prove it to them.
Guarding the command center is important too, you know.
But I came all the way from Besaid to fight Sin, sir.
I know, but an order's an order. To your post, Crusader.
But, sir!
They let you through, huh?
Gata deserves better.
At least there's no chance he'll get hurt. Why are you guys fighting anyway? Aren't the almighty Bhed Machina enough?
They still need some time to get them ready. Our job is to keep Sin at bay till they're done. Wakka. I might not get another chance to say this. It's about your brother.
Lulu, no!
What?
I'm the one who convinced him to enlist. I'm sorry.
Wakka! That's enough, Wakka!
When we used to play Blitz together, Chapu used to say... He said that when we won the cup, yeah, he proposed to Lulu. And then one day, he goes off and becomes a Crusader, just like that.
Chapu also said to me that being with your girl is good. But keeping Sin far away from her is better.
Lou, you knew?
Lulu told me before we left.
She hit me too.
All Crusaders in the Vanguard are to assemble on the beach.
That's my cue.
Lulu, don't die out there.
So you can hit me more?
Lots more.
Lulu, please! Please don't go!
I have to, Yuna.
Let him go. The man has already chosen his path, as you did when you became a summoner.
First off, the quick Gata moment we have here is exactly what I just said. Someone who cannot wait around for the summoner to do the job for them. Someone who feels so powerless they will fight no matter what. And that is what this mission is. They have faith in the Machina, ironically, but Lulu knows that him and the other Crusaders buying time spells their imminent death. He isn't planning on coming back from this, hence his confessions to Wakka and Lulu. Speaking of Wakka, I do think it's this part in particular that turned people a bit sour to him. Yes, he's pretty racist towards the Bhed, extremely religious and Machina hating, but Lulu kind of spells out why.
Chapu. He left the sword Wakka gave him in Besaid, and he fought with an Bhed Machina weapon instead.
That's got nothing to do with it. I just hate these sacrilegious contraptions.
Chappu is brought up a lot with Wakka, and it's easy to overlook just how much of that loss has still stuck with Wakka. It's very clear how much he still hurts, but how much he has buried that hurt down. Look at that moment on the stairs in Kilika as proof. There's also this moment next where Yuna basically just repeats what Seymour said about how the Bhed and the Crusaders are just doing what they can to help defeat Sin, and Wakka replies with,
All right. But I still think Makina are bad news. They're forbidden for a reason.
And my god, whenever I hear that line, I just want someone to say, but why? And watch him flail like a magic carp trying to defend it. I again do get the frustrations with Wakka and why people don't like him, but just remember, this is a man who is still dealing with a lot of grief and seems to have turned to the teachings as a way of dealing with that. And that is such a great character in my opinion, because it's so very human of him. We are next introduced to Kinnock, another maester and leader of the Crusaders and an old friend of Auron's.
Tell me, Auron, where have you been the last 10 years?
We don't have time for this now, do we?
Although you wouldn't be able to tell by his frosted reception to him. I only bring up this scene for two things. Firstly, we have just had both Seymour and now Kinnock really try and grill Auron about his whereabouts for the last 10 years. Kinnock even coming right out and saying, "Have you seen Zanarkand?" which makes me believe that they know about Auron's travels. The second is a smaller moment. It's Lulu and Tidus.
That's when Kinnock, one of the 4 maesters of Yevon. He leads the warrior monks, and also commands the Crusaders.
She immediately turns and explains who Kinnock is, everything down to his title and role. Tidus didn't even need to ask this time. And I really like this. It really shows that Lulu now fully believes Tidus. It shows that she's softened up to him as well. Usually when explaining things, she acts a bit frustrated in doing so. But here, she just leans into him, brings him up to speed, and says no more. It's again a small but really great character moment for the two. So, as you can probably guess, the operation doesn't exactly go well. Starting with one of the spawns they have captured to lure in Sin, getting loose and becoming our next boss fight. The strategy with this one is all about prioritising the different body parts. The main head on the bottom is our main target, but each of the hands defends it from attacks, meaning that we need to take them out first. But we also have the tail to keep an eye on, as not only does it have its own health pool and attacks, but when it shakes its head, it's about to unleash a horrible venom attack upon you. This fight can be pretty tough. I remember really struggling with it the first time I ever played this as a kid, but it smartly teaches the player about what they need to focus on. Magic users and Wakka can hit the tail head. Your strong hitters with Pierce go for the arms, and then you can get as many hits on the main target as you possibly can. And I really do like this. It feels strategic, which I think is such a strong point in this game's boss fights. But things soon go from bad to worse when Sin actually shows up. Let me put a quick pin in this scene for a moment, as during that attack, Yuna wakes up to find Seymour one-handing our boss fight. Again, say what you want about the man, these moments are really, really cool, and show just how powerful he is. Look at him just push it back effortlessly, and then he actually joins us for the fight to really finish it off. I do like the touch of Seymour also getting XP after the fight. It treats him like he's going to become a new party member, and it's a really nice little touch. This part here also reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. The flashback scenes where you have Sephiroth on your team, and he's just one-shotting green dragons. Anyway, after our quick rematch with the Sin Spawn boss, we return to Sin's devastation on the Crusaders. And there is just no better way of showing Sin's power here. Sure, we saw a little bit back at Kilika, but that was on civilians. This is him versus an army, and they couldn't even break its shield. This really does put so much weight on Yuna's shoulders as she's watching this. She was determined already to beat Sin, but to truly see with her own eyes just how powerless we are against it, I'm sure will really add to her resolve. And to really add to this as well, there's this next moment where Tidus is waking up on the beach below amongst the remaining bodies, and he bumps into Gata, who is so traumatized by all of this.
What's going on? Why? What's going on?
We also get Yuna being so desperate and wanting to summon an Aeon to fight.
Everyone, stand back! I'll summon!
You won't hurt it! Your powers are still too weak.
But I must do something!
Be our only way. We have a couple of little moments after the devastation that I like as well. Auron first calls out Kinnock, who we already know had zero faith in this idea. Auron saying that this was just a way to get the non-believers to sacrifice themselves is such a good call out, and so sneaky if true. It would answer some questions that Wakka had as well. Why would these devout maesters suddenly work with Bikanel and Bhed and go against their own teachings? They're not that desperate to dispose of Sin. They still have summoners actively working to beat it. Well, to Auron, the answer is simple. To thin out the people who won't get in line. The non-believers. The Crusaders just acted as pawns in the plan. We next have this great pep talk from Seymour, where he again just lays out just how vital summoners are.
You do not look so well. But now, more than ever, you must be the people's strength. Their confidence. Anyone else would be expected to show their sorrow. But you are a summoner. You are Spira's hope. Until Sin is defeated, you must not relent. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Even in the worst of it, they still cannot falter, cannot appear sad, or lose faith in their own journey, because they are the only hope that Spira has. It really does add a lot more weight to Yuna. We next have this moment in where Tidus really does start to come around to the idea of Jet being Sin.
Yeah. For a while there, I thought I could feel him. But that doesn't mean I believe you.
Sin is Jet. He came here for you.
So he killed all those people just for a chance to see me?
That's what Sin does. He wanted to show that to you. Do you know why?
How am I supposed to know?
So you would kill him. As long as he is Sin, Jecht will keep killing. He wants you to stop him.
You gotta be kidding. How do you know all of this anyway? I'm not done talking to you. Don't you run away!
You're the one running.
He seems to have some form of connection with it, can somehow feel his father's presence inside of it. And Auron, ever the cryptic, lays out something simple, but when pushed, walks away and refuses to answer. Because Tidus is right. How can Auron possibly know what Jecht wants? How can Auron even know that Sin appeared here because Tidus was here? The Sin Spawn was also here, which is meant to lure Sin back. I love the music here as well. It really fits with the aftermath of this devastation. It's just quiet and peaceful in a way. We also get this great little scene with Kimahri of all people. Turns out our mute comrade isn't mute at all.
She's awfully cheerful.
In dark times, she must be. She must shine bright.
Huh?
Now are dark times. Yuna tries hard.
We should help her then.
If we worry, she tries harder. Do not frown.
Don't worry, be happy.
Kimahri try too.
Smile, let me see.
I think this now means Tidus has had a bonding moment with each party member now. Kimahri was the last to crack. And what a great little moment. Again, really hammering home just how hard Yuna tries to stay positive and hopeful for the people around her, to a point where, to lighten her load, the party does the exact same. Before entering Jose, I'm sorry Yuna, I mean
Jose.
Auron has this little moment with Tidus.
New guy.
Me?
Who else?
What can I do for you, boss?
Don't tell Yuna you know about Sin and Jecht.
Huh?
You know her. She would distance herself from you. We do not want that.
I see. I think. Yeah, but even if I did say something, no one believed me, you know?
Yuna would.
Ah, you have a point. Come to think of it, did I really have to know about Jecht? What about my feelings?
Better than you finding out at a critical moment, becoming emotional.
What? Me? Emotional?
I heard you were quite the crybaby.
This really shows how well Auron seems to know each person. He had to prepare Tidus early so he can come to terms with his dad being Jecht before they can defeat him, and he cannot let Yuna know, as she cares for Tidus so much, it would make her second guess her fighting Sin. There's also this small moment where we bump into a very alive and well Lucille and the rest of her crew.
Yuna, it is good to see you and your companions are well.
Yourselves as well, Captain. We were worried. Praise be to Yevon.
Now, we 100% saw her in the thick of it back on the beach, so I have no idea how she survived, but she has this line where she says,
"We turned our backs on the teachings and cast away our faith. This is our just reward."
And they aren't the only people with this sentiment, as we have been talking to people along the road to Jose with this exact same sentiment too, and it again goes back to Auron calling out Canuck's plan. I think this was also part of it, to really cement the idea of their faith being the only true way to beat Sin once and for all. They have to show the people the faithless and their machina failing to cement their religion. It's really, really clever and truly, truly twisted. Now let's actually talk about Jose Temple. Because in this really cool intro to the temple itself, Lulu says,
"The lightning mushroom rock. It only opens when a summoner is addressing the faith."
That means another summoner's already in there.
And I'm sorry, but that's just really dumb. Why would you have a temple that can only be accessed when a summoner is already inside addressing the faith? What would happen if this new summoner we just met, Izaru, wasn't inside? He had already got his Aeon and left. What would Yuna and company have done then? How would she get in? How would any summoner get in? And whilst we are on the topic of other summoners and their respective journeys, why aren't they more prepared? What I mean by that is, take this cycle for instance. We have Yuna, Donna, and now Zaru, who is confirmed to be travelling to obtain all the Aeons to beat Sin. Okay, that's fine. Let's say Yuna gets there first, she has all the Aeons needed, and beats Sin. Donna only got 4 of the Aeons that she needed, whereas Zaru got all of them, but was still beaten to the punch by Yuna. Then the calm happens, and a year later, Sin is back. Why can't Donna and Zaru just instantly beat it? They already got most of the Aeons that they needed. Why can't they just go straight to Zanarkand and get the final Aeon and then boom, we have another calm. Super quick. What I'm getting at here is, why don't the summoners prepare early for the next cycle? Instead, what seems to happen is that they all wait for Sin to respawn, and then they start their pilgrimage. Do the Faith not hear our prayers without Sin around? Do the Aeons that have already been obtained by other summoners disappear once Sin is gone, and that's why they all have to start from fresh? I know this all seems a bit nitpicky to bring up, and it is, but I always had this thought in the back of my mind when playing this game. We hear a lot about summoners dying on their pilgrimage, or abandoning it, but never someone finishing it from the last cycle. Anyway, now I have to rant about this goddamn trial inside Jose, because look, the puzzle is fine, Jose's spheres are all lightning themed, so it's all about charging the right doors and switches to fully light up the glyph on the ground. My gripe comes with the destruction sphere, because for the first time, I think it is just super unfairly hidden. Did you see it? Let's look again. How about that time? No? Well, no, of course not, because why would you think to run to the left to now touch a slightly glowing wall that wasn't glowing before? So remember earlier when I said that Donna treats Yuna like a nepo baby? Well, in the temple, that jealous rat doubles down.
You owe much to your father. All these guardians. And Sir Auron too? And I hear Maester Seymour's quite taken with you. The world must look different when you're the daughter of Lord Braska.
This has nothing to do with my father. I am traveling on my own, as a full-fledged summoner.
Oh, is that so? Then try standing on your own 2 legs for once. Your guardians won't be able to protect you when the time comes.
And again, I just have to question her whole point here. Look at you, Yuna. With so many guardians, you even have Auron on your side. Donna, in the last scene, you literally didn't even know who Auron was.
What is it, Bartello? You know this riffraff?
Oh, Yuna, try standing up on your own 2 feet for once. What does this even mean? She's weakened from the faith, you dick. You go in there and walk out without so much as using a wall to keep you upright. Or is it a point of saying that, Yuna, you need guardians whilst I don't? Because then what the hell is Bart doing here? Following you around to carry your bags? You're just so full of it. Petty and jealous. And I just have no idea how you even became a summoner in the first place. Anyway, enough about this mean girl wannabe. Let's talk about this next morning scene, because I love it so much. We first wake up to find that Yuna is still fast asleep after a whole night of healing and sending.
Morning.
What? Morning?
Don't worry.
But it's morning. I'm so sorry. I'll get ready right away. Just a moment.
Don't worry. It's okay.
Yo, sleepyhead!
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
Really, there's no rush. Here, your hair.
A summoner with bad hair. What's the world coming to?
You could have woken me up.
We called to you, but with all that snoring.
today. Everyone's picking on me. Oh, you too, Sir Auron?
Once Lady Yuna fixes her hair, we leave.
I love this little moment, because it's such a much needed levity to the group. It's just a small moment where they can all crack a joke and genuinely laugh, for probably the first time this entire journey. We now have to travel along the Moonflow, another stretch of road full of fiends, that again really shows the danger of this journey. And speaking of, we bump into the Ronso rivals again, who give a warning that summoners have been disappearing around here. We get a couple of nice moments here in the Moonflow, all revolving around the lovable shoe-puffs, starting with Kamari talking about Yuna first seeing one.
Shoe-puffs? I haven't ridden one in so long.
What? You've been on one of these?
Well, just once. 10 years ago, with Kamari. Remember?
Shoe-puff shook, Yuna fall in water. Shoe-puff scoop up Yuna with long nose. Yuna jump in 3 more times for fun. Kimari worried.
Whoops.
Yuna had fun. Kimari happy.
And an interesting story about Jet's first meeting with one.
10 years ago.
Ah, a history lesson?
Jack saw his first shoe puff here. Surprised, he drew his blade and struck it.
Why?
He was drunk. Thought it was a fiend.
Oh, brother.
We offered all the money we had as an apology. Jecht never drank again.
What's really fun about this story as well is that the shoe puff that you always travel on here has a scar from Jet's attack. It's such a nice little touch. And then we get to ride this shoe puff ourselves.
All aboard!
And this just seems like such a chill way to travel. It reminds me a bit of tuk-tuks, mixed in with a little bit of a hot air balloon wicker basket. We also have this great moment here, which starts with Wakka preaching about the teachings after showing Tidus the sunken city below.
A sunken city?
A Machina city, 1,000 years old. They built the city on top of bridges across a river.
But the weight of the city caused the bridges to collapse, and it all sank to the bottom.
Right, it's a good lesson.
A lesson?
Yeah. Why build a city over a river, yeah?
Well, it would be convenient with all that water there.
Nope, that's not why. They just wanted to prove they could defy the laws of nature.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yevon has taught us. When humans have power, they seek to use it. If you don't stop them, they go too far, yeah?
Yeah, but don't you use Machina too? Like the stadium and stuff, right?
Yevon, it decides which Machina we may use and which we may not.
So what kind of Machina may we not use then?
Remember Operation Mihen? That kind.
Or war will rage again.
War?
More than 1,000 years ago, mankind waged war using Machina to kill.
They kept building more and more powerful Machina.
They made weapons so powerful, it was thought they could destroy the entire world.
The people feared that Spira would be destroyed.
But the war did not stop.
What happened then?
Sin came, and it destroyed the cities and their Machina.
The war ended, and our reward was sin.
So, sin's our punishment for letting things get out of hand, eh?
Man, that's rough.
Yeah, it is.
But it's not like the Machina are bad.
Only as bad as their users.
It's because of people like the Bhed screwing everything up.
I love how Tidus instantly manages to find a hole in the teachings by saying, well, you guys still use Machina. It does dig deeper into this, which does make the teachings make a little bit more sense. With the whole story behind the war from 1,000 years ago, it makes sense to only need to ban the weaponry Machina. Speaking of this war, it seems very odd to me that a war that raged on 1,000 years ago and Tidus knows nothing about it. He doesn't even connect the dots here. He has been told that Zanarkand was wiped out 1,000 years ago, and now we have a story here about how there was so much fighting and war that took place around that time that Sin appeared and wiped out cities. It could have even been Jet first appearing to Tidus and Auron back in the prologue that was this Sin that they spoke about, and we have a little bit of a time loop story going on here. Either way, it is very odd to me that Tidus doesn't ask any further questions or even think about this much. I mean, surely he would know something about the fighting from 1,000 years ago. Not that he could get a chance anyway, as Yuna is soon grabbed and yanked into the ocean by the Bhed, leading to, well, not quite a boss fight. Sorry to the mech, let's just call this little guy a mini boss fight, because it has no real gimmick or unique mechanic, and I think that's down to how limited you are with this fight. So it turns out, very few of your party members can swim, so if you have a fight that is in so much as the shallow end of a pool, then say goodbye to at least 70% of your party. Thankfully, water fights are few and far between. I love how dumb Wakka is when we get Yuna back.
Damn the Bhed! What do they want from us? Could it have something to do with Luca? What are they after Yuna for? Wait, they're mad they lost the tournament. Oh wait, they're mad about Operation Mihen.
No, you moron. Bhed aren't kidnapping your summoner because you beat them at bloody Blitzball. Lulu even spells it out and says, well, didn't the Ronsos tell us that summoners have been going missing around here? I got to say as well, the awkward silence after Wakka blasts the Bhed is such a nice touch, really making it feel like your uncle just dropped a slur at dinner.
Those sand-blasted grease monkeys!
There's just this nice little bonding moment as well, after Tidus shuts down Wakka, of Yuna thanking him under her breath. Over the other side of the river now, and this place starts off confusing for the player in my opinion. Now usually the game does a good job of pointing you in the right direction, or just having the next scene play out by speaking to your party. Here however, we see Yuna surrounded by admirers, and the dialogue from your party all revolve around sticking to Yuna. Watch her back, guard Yuna, there might be more Bhed, keep close to Yuna, that kind of thing. So what do we need to do? We'll wander out this area away from your party and Yuna, of course. It's such a small nitpick, I know, and I get why, because Tidus does need to be the first one to stumble upon our next scene, but it's just really odd from his point of view. Why would he wander off on his own?
Thought I was done for back there.
Ah! Rikku! You're Rikku! Hey! You're okay! How you been?
Terrible.
Yeah, you don't look so good. What happened?
You beat me up, remember?
Huh? Oh, that Machina? That was you?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that really hurt, you know. You big meanie.
Wait, but you attacked us!
Nuh-uh, it's not exactly what you think.
Okay, first of all Rikku, why are you yelling at me? You attacked us first, and kidnapped our summoner. You clearly knew it was us, and didn't hold back. Secondly, I again just love how dumb Wakka is here.
Lulu, I told you about her, remember? She was the one who helped me before I was washed up on Bhed. She's an Bhed.
Wow, so you like all your life. What luck meeting here, huh? Praise be to Yevon.
Tidus lets slip all but the Ed in Bhed, and he still doesn't clock on. Also, don't Bhed have distinct eye colours? That's why Auron checks out her eyes and why Yuna has 2 eye colours herself.
Show me your face.
Huh?
Look at me.
Oh, okay.
Open your eyes. As I thought.
Does Wakka not know about this? I guess it kind of plays into the moral that Tidus pretty much spells out about intolerance.
Even though Wakka had always hated the Bhed,
Rikku, at your service.
he never realized Rikku was one of them.
Wakka doesn't actually hate the Bhed, otherwise he would have been super suspicious of Rikku and demanded to know what she is. His hate of the Bhed is just a byproduct of his devotion to Yevon. Whilst we are on the topic of Rikku and her joining, I think her as a character is great. I mean, who doesn't love Rikku? But her fighting archetype is where she falls a little bit flat for me personally. She's a thief through and through, which I think would be fine earlier in the game, where enemies are weak and you don't have that many party members, but at this point with fighting, I don't need a thief on the field. She's way behind everyone stat-wise, and a fight can really feel quite drawn out when you have to keep bringing out each party member just to get them moving so they can earn the XP. And Rikku just makes that slight drawn-out feeling somehow feel 10 times longer. And I think Square knew this as well, because they add a few clever little segments in later on that really does capitalise on Rikku's strengths. Yes, she isn't useless. Her usability lets her throw a bunch of useful battle items in the fight, like just how we use grenades at the beginning of the game. She's super quick as well, I think maybe even quicker than Tidus, and she has the most busted overdrive in the entire game. In theory. I never used it. Look, her overdrive is busted, I cannot deny that. Many challenge runs, like the no sphere grid, no aeons, no healing, I mean anything really, usually do rely on Rikku and her overdrive. She mixes two items together to create a battle item that she can then use instantly. These items can range from anything like throwing a stronger grenade at the enemy to rezzing the entire team and buffing them with max damage and max HP. It can truly be game changing. Can be being the key part there, because the trouble with the overdrive is the lack of information that you have. You have to trial and error every combination you can possibly think of, and even if you look upon a good combination, you sure as hell better have wrote that down, because the game never reminds you of which two items you used. The only way to use Rikku's overdrive well is to Google every combination possible and scroll through that list for something that you can do. It's crazy as well because all they had to do to solve a lot of my issues was simply tell you what the move was called when selecting the two items that you wanted to mix, so you knew whether you wanted to use them or not. If I was looking for a hyper potion, for instance, and I clicked 2 Phoenix Downs for whatever reason, and the move was called Mega Phoenix, then I know not to confirm to try another combination. So, you remember when we entered Mi'ihen Highroad? I said that we will now have nothing but open roads ahead of us. No settlements, no towns or villages. Well, we do have one. Our last town, Guado Salam, home of the Guado. And funny enough, this place would barely be a pin in the map. I mean, the party even says that very few summoners even stay here. They simply just pass on through to the Thunder Plains, and we would have done the same if it wasn't for one rat, Tremel, the ultimate suck-up and right-hand man to Seymour. God, I hate this man's guts. Second worst character in the entire franchise, and I don't even need to go into who's number 1. From the moment we stepped foot into this town, my man Trommel is already trying to grab Yuna and take her away to meet with his master. He hasn't even introduced himself yet, just a "how do you do, milady," and then a grab for the arm. There's a small moment when we do enter Seymour's home, where Lulu is explaining the lineage of Seymour. She says that Seymour looks different to the other Guado because his father, Jiskel, married a human woman, and I wonder if this was decided to act as a connection between Seymour and Yuna, as she herself has a controversial lineage with her father marrying an Bhed. And speaking of the manor, and just this whole area in general, but I really do like the design of this whole place. It doesn't look so much like everything is made of wood, more so that the tree itself is where they are living. You'll see it more so inside the manor. It looks like thick tree branches have been fashioned into stairs and railings. You still see a lot of the roots that are blended in with the floor tiles as well. It's such a really cool design that I think fits so well with the tree-like appearance that I think the Guado have. This whole next bit I've never really liked that much. It is again much like that whistling scene, in that I get that it sets up a few things that pay off in the end, but it's the execution that I don't like, and also Tremel and his vomiting-inducing arse kissing.
Lord Seymour,
He will surely become the shining star that lights the way for all the peoples of Spira.
So Seymour finally shows himself after Tremel says he will fetch him like 3 times already, just to drop this weird VR hologram on the party. And I don't know why this part is used. It again reminds me of Final Fantasy VII. In Cosmo Canyon, it's pretty much the exact same scene and serves the exact same purpose, both showing a fabled land from the far distant past. But Final Fantasy VII serves a much better purpose. The party seeks that information out. Here, Seymour just uses this cool hologram as a clunky way of bringing up Yunalesca.
Lady Yunalesca!
She was the first person to defeat sin and save the world from its ravages. And you have inherited her name.
Which then leads to an even clunkier way of him asking Yuna to marry him. He didn't need to bring or show any of this. He just needed to do what he did in the end anyway. Get Yuna alone and ask her to marry him. And speaking of this whole marriage, how did he think this was a good idea? Look, I get it. The girl got a little bit doughy-eyed and nervous when you were creepily staring at her, so she might find you attractive. Sure. But you said it yourself. It's an eternal bond, a deep love between her and her husband that helped Yunalesca beat Sin. Does Seymour seriously think that he has that same connection with Yuna? A teenager he has creepily eye-screwed a handful of times? I will say though, I do laugh at this end part.
Why are you still here, sir? I beg your pardon. We Guado are keen to the scent of the Farplane.
As we all know by now, the way to get Yuna to do anything is by telling her that it will make others happy, and Seymour's really cleverly played upon this, and played on it well, as Yuna is genuinely considering his offer, so much so that she decides to head to the Farplane to ask her father for guidance.
Maybe it is a fine time.
You serious?
If my getting married would help Spira, if it would make people happy, if I could do that for people, maybe I should do what I can.
So now we have to make another detour to the Farplane, and this is a really cool area. I mean, just look at this view. I don't really like that we only see this incredibly idyllic view in that one quick scene though, because once we get control of Tidus back, we see nothing but one hunk of rock surrounded by smoggy looking clouds. I also like how Rikku explains this area. It's not us seeing our deceased loved ones, it's the fireflies reacting to our memories of them and showing us an illusion. It's sad in a way, because I think of cases we have now of people being so desperate to speak with loved ones that they spend a ton of money on psychics and mediums who can really take advantage of that. I can't even imagine how it'll feel if we could see them the way that you can see them on the Farplane.
Her parents, they look so happy together.
So the Farplane itself. We have small moments with Lulu and Wakka as they are both discussing Chappu, but the main meat of our visit here is with Yuna, and surprisingly, it has nothing to do with her parents.
I've decided.
Oh, really? That's good.
I remember when I was only 7 years old in Bevelle that day. My father had defeated Sin, and the whole town was out in the streets. Everyone was laughing. They all seemed so happy. If I defeated Sin, that would make everyone happy, wouldn't it? I must do what everyone wants, not just what I want.
I think there's a great underlying sadness to this part. Yuna seems to make up her mind on marrying Seymour by explaining how joyous people were when her father defeated Sin, and that she wants to provide that joy to the people too. As she says herself, I have to put what everybody else wants before what I want, which is just Yuna's whole character in a nutshell. But this is the first time we hear how unhappy that sacrifice is going to make her. She has such determination and almost joy when speaking about how she will defeat sin for the people, how she will bring about the calm, but here, with marrying Seymour, she just seems so heartbroken by that choice. I really like the next part too, where she lightens up by getting Tidus to think about his dad, and Jet doesn't appear, confirming that he is still alive. But in thinking about Jet and the pain that he has caused, Tidus reflects on his mother and learns that she was almost worse.
I think I just figured something out.
What?
Why I hate my old man.
See? So I told him what I thought of him right there.
What? Really?
Course.
I suppose, but... Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Whenever my old man was around, my mother wouldn't even look at me. Maybe that's when I started to resent him, even hate him. When he left us, Mom just lost her energy.
Is she all right?
Why should you care?
If she dies, I wouldn't know what to do.
Don't say Mom is gonna die.
I apologize.
The old lady next door told me, when a lovebird dies, the one left behind, it just gives up living so it can join its mate. It was just like that. I hated my old man even more. But really, my old man...
Mommy! Just a sec, dear.
Go to him. He'll cry if you don't.
I always had this sort of theory in my head whenever I played this game, that Tidus' mother was just a young, obsessed fan of Jet, who he happened to have hooked up with one night and knocking her up accidentally. Because I cannot look at this scene any other way. I mean, look at her. She is hanging on to every one of his words, as tightly as she is his arm. And the whole explanation that the neighbours give of them being lovebirds works for the mum. I can see her losing her obsession and now being stuck with a kid that she never wanted in the first place and giving up hope. It also works well to spin how we have felt about Jet and the mother this entire time. For the whole game, when we have had glimpses of Tidus' youth, it seemed very black and white. Jet was abusive and the mother was stuck in a toxic abusive relationship. But now, we see how terrible the mum was too, almost even worse, because at least this moment gave us a shred of compassion from Jet. He cared enough not to ignore his son at the very least. I know the bar there is right on the floor, but at least he stepped over it, whilst the mother tripped in it and cracked a bloody chin on the floor. It's all just such a sad upbringing for Tidus. A mother who ignored him and only had eyes for the dad, brewing this resentment and hatred toward him. And a dad that was just so high in his own ego that he would constantly belittle his son in fear that he would never ever surpass him. Leaving the Farplane, we get Jiskel's spirit trying to follow the party. Yuna quickly sends him, and we saw that, Yuna. You are not slick, snatching up that sphere and pocketing it like that. Also, how did Jiskel even hold the sphere? Did he have the sphere inside him? Did fireflies flock around the sphere and form Jiskel? It raises some questions, but I'm probably best just moving right past them, as the party does too, leaving and only pondering why Jiskel appeared. Lulu claiming that even if he was sent, he must have held on to something so vital that his spirit still remained, whilst Auron claiming that it probably also means that he died an unclean death. Whilst Yuna goes back to the manor to give her answer to Seymour, the party waits outside, and we have these great little moments with Lulu whilst waiting, both revolving around this marriage. The first I'll gloss over as it simply just doubles down on the whole Yuna is doing this for the people, not for her, but it's this second interaction that I really like.
Listen, if Yuna gets married, then
What? That again?
Yes. If she is to marry, I would want her to marry for love.
See?
But if Yuna said she wanted to marry the one she loves, I would have to object.
Huh? You're not making much sense.
I know.
Confusing at first, I know, It sounds like Lulu is simply just contradicting herself, but we've had small moments like this before. I think by now, it is very clear to all but probably Tidus and Wakka that Yuna is in love with Tidus, and it is that love that Lulu and Auron have been worrying about. These feelings could be the only thing that could stop Yuna from pursuing her pilgrimage, the only thing that Yuna could possibly put before the wants of the people, and I really like the conflicting nature of this, because we aren't led to think of Lulu and Auron any less of people because of this concern. We don't think they are bad because they don't want Yuna to fall for Tidus, and the reason we never think that is because the game has already done such a good job of showing us just how vital a pilgrimage this journey really is. Sin needs to be stopped, and Yuna is one of the only few people that can do that. We learn that Seymour has already left for the next temple, and this discovery leads us to what I think is just a really bizarre scene.
They say Seymour went to Macarena Temple.
Macalania Temple.
Alright.
God, that eye delivery will haunt me till the day I die. Why does he say it like that? Is it meant to be like an I we hear in the actual Macarena song? What is even more bizarre is that this isn't even the first bit of pop culture we get in this game. Before, Tidus quotes, "Don't worry, be happy" to Kamari.
Don't worry, be happy?
The way both lines are treated is meant to be more coincidental, I believe. From what we see of Tidus' life, he would have no reason to know about these songs. He isn't from our world or our time, so I think that they are put in as just fun little lines the player can pick up on, rather than a kid at a time quoting pop culture. But it is still so weirdly jarring to hear Bobby McFerrin quoted in my Final Fantasy game. Here's a cool little background detail I bet a lot of you didn't notice. Throughout the game, you can find this guy, dressed all in blue, taking pics and recording Yuna, but never really drawing much attention to himself. Well, except for this one time. Well, if you return to the Farplane, you can sometimes catch him here speaking with the departed memory of his sister.
Been a while, sis. It's been 7 years, but you still look the same. Jeez, I'm older than you now. Oh, I guess it makes sense. Hey, I brought you something. Check this out. There we are. See? She looks just like you. Her name's Yuna. Boy, was I surprised first time I saw her. Of course she's not as good as you. If you were still alive, I bet you'd fight just like her. It's okay. Yuna will beat Sin for you. I know it. So, don't you worry. Okay, sis? See ya.
In all my playthroughs, this is the first time I've ever discovered this, and I love it so much. The next place in our journey is probably the most dangerous area in our entire pilgrimage, the Thunder Plains. An area of Spira with a constant thunderstorm happening. The only safety that we have here are these lightning towers that were built to conduct the thunder. Not that it does much good though, as we still get struck by lightning here a lot. It's interesting that Jose Temple isn't closer to here. With the constant thunder from the plains and the pairing of Ixion's Aeon, it would just fit a whole lot better in my opinion. I also had this theory that Barge Temple, that area that you first wake up in the beginning of the game, is close by to the Thunder Plains, because that too also has a constant stormy weather. But no, I'm completely wrong. If you ever consult the Final Fantasy X world map, you'll see that Barge Temple is a lot more closer to the likes of me and Highroad and Bikanel Island than the Thunder Plains. I do love this great little comedic scene in the Thunder Plains. With Rikku being as terrified as she is of the thunder, she begs the party to stay the night in an inn midway through the plains, and, well, just watch this. It's perfect.
I'm too young to die. You're mean, cruel. Your moms would be ashamed of you. Are you having fun doing this to me?
Fine. We rest. She's worse than the storm.
Them running back at the end from out of frame always gets me. We also keep hearing from people along the way that the Guado are telling everybody about the upcoming wedding, which at first may sound like the Guado getting a bit ahead of themselves and in their excitement for the wedding are jumping the gun and telling everybody, but it is just another sneaky way of Seymour controlling the situation. He has already sold this wedding as a hopeful and joyous thing for them both to do selflessly for the people of Spira, knowing just how much that would play on Yuna's character. But now, by already telling people that she has said yes, he has her back to the wall now. No way can Yuna ever be able to turn down his offer now, as she will then appear to be the bad guy in the whole situation. Well, Tidus has no issue playing the bad guy, as he just flat out tells people that Yuna is going to reject him. And this all means that Tidus presumed that he and Yuna walked away from that moment in the Farplane, with the understanding that Yuna was going to reject Seymour, and the rest of the party seems to think the same too. But as I mentioned before, it makes more sense for Yuna to tell the story of her father making the people happy, and understanding that she too must now say yes to Seymour to make the people happy. She sounds like she's making yet another sacrifice for the people of Spira, not rejecting him. And this is all but confirmed when Yuna stops the party at the end of the Thunder Plains to let them know that she is going to say yes to Seymour.
Somehow, my bad feelings always come true.
I've decided to marry.
I thought so.
But again, I never fully got the impression from the Farplane that she was ever going to reject Seymour. But the scene plays out like Yuna has changed her mind about the situation, and now she must marry Seymour. It's just really odd. To get to Seymour and our next temple, we have to pass through Macalania Woods, an area that has always given me a bit of a creepy vibe. It looks like a forest that has started to crystallise, which to me is really cool, but all the roots and branches are just so thorny and jagged, and it's a little ethereal, especially with the introduction of this weird parrot humanoid thing playing a harp. I noticed that here is where the difficulty steps up a little bit too. Nothing too major, as the party has been getting stronger also, but I definitely did notice that the fights were taking a little bit longer and had to be a little bit more planned out. Here it felt like I wasn't just bringing out a character to waste a turn just to get them XP, I actually needed them out. I always needed heals, I always needed a strong hitter, I always needed an accurate hitter or a quick hitter, a spellcaster to whittle down the enemies who now had beefier and beefier HP. And Kimahri and Rikku were also there. We also run into Bartello here, who comes running in with good news.
Have you seen Donna?
Donna? Can't say I have.
What's up? We got separated on the way here. Damn it all! I've got to find her!
A seemingly out-of-character moment for Auron happens in these woods too.
Wait. It is here. Somewhere.
What's here?
Something you should see.
But, Sir Auron...
It won't take long.
Considering that Auron has been super against anything sidetracking the party and only wants to focus on beating Sin as soon as possible, it seems so out of place that he would want to detour here, meaning that it has to be something really important that he has to show us. So we enter and run into our next boss fight, and yes, this too has its own unique strategy. This elemental blob can only really be hurt by magic, but it only has one elemental weakness. Every other element it absorbs. So you have to discover which magic it's weak to. To make this a little bit harder, it shifts its elemental weakness to a new element every single time it's hit, meaning that you have to bait out an attack by hitting it, and then whatever spell it uses to retaliate against you, use that weakness to beat this thing. It's a really clever puzzle within a battle, and I really do like this. After the fight, we find out what was so important that Auron needed to show us.
Hey, if you're sitting there watching this, it means you're stuck in Spira like me. You might not know when you'll get back home, but you better not be crying. Although I guess I'd understand. But you know what? There's a time when you have to stop crying and move on. You'll be fine. Remember, you're my son. And, well, never mind, I'm good at these things. Anyways, I believe in you. Be good. Goodbye.
I know this doesn't seem all that important, but lately Tidus has had his fair few scenes in which he expresses how alien he feels here, how he doesn't belong. He may have found a group of new friends that he is travelling with, but a part of him still wants to go home. So it's a great moment to show him this scene, show him that Jet had the same journey that he was going on, not the one against sin, but the internal one that Tidus is feeling. And it looks like Jet chose to give up on returning home, and now make peace with staying with his new group of friends that he has made. I wonder if it's a hint from Auron for Tidus to do the same, or whether he showed him it more so as an option for him, like this was Auron's way of saying, hey, I'm sorry you can't get home, but look, your dad figured that out too, but managed to stay with some new friends and he seemed okay with that. You can too.
He wanted to go home, but he knew he couldn't. He couldn't go on until he accepted it. Besides, even if he had found a way back, I don't think he would have left his friends behind before their journey was complete.
All right, let's go, guys.
Maybe I had to start accepting my own fate.
As we make it out the woods, now closer and closer to the temple, we are once again forced to speak with the revolting Seymour fanboy, Trommel, who once again separates the party from Yuna by taking her solo to the temple. He has this throwaway line about Guado traditions, as if it's an excuse to take her, but what is that exactly? Can only Guado lead summoners to Maclania Temple, or is he talking more about wedding traditions? And if he is, well, Yuna hasn't even said yes yet. There is no wedding. Why does this group of seasoned guardians, and Tidus, just let this walking tree trunk take Yuna? And it becomes even more of a joke when they are immediately attacked by the Bhed, leading the party to have to rush in and save them anyway. And the icing on the cake that is this insult is that when the party does appear, Trommel still tries to take Yuna and walk past everybody to continue onto the temple.
Lady Yuna!
Anyway, we got our next boss, whose gimmick is obviously spelled out during this cutscene. This machina can release a drone which creates an anti-magic field, which, as the name implies, we cannot cast spells nor summon any Aeons. What makes it a little bit tougher as well is the fact that the little drone is flying, meaning that really only Wakka can hit this thing, unless you use Rikku. Yes, my girl finally has her first big use in a fight. With her overdrive and usability, you can craft a lot of battle items that can KO the drone fairly quickly, letting the rest of the gang wail on the mech with no problems. A cool little detail that I really do like in this fight as well is that the anti-magic field also affects the boss, as once the drone is off the field, the machina counts down to a big attack it calls its mana beam, and if an anti-magic drone respawns back onto the field before that countdown is up, then it cancels out the attack when it hits 0. It's just a nice little addition to add to the fight. After the fight, and Rikku revealing herself as an Bhed to Wakka, we have probably the most common back and forth argument that I see between atheists and Christians.
This is great. I can't believe I've been traveling with an Bhed, a heathen.
You're wrong. We have nothing against Yevon.
But you Bhed used the forbidden machina. You know what that means? Sin was born because people use machina.
You got proof? Show me proof.
It's in Yevon's teaching. Well, not that you know.
That's not good enough. Yevon says this, Yevon says that. Can't you think for yourself?
Well, then you tell me. Where did sin come from, huh?
I don't know.
You badmouth Yevon, and that's all you can come up with.
Now imagine this whole scene again, but just input the Bible, and it plays out the exact same. Again, I'm not here to knock anybody's faith, you are absolutely free to believe in whatever you want. But Rikku just spells out exactly what I was speaking about before on Mihen. This blind faith devotion we can see in our religious communities. People who don't question anything, or explore anything deeper. They are simply just told what to believe, and believe it. And Wakka is such a perfect vessel for this exploration. A man whose grief had led him to lean heavily on the Yevon's teachings. because it gave him an answer that he needed, and more importantly, gave him something to blame on his brother's death. I also really like the call out that Tidus does at the end of this scene. Basically saying, hey listen, you've been fine with Rikku this entire time, but now that you find out she's an Al Bhed, suddenly she's bad news. All of these great little character moments also does distract us from the fact that we're about to jump on a land speeder to race the Macalania Temple. So I again have to ask, why the hell did we let Trommel take Yuna? There's a small moment on a speeder with Lulu that I want to bring up as well. When speaking about Wakka and the dislike of the Al Bhed, Tidus asks about sin itself. What is it? And can a human become one? Lulu says that she doesn't really know, but when pushed on whether she's ever wondered about these things, she replies,
There's no need to know, so no one asks. You run or you fight. That is really all you can do. There's no sense brooding over it.
And this is so interesting to me, because we forget that Lulu is just as much of a devotee of Yevon and his teachings as Wakka is. Maybe not as outspoken or as strict, but a follower nonetheless. However, I feel like her lack of questioning the teachings seems to come from a bit of nihilism. You can run, or you can fight when it comes to sin. That is all you can do. It's pretty much all she believes. Everything else is irrelevant when it comes to sin. And it's interesting this, as simply just knowing more about sin and what it is could be the very answer that they are all searching for. How do you truly defeat it? Why does it keep coming back? But I think part of Lulu has given up that hope, given up on sin never coming back. I think that's why she's a bit more forgiving on the Machina use as well, and why she's a lot less harsh on the Al Bhed.
Lulu? Just think of this as an opportunity to learn more about the Al Bhed.
Because at the end of the day, humanity is never going to be pure enough for sin to never return, so why bother brooding over it? We make it to Macalania Temple, and I think this is my favourite design out of them all, closely followed by Jose. This vast open space underneath an icy lake, held up by nothing but the temple, is such a cool design. Inside, we're about to enter the Cloister of Trials when a sneaky maid with Klepto comes running out with a sphere of Jiskel in Yuna's belongings.
What I am about to tell you is the unclouded truth. I swear it on my honor as a Guado. Listen to me very carefully, for I shall tell you the truth about my son Seymour. His mind is closed even to me, a maester of Yevon. But I can feel flames of darkness burning in his heart. He is using Yevon, the Guado, and even the summoners. If he is not stopped, he will surely bring destruction and chaos to Spira. I will leave this world soon, killed by my own son. But I do not fault him, because I was not wise enough. He has suffered and become twisted. I could not protect him and his mother from the world and its cruelty. I will accept death as punishment for my deeds. But whoever is watching this, I implore you to stop Seymour. Stop my son.
Okay, so Seymour is a psychopath apparently. Let's dive into this. Because this sphere is just gibberish. This man is saying absolutely nothing. Seymour is twisted with a mind closed off to even me. What are you talking about, man? I'll take you out too if you spoke to me in riddles all the damn time. He talks about how evil Seymour is, how he will cause nothing but destruction, and how he is using all the summoners and the people, but doesn't explain a single thing. What is he doing exactly? How is he doing all these things and using people? All the man has done so far is climb the ranks to Maester, and maybe killed his annoying dad, who seems to have just accepted his death anyway, as punishment, whatever that means. Sure, during the video, I've gone into ways that Seymour and the other Maesters have seemingly been manipulating people to their own ends, whether it be the wedding, or whether it be Operation Mihen, but that's more so a potential corrupt institution we have here, a group of power-hungry Maesters like Kinnock and Seymour, who want to climb the ranks and gain more power and control. That can make them bad guys, sure, but Jiskel here is talking like Seymour is pure evil, ready to destroy the world. He's setting him up like he's Sephiroth from Final Fantasy VII, a destructive tour de force that wants to wipe out the entire world. But nothing we have seen from Seymour is giving us that impression. And sure, if he is as evil and destructive as he says he is, then he's hiding it pretty damn well. We've got a really good Patrick Bateman over here. But this is a confessional, Jiskel. So for the love of God, man, confess something. Tell us something that Seymour has actually done that is so evil and twisted. Tell us he killed a pet bird with a bloody rock as a kid or something. Christ, just anything. The most we get is him declaring that Seymour is going to kill him. But this Spira is just the ramblings so far of a madman at the end of his life. He could just be deluded in imagining this for all we know. I ain't surprised Yuna wanted to speak to Seymour after seeing this, just to find out if it was all true. I wouldn't believe this Spira either. There's a quick line by Wakka as everybody races to confront Seymour that I also think is very telling of his devotion.
Where you going?
You saw it, didn't you? Seymour's bad news.
But he's a maester.
But he's a maester. It's so inconceivable to him that a maester could do anything this heinous, that you can clearly see him struggling with this. He doesn't outright reject the proof, and he still goes with the party to hear it from Seymour himself, but you can really tell that this is going to hit Wakka hard. He even needs a little bit of a pep talk from Auron, who tells him that they will have to protect Yuna from anyone, even a maester. And speaking of confronting Seymour...
Seymour!
Please be silent. Lady Yuna prays to the faith.
Make me! Yuna!
But why?
We saw Jiskel's sphere.
You killed him.
What of it? Lady Yuna, certainly you knew of these things, did you not? Well then, why have you come here?
I came to stop you.
I see. You came to punish me then. What a pity. Ah, of course. Protect the summoner even at the cost of one's life. The code of the Guardian. How admirable. Well, if you're offering your lives, I will have to take them.
Maester Seymour, I trust my guardians with my life, but they are also my friends. I will not stand by and watch them be hurt. I will fight you too!
All right!
Maester Seymour!
So be it.
Okay, so I think this confrontation is a bit of a mess. Firstly, the framing has always been a little bit weird to me. Seymour and his lackeys are at the Faith's door, so when Yuna emerges, she is closest to him, yet the next time that Yuna speaks, she is with the party, and I don't think you ever see her walk past Seymour, so it's always just been a little bit jarring to me. Same goes for the plan itself, because I have no idea what the actual plan was. Yuna abandons her guardians to go confront Seymour alone and do what exactly? Get a confession? Beat him up? She almost seems angry at the party for even being there when she first sees them.
But why?
There's also this moment where, once Yuna reveals that she knows everything that Seymour has done and has come to stop him, he reaches out his hand to offer for her to join him. Okay, mate, calm down there. You were just not that guy. You and your weird little dog hair body and Yu-Gi-Oh haircut are not going to change this woman's mind.
Ah, of course.
I think the best thing to come out of this whole scene is Seymour himself. Because Jiskel is right, he is a psychopath. He has no remorse for what he did, but more importantly, he takes no pride in what he did either, or give any reasons as to why he did it. He seems completely ambivalent to him killing his own father. He may say things like, "Oh, it's such a pity. Well, if I have to kill you, so be it." But he doesn't mean that. This means absolutely nothing to him, and I think that is what makes him such a genuinely good psychopath. I feel like he wasn't even trying to hide his nature. I feel like the only reason he didn't tell anybody about him killing his dad is simply because no one bothered to ask him. It's just so meaningless to him. This takes us into the fight with him, and again, with it being a boss fight, you know I have to throw some praise here, because once again, this boss fight just feels so unique, and almost puzzle-like actually. You see, Seymour has 2 guards with him, who each start buffing him with things like Shell to nerf magic attacks, and Protect, which nerfs physical damage. So you're already going to be dishing out a lot less damage to these guys. The real hardship come in the form of their counter-attacks. As for every attack, they counter with an auto potion, healing 1000 HP. And considering at this point in the game you are barely cracking 1000 damage, plus on top of that the Protects and the Shell buffs, this can really feel like an uphill battle you are facing. I also really like the fact that you can have some of the party members talk to Seymour during the fight, with these interactions buffing a stat in some way afterwards. My favourite being Tidus talking to him, because Seymour is just so sassy here, and it's hilarious.
I knew you were bad news the first time we met.
Oh, my sincerest apologies.
Seymour!
And Tidus's Seymour delivery always just gets me as well. I also really like the rhythm to this fight. Seymour has a sequence of spells he uses in a very specific order that the game even tells you. So if you play a hasted Yuna right and get her to buff the party with elemental protection spells, while the others are whittling away the Guado guards, you will be untouchable for the entire fight. And the fight gets even better once the guards are gone and you get a couple of hits on Seymour himself, because he'll resort to summoning Anima, to which you have to retaliate with your brand new Aeon Shiva. And just one entrance here. And what a way to make Shiva look stupid powerful. Having her go one-on-one with an Aeon like Anima really makes her seem like a powerhouse. I don't get this line from Seymour though, once you do beat Anima.
That power that defeated Anima, it will be mine!
Can you do that? And if you could, why would you need to do that? Each summoner can get the exact same copies of any Aeon, and you were literally at the trial of the temple that you are the High Maester of as well, mate. Can't you just, pop in, pray and acquire it? Oh yeah, you are a psychopath. Any of the faith would have sent you packing the moment you stepped into their chamber. After a third phase of just taking Seymour solo, we finally take the madman down. And I know what you're all thinking. Hasn't he just been introduced as our main villain? Surely we can't beat him this early in the game. Well, that's where the rat comes back in.
Lord Seymour! What happened here?
What have I done?
Wait a minute, it's not our fault at all. Seymour struck first, he's the bad guy.
You did this?
Yuna, send him.
No, stop! Stay away from him, traitors!
Okay, so I do have to cut Tremel some slack here. Look, I get it. This does look really bad to walk in on. Seymour is dead, and the party are throwing out baseless claims that, hey, he started it, he's the bad guy, with absolutely zero proof. This is a he said he dead situation. And of course Tremel wasn't going to believe them. To him, this is like finding out that Keanu Reeves is trying for world domination. So I get his reluctance to believe that he is a bad guy. But why wouldn't he let the sending happen? Everyone knows how vital that is. If they don't send the guy, he can come back as a fiend. Or worse, just come back to his normal creepy self. Now, of course, we couldn't have a temple without a trial. That's right, folks, we ain't getting out of this one. And you know what? I have to relent on something. I said before that I wouldn't call these puzzles, even though they appear to be just that, just because of how trial and error they are, with seemingly no solution or clue handed to the player to figure it out. And I do have to slightly relent there, because I can see the potential puzzles that each of these trials have. We had the burning doors and symbols back in Kilika, we had the powering up symbols with electricity back in Jose, and here we have everyone's favourite type of puzzle, ice puzzles. Yep, we have to slide about columns on ice to power back up each of the floors above us to get out of here. And I may have conceded on me not calling them a puzzle, but I still will never change my mind on these trials being the worst part of this game. I mean, say what you want about Blitzball and some of the endgame stuff that's still to come, they can suck, sure, but they aren't mandatory. This is, and it's such a chore to do every single time I play this game. And when we do finally get out of this icy hell, we have the scene that truly cemented my hatred for Tramiel.
Give us a chance to explain.
No need. I already know what I'll tell the other maesters.
Meaning?
Lord Seymour was the leader of the Guado before becoming a maester.
You're not letting us go.
Let you go? Lord Seymour would never forgive us if we did.
Wait! Wait! Disco's sphere! We can show it to them!
You mean this?
Hey!
The Guado take care of Guado affairs.
Oh, wait. Run!
I don't think I can accurately find the words on why I hate this man as much as I do, but I'm sure anybody who's watched that scene just feels it too, so I'm just going to skip over the rage-inducing why questions that I can ramble on with. The more interesting thing to consider is just how we all got here in the first place. Throughout our journey, each species we have discovered have come with a phrase that you may have all heard said in the game, but we have never discussed until now. The Ronso deal with Ronso problems. The Guado's problems are for the Guados. Any of this ringing a bell? We've heard members of the party say these lines, and I think it's that disconnect that has led us here. There doesn't feel like any real unity to this world. It still feels very dog-eat-dog, and I think it's that mentality that has led to Tramiel doing what he does here. If word got out that Seymour was indeed evil, and that he had attacked the daughter of the beloved Lord Braska, and that he had killed his beloved father Jiskel, the damage it would do to the Guado and human relations would set them back decades. I don't think they would ever recover from it, in fact. I single Tramiel out as the king suck-up and rat that he is, and I stand by that, sure. But there's plenty of other Guados present here that are also turning their blind eye to these crimes. Tramiel is refusing ascending, interfering with the duties of a summoner, destroying evidence, and they all turn a blind eye to it, in the name of their fellow Guado. I like this little detail when we are escaping, of seeing a Wakka teleport with the save sphere, something that we'll be able to do a little bit later on. It's a real blink and you'll miss it moment, which I do like, and may go to explain how he keeps beating us to the next location. I also like how they keep consistently showing the heightened level of speed that this species has. I mean, look how quick they catches up here, and they look like they ain't even trying. I will say though, that I don't like how they only chase you on this one screen. I mean, I do get why. It could be a little annoying to the player to have these constant Guado fights, especially with that auto potion ability that they all seem to possess. But it does feel like a slight cop-out to set this chase sequence up, have it last only one screen, but then also still have those pursuing Guados appear for the boss fight. Imagine watching Ghostface chase Sydney throughout her house, but then refuse to run up the stairs after because he ain't feeling up to the cardio. This is what it feels like to me, like the Guado are only half-arsing this chase. As I just mentioned as well, this chase with the Guado leads into our next boss fight, and you know what? The streak had to end somewhere, because this so-called boss has just nothing much to it. It is literally a basic enemy that we will be fighting later on in the game, this rage-induced Yeti. The only real change from basic enemy to a mini-boss at best is the fact that the Guado are also involved. They do their usual auto potions and buffs, but we just had that with Seymour, so we can handle them. I will say though that the combination of this Wendigo and the Guado do work as a more dangerous team in my opinion. Seymour was easily countered using elemental protections, but this Wendigo is all fists, and you can't really counter it that much. After our fight, something happens that I feel like is probably the most sloppy part of the game. I've mentioned a few times now that the game has moments that I feel are necessary, but are just handled and framed very oddly. So, after the fight, the Wendigo has smashed the ice and we have all fallen deep beneath the lake, even further below the temple. It's such a miracle that we've even all survived. I mean, even Tidus comments that they haven't even got a scratch on them. And this all starts off fine. We check in with everybody, then they all come together to discuss our next move.
I wanted to confront Maester Seymour about his father, Lord Giskel. I wanted to convince him to turn himself in to Yevon's judgment.
In exchange for marriage?
Yes, if that's what it took.
So, what did Seymour say?
He didn't say anything. Now I don't even think it was worth it. I should have told you what I was going to do.
Enough! Dwelling in the past is futile.
Hey, you don't have to say it like that.
You want to waste time listening to her regrets?
You don't have to say it like that.
Our immediate concern is Yuna's pilgrimage. Are you willing to go on?
Yes. But then, do you think Yevon will allow it?
The Faith are the ones that give power to the summoners. Not the temples or the teachings. If the temples try to stop us, then we will defy Yevon if we must.
Whoa!
I can't believe you said that!
Sir Auron?
Count me out. We have to atone, to make up for the sins we have committed. Of course. It's not like I ever liked Maester Seymour, yeah? No way I'll ever forgive him for killing Lord Giskel. And for trying to do us all in two, you know? But still, the bunch of us going against Yevon? No way!
But still, we have transgressed. And must face our punishment.
We must go to Bevelle. We must speak with Maester Micah and explain what has happened. There is no other way, I think.
I agree.
And this scene is great, even if it does start with Yuna trying to explain her entire plan for Seymour, which, again, just makes no sense whatsoever. So, Yuna explains that she wanted to ask Seymour to hand himself in and confess to his crimes, and in exchange, she will marry him. This is the dumbest trade-off I think I've ever heard. So, Seymour is clearly trying to marry Yuna for nefarious reasons, the simplest one that I can think of being more power. His union will make them Spira's biggest power couple. But Yuna wants him to confess all his sins and hand himself over to then presumably be stripped of all his titles, his ranks, maybe even serve prison time. So if he was going to do all of that, why would he still want to marry you, girl? What could he possibly get out of that relationship other than awkward eye contact? It's just so... I was going to say naive of her, but I don't even think this is naivety. This is just straight up dumb. And it also opens up a tiny little plot hole. Yuna was asked what Seymour said when she confronted him, and she replies, nothing. But when we confronted Seymour, he says, surely you knew about this to Yuna, in which she then reveals that she does, and then joins the party for the fight, so Yuna hadn't even confronted Seymour at that point. So why is she lying to us here? I also want to bring up this parallel between Wakka and Lulu, because I keep having to remind myself that Lulu is just as much of a follower of Yevon as Wakka is. They both feel remorse for their actions, they both feel like traitors, they both feel the weight of that word too, traitor. And they both feel like they now need to atone for their sins and be served the punishment. Wakka is just way more outspoken about it. So I've mostly been praising some of this scene or pointing out some of its oddities. Where does the actual sloppiness come in? Well, here comes Sin.
The singing stopped.
There's something here.
The ground.
Sin!
The toxin, watch out!
Okay, first of all, play a drinking game for every time Tidus has been knocked out and wakes up face down, choking on a body of water, miles away from where he just was. Because my god, how is this man not dead? So, the sloppiness. I don't know if I even need to ask this. We all saw that, right? Like, what the hell happened? It's the location that just makes it all confusing for me. We are already under the ice, deep beneath the temple, and Sin, as it turns out, is even more beneath us. It just feels a bit too much in my opinion. We do need it so the party can wind up in Bikanel, I get that, but maybe we just have our party fall beneath the ice and get washed up in Bikanel. I really don't feel like we need to have Sin get involved here. And again, what about the toxin? I always have to bring this up because whenever Sin is involved in any scene, everybody always says things like, watch out for Sin's toxin, that toxin will get you. Don't mind him, he got too close to Sin's toxin. Well, what about now? We didn't see anything, but surely we must have got close to Sin during all of this. I don't think Sin lifted the ground from underneath us and flew to Bikanel, and I certainly don't think Sin teleported us here. As for Bikanel itself, I really love this place. I love that the first thing that we see is this beautiful body of reflective water, where we can see the beaming sun in that reflection. It's such a nice little touch to really get how scorching hot this area must feel. It really does work for me as well. I feel tan just running around this area. I also really like the first fight that you always get in here. Bikanel is host to a couple of really difficult enemies. They are strong, they are tanky, and the fights go on for a very, very long time. The first of those enemies is a zoo. So when we encounter it right away, with just Tidus on his own, you are absolutely screwed. You simply just cannot win this fight. And when all hope is lost, and you're about to die, in steps in Auron, to immediately get one-upped by Lulu, striking Zoo from off-screen and stepping in. It's such a cool little moment. Our next task is finding the rest of the party, which doesn't take too long, as most are simply just waiting for us in one spot for us to find them, or in Kamari's case, well, I don't know what he's actually doing here. The real star in this area though is Rikku, because once we find her, this area becomes pretty trivial. You see, not only does she have the ability to take apart these Machina enemies in just a single touch, but she also gets access to one of the best healing items in the game, the Bhed potion, and with Yuna still missing, we will need to heavily lean on Rikku and this item. And it is fitting that Rikku also gets to shine brightest here.
I know where we are. We're on Bikanel Island. There's a place us Bhed call home near here. Yuna's there, I'm sure of it.
Or, from the way things are now looking here, was their home. Yep, Yevon and the Guado have launched a full-on war on the Bhed, it seems, and it is looking really bad for the Bhed. This place is falling apart, meaning that we have to race through it in search of Yuna and the other missing summoners. Now, seeing all the death and destruction of her home is obviously going to hit Rikku very hard, and we finally have a moment here during all the chaos in which Wakka starts to turn around.
This place done for.
You're right. You're right, Wakka. We Bhed, we weren't always like this. Sin destroyed the island, where we all used to live. After that, we were scattered to every corner of Spira. But then, my dad brought the Bhed together again. If we put our minds to it and work together, then we could make a new home. Everyone worked hard. We had our home back again. But now, why did things have to turn out this way?
Rikku! Damn those Guado! What are they thinking?
For the first time, he doesn't blame the Bhed for any of this. He doesn't declare it as some righteous justice that these heathens deserve, like he may have done back earlier in the game, and he doesn't hide behind an excuse either. He's just simply there for Rikku. Now, I don't give him full credit here, because he still doesn't mention Yevon. He just blames the Guado here, which is, well, it's still not great. It feels like it's moving the blame from one minority to another, and still not hitting the root of the problem, the main enemy, so to speak. But it is slight progress. I think he is getting there.
I get why you did it, but...
We're also about to get a world-shattering revelation, but before we do, we have this really great scene that sets it all up.
Rikku, what is the Summoner's Sanctum?
The Summoner's Sanctum is where we keep the Summoners. We keep them safe there.
You kidnapped them.
I know it's against the teachings and all that.
I get why you did it, but...
Well, I sure don't get it, Wakka. They might get hurt on their pilgrimage. So you kidnap them? I mean, if the Summoners don't do their job, then who will beat Sin? You want to protect them, I know. But Guardians are there for that. If Guardians do their job well, Summoners will be safe. Right? Right?
It's quiet. Kimari goes now.
Yuna, please be here!
It may seem a touch over the top. We have the main Zanarkand theme kicking in, and the dramatic thunder, but I just think it all works super well, even for those who have no idea what is about to happen. You must know that something big is coming. I love how the music doesn't come back after that scene ends neither. The Zanarkand theme continues to play. It doesn't let you ease back to normality until we hit the next scene, where we get our bombshell.
Yuna!
She's not here. Hello again. Wait there until we have performed the sending.
They died, protecting us. It's not much, but the least we can do is give them a proper sending.
Hey, what's sacrificed? The Bhed said summoners were being sacrificed. That summoners shouldn't have to do a pilgrimage.
Why couldn't they trust Guardians to protect the Summoners? The Bhed had no right stopping their pilgrimage.
The pilgrimages have to stop. If they don't, and they get to Zanarkand, they might defeat Sin. Yuna could... But then she... Yuna will die, you know? You know, don't you? Summoner's journey to get the final Aeon. Yuna told you, didn't she? With the final Aeon, she can beat Sin. But then... If she calls it, then the final Aeon's gonna kill her. Even if she defeats Sin, it will kill Yuna too, you know?
Was I the only one who didn't know? Tell me why! Why were you hiding it? Why didn't I know?
We weren't hiding it.
It was just too hard to say.
Lulu! How could you? How could you? Isn't she like a sister to you? I thought you were family. Why don't you do something, Wakka?
Don't you think we tried to stop her? She follows her heart.
Yuna, she knew what she was doing when she chose to become a summoner. To face sin, yeah? Yuna knew.
But Wakka, that's just totally wrong. Summoners shouldn't have to sacrifice themselves. Just so the rest of Spira can be happy, right?
But that is our choice.
We all live in fear of sin, you know that.
A world without sin. That is the dream of all Yevon's children. And we will use that power even if it means our lives.
I've been telling Yuna! Let's go to Zanarkand together! Let's beat Sin! I told her all the things! We could! And all along, the whole time, I didn't know anything! But Yuna, she'd just smile.
That's right, unfortunately Donna is still alive. Oh, and we get the reveal that the whole pilgrimage is just one big sacrifice. Yuna will die when she summons the final Aeon to defeat Sin. And my god, I just love this moment. I think it's all done so perfectly. Firstly, Rikku's side of things, the Bhed. Turns out they have been kidnapping summoners to keep them from sacrificing themselves, which, you know, sounds noble and all, but all in all it is pretty dumb at the end of the day. Look, ideally, of course the summoner shouldn't need to die to beat Sin, that's obvious. But if a soldier wants to sign up to fight in a war they know they might die in, who are we to stop that soldier? I know that comparison doesn't 100% line up in this context, because there's no ulterior motive to the sacrifice. Yevon ain't sending in summoners to die beating Sin so they can drain its oil supply or anything. But I still can't help but to draw that comparison. I still kind of think what the Bhed doing is wrong. Sure, their heart is in the right place. They are trying to be good. But it's like Azaru and Donna say. They know what they are doing. They are prepared to make that sacrifice for the sake of Spira's happiness, even if it's just for a brief moment. So, how dare the Bhed rob these people of that? Especially when they don't really seem to have any plan in place to change things. They are kidnapping summoners to stop them from dying, but then what? What is going to stop Sin now? What are you even going to do with all these summoners? Just keep them here forever as prisoners? It just feels like half a plan that they have here. I love Tidus here as well, because obviously he is going to be the most distraught to hear about this news, and you just feel it here. Imagine falling for a woman, talking about all the plans you want to do with her, just to find out that she's been hiding the fact that she's going to die in a matter of weeks. That is just heartbreaking. And he must feel like such a bad guy here as well, because all he's been talking about is, well, after Sin we'll do this, after Sin we can go here, after Sin we'll come back to this place. God, the guilt he must now feel. I think that's why he starts this reaction by being angry at everybody else. Why didn't you tell me? Why did you let me say all those things to her? Make all those plans? It's just a really well written scene here in my opinion. And I love that we do get a little bit of an explanation from Lulu and Wakka, because it can be easy to forget how close they are to Yuna also. I mean, even Tidus says so. They see this girl like she is family, like a little sister, so how could they let her go ahead with this? But at the end of the day, as heartbreaking as it is to see her do it, they were never going to be able to stop her. My favourite part about all of this though, is that now upon a second playthrough, you can see all the foreshadowing that led to this revelation. The biggest one that I can think of off the top of my head is the Moonflow scene. Just how quiet everybody gets when Tidus suggests that they all come back here after Sin.
Then, once we beat Sin, we're coming back.
Just look at how sad everybody looks. It's exactly how they all reacted to the build-up scene to this revelation as well. Another moment is back before Operation Mayhem, the moment Yuna tried to stop Lulu from passing, because she knows that he will die if he joins in with this fight. She soon relents and lets him pass, to which Tidus' narration says,
"It would be a long time before I ever really understood the reason why Yuna let Lulu pass that day."
And now it all makes sense. Of course she understands sacrifice. Lulu's may seem less of an important sacrifice, a pointless one even, as at least with Yuna's, it can at least guarantee a calm. But it's a sacrifice nonetheless, and Lulu has made that choice, so Yuna had to respect it. It also just adds to these little moments that Yuna has had throughout the game. She often speaks about how she wants the journey to be full of laughter and smiles, and it all makes even more sense now. She understands the sacrifice that she is making, but she also must understand what she is asking of her friends and loved ones. She is asking them to essentially walk her to her own death. So I'm not sure if this want or desire for the walk to be full of laughter and smiles is her way of trying to mask the pain, stop people's sadness from maybe changing her mind, or if it's just her wanting her last moments with her loved ones to be happy ones. I mean, maybe it's all of them, but God, I just love it all. All the little additions to characters and moments we have already seen, it really does reward a second playthrough because of this reveal in my opinion, and I think that just speaks to the strength of this narrative. Tidus next confronts Cid about where Yuna is. And okay, goddamn Tidus, I didn't know you were that strong. He lifts this man off the ground without so much as a brow of sweat across his forehead. I do like how Tidus is confronted and what he's actually going to do if he sees Yuna. Because, yeah, he is angry at everybody else right now and feeling guilty and sorry to her, but when all that is said and done, is he just going to sit back and watch her die? The part of this that I don't like, however, is the fact that it is coming from Cid of all goddamn people. Words are words, actions are actions, but where are your actions, Cid? You have half a plan, mate. Kidnap people, that's it. The man has no real solutions, and I think this is why I can't fully support what the Al Bhed are doing. If he even just claimed that they heard of some other way of beating Sin, but the teachings forbid it, maybe the use of some ancient machina that could beat Sin, and that's why they're all salvagers, then I'll be a lot more on his side. But right now, these are just people that feel like they are doing the right thing. They are more akin to that annoying self-righteous group of people. And after all that bravado, the man doesn't even know where Yuna is. But he is searching, so at least there's that. Not before having to deal with their home base though. I still don't fully understand why they have to nuke their home base. There could have easily have been survivors there for a start. I knew it looked like a massacre when running through it, but you just never know with these things. And also, couldn't you have just returned at some point? Not even to like move back in, but to salvage it. I'm assuming that they would have a lot of useful machina at that base, and now it's just up in smoke. Was it purely just to wipe out the fiends and the attacking Guado? Because I feel like it was, but I've never been entirely sure with this scene. Whilst we are on the topic, how did Yevon even find them? This was a top secret only the Al Bhed knew, I assume, on a remote desert island. Why would Yevon even be looking for them here? How did they make it here? This looked like a full-blown invasion. Yevon, and by them I just mean Seymour, judging by the fact that the Guado were used to attack, must have known about this place for a very long time to plan out this attack. And I do really like this fort. The idea of Seymour having these grand schemes that we see get put in place, like this invasion, like Operation Mayhem, but is never fully explained to us, and better yet, never monologued to us via Seymour. We do not need a villain exposition speech from him. Him moving these chess pieces behind the scenes already makes him a fun and conniving villain. I know I ask a lot of questions sometimes, but I'm just making talking points. I understand that not everything that was overlooked slightly is a plot hole, and not everything needs to be explained. Going back to the destruction of the base, the part of this scene that I feel like is the weakest is Cid himself. He's just all over the emotional spectrum in this scene, to a point where I don't know how he is even feeling. First, he joins in with the hymn, whilst blowing his home up. Then he's hootering and hollering at all the big explosions, and then he's like, "Why are you crying? Man up, we will rebuild," to his own son. All of this in a span of like 15 seconds. It's crazy. I do like they are giving Wakka a lot of scenes with Rikku here, to really try and build this bond between them. Really show that Wakka is warming up to her, and maybe even the rest of the Al Bhed. Too bad he is about as comforting as a spiky skunk.
Boom! Like happy festival fireworks, yeah?
Now let's talk about the airship itself, because I do love this thing, even if I do always forget its name. It's just so massive for a start. This place is so spacious. I can see how they managed to save as many people as they did. We even bump into Donna and Izaru again, who both have very opposite resolves now. Izaru is still as ever eager and willing to lay down his life for the people of Spira, but Donna's now having second thoughts, and even asked you straight up, what would you think if I said I was quitting my pilgrimage? Now, I've said my piece on Donna. From the very first moment we met her, she was just the worst. Petty and jealous for some preconceptions she clearly has about Yuna. She never strikes you as someone who has become a summoner for the right reasons, until the revelation that summoners sacrifice themselves. I even presumed that Donna was simply doing this just for fame and glory. And that would go a long way to explain her jealousy of Yuna, someone who already has that fame and glory in her eyes. And who knows, maybe this is still the case. Maybe Donna sees the statues built in the honour of summoners like Braska and just wants that. Maybe she wants to go out as a martyr, rather than making a noble sacrifice. That all being said, this is the most human moment we have with Donna, and it's just a really nice one. Tidus, in all his simple bluntness of just not knowing why it would be so terrible for a summoner who quit in this world, tells us something that she needs to hear for that final push. Simply, who cares what they think? Stop doing everything for them and finally do something for yourself.
So who cares? Why not do your own thing and let them say what they want?
Easy for you to say. But, you do have a point. Maybe Bartello and I should go someplace far away.
Going back to the airship a moment, I love how it was foreshadowed at the very beginning of the game. Now, I don't know if it's the same one. I think it is, because, well, it would be a bit of a coincidence if they just so happened to stumble upon two airships, but the salvage job that you can help out with at the beginning of the game is said to be an airship. Two of the Albeds are even talking about it, and I just think that's really, really cool. I know it sounds dumb to say, it really does flesh out the world a little bit for me. Things are happening in this world that don't have to revolve around just the main characters, which is what makes me like the idea of Seymour plotting the Mihen job and the Albed invasion behind the scenes. Back on the bridge, and we finally have a lead on Yuna.
Vitran! For Yuna! Frana! Effen Krufri! Yuna!
That's right, Seymour is confirmed to still be, well, not alive, but unsent as they say. And he's still going to go ahead with this wedding idea. Not entirely sure why, but there's no time to think. We need to rush straight to Bevelle and crash this wedding. But not before taking on our next boss. And I'm glad to say that they step it up with this boss fight here. Evry, the guardian beast that protects the skies above Bevelle. Now, with that description, you've probably already guessed that this fight takes place in the sky, so you think we'll be stuck using magic on Wakka again, like we usually have been. However, the nice gimmick here to this fight is distance. Evry can be super close up to us, allowing characters to hit it, but we can also move the ship away from it to fight from a distance. Well, that seems a bit useless to pull away, I hear you think. Yes, it would be. That's why they cleverly had Evry build up to its most deadly attack, a powerful poison breath attack that does a lot of damage to the whole party. It's just really great little design choices here that help guide the player to use this distance mechanic. It's just too bad that it sucks. The idea in itself is fine, the execution is where I have my problems. Firstly, only Rikku and Tidus can give the command to move. Why? That seems just really arbitrary. But that's just a very small gripe. My big issue is, once you actually give the command, you have to wait for the ship's turn for it to move closer or further away. So the majority of the time, Evry will build up its strong attack, you give the command to move, and then Evry will fire off that attack before the ship has even had its turn to move. So the whole strategy just falls apart. So you might as well just stay close. Just tank the hit, use Rikku as your healer, and finish this fight quick. Move Evry back to maybe give yourself some breathing room to heal at most. After we drop Evry, we are treated to a number of really cool scenes, starting with the party making a grand entrance to crash the wedding. I love the little blink and you'll miss it detail of Kimahri carrying Lulu during the scene. I guess Square decided that the thought of Lulu grinding a zipline was too much for us all to buy into. Speaking of Kimahri as well, that poor guy's feet. My god, imagine the 3rd degree rope burns he'll have now. I also love that Wakka and Rikku are doing this in nothing but sandals pretty much. The whole thing is just so silly and ridiculous in the best of ways. A small bit of detail I also want to bring up is dialogue, specifically battle dialogue. I was listening to a video the other day that was discussing how tanking to one's enjoyment it can be to hear the same few lines of dialogue repeated over and over again. And my go-to example of this is Goofy and Donald looking for ingredients in Kingdom Hearts 3. Now I already hate that game as it is, so these repeated lines were just like nails on a goddamn chalkboard to me. Whereas here, not only do I never feel like I hear too many battle lines repeated over and over, but it goes one step beyond by having a fair amount of unique battle dialogue, like this moment.
Stay right there, Seymour!
I also think back to little moments from the beginning, such as when Tidus is first shown Valefor in a fight. That one of the next fights that you can get into, if you have him, Lulu, and Yuna in your party, here's a chance of saying, "Yuna, summon, now!" To which Lulu actually replies to him, asking who he thinks he is. The game is just littered with these partially hidden battle dialogue lines, and it is just great character work. I do find it interesting that we find a lot of battle machina being used whilst fighting through Bevelle. I would think that that is exactly the kind of machina that is forbidden throughout Spira, but again, it shows the hypocrisy of these maesters, now clearly more than ever. When we cut through all the guards and make it to Yuna, we have a personal favourite scene of mine play out.
You would play at marriage just for a chance to send me? Your resolve is admirable. All the more fitting to be my lovely wife.
Stop! Do you not value your friends' lives? Your actions determine their fate. Protect them, or throw them away. The choice is yours.
You are wise.
I just want to split this scene up and talk about Yuna's plan again. So, I was under the impression that she was just simply kidnapped, but Seymour frames it more like she agreed to come and marry him just to try and send him, which would be crazy if true. Now I'm going to gloss over the whole where the hell was she even keeping her staff line of questioning and ask more so why she picked this moment. She waited until the very moment that her friends were in danger, where guns were literally being pointed at their heads to be like, alright, now's a great time to play my hand. No, girl, they have to leverage here. Even if the party didn't turn up, do you really think that the entire army that is currently surrounding you would just let you dance for like 40 minutes to send him? Yuna, I am so sorry to say this because I do love you, but you are a lousy planner. You cannot scheme to save your life, girl, and that's okay.
Kill them.
I am sorry, but it is for Yevon.
Aren't those weapons forbidden by Yevon?
There are exceptions.
No! Throw down your weapons. Let them go, or else. Leave now, please.
You're coming with us.
Don't worry. Go.
This is foolish. If you fall, you'll die.
Don't worry. I can fly. Believe.
Yuna!
Cover your eyes!
What was that?
An all-bed flash bomb!
Let me go! I'm gonna kill that Seymour.
Yuna said leave. We leave.
We'll join up with her later.
Break through! Ah! Ah!
Yep, in the least shocking turn of events, Seymour was planning on killing the party anyway. Luckily, Yuna actually pulls off a hell of a save. Now, as great as this plan was, again, you just really need to work on your timing, Yuna. I appreciate the magic girl energy you brought into this. It's very Sailor Moon, it's very Cardcaptor Sakura of you, but your threatening to jump was the only leverage that you had. Did you not think to wait until the party had escaped before jumping? I mean, if it wasn't for Rikku and her flashbang, then Seymour would have just turned round after seeing that you were safe and just executed everybody. I also find it crazy that whilst escaping, Yuna and the entire party all decide to go to what is probably the most obvious place to go to, the temple. But I get it, with the way you are with Bevelle and the Maesters, this would be the only time to visit this faith. I do love how they also show the use of Machina inside the temple, again showing the hypocrisy of the Maesters, and even getting Wakka to a potential breaking point with Yevon and its teachings. He isn't quite at a "I renounce this religion" yet, but he is certainly questioning the people who should be enforcing the teachings. Now comes to what is probably my most hated trial, and that is saying something. The idea of riding the rails and being able to control where you turn at these arrows do come simple enough to the player, but my god, is this still a horrible player experience in my opinion. Firstly, it's just the speed of it all. You feel trapped on the tracks for a long time, and if you accidentally hit the wrong direction, or get off where you don't need to because you are still figuring out this puzzle, then it just becomes this long-winded slog. And speaking of the arrows, do you know how infuriating it is to say, need to turn right at a very particular moment, but have the timing of the arrows always point ahead of you as you are passing, forcing you to the edge of the trial to fall off and repeat the exact same track 5 times in a row? Because I do. All they needed to do was allow the player to confirm what direction they want to take each arrow to avoid this. And what makes this oversight even more baffling is that we already have that with one of the arrows. It stops you and actually asks the player what direction they want to take. So why couldn't we just do that with every other arrow? Anyway, we pass the trial and this time head into the actual Chamber of the Faith to make sure that Yuna is there. And I just have to point out how oblivious Tidus can be sometimes. It's already odd that his first question is, who's that? Despite the fact that he has had the faith explained to him multiple times by now. But his real question should be, hey, don't I know you? Because yes, this faith looks exactly like the little Yu-Gi-Oh boy that has kept appearing to us throughout the game. And also in the least surprising turn of events, since Seymour going back on his word and trying to kill us, Kinnock and his men went straight to the temple to capture us. And here we have the Mask of Yevon and their maesters shift to really show us that ugly underbelly.
Summoner Yuna, you have sworn to protect the people of Yevon, true?
Yes.
Then consider. You have inflicted dire injury upon Maester Seymour Guado, conspired with the Bhed and joined in their insurrection. These are traitorous and unforgivable crimes that disturb the order of Yevon. Tell this court what possessed you to participate in such violence.
Your Grace. The real traitor is Maester Seymour. He killed his father Jiskel with his own hands.
What is this?
Hadn't you heard?
Not only that, Maester Seymour is already dead.
It is a summoner's sacred duty to send the souls of the departed to the Farplane. Yuna was only doing her job as a summoner.
Grand Maester Micah, please send Seymour now.
Send the unsent to where they belong?
Yes. Maester?
Send the dead, You would have to send me, too.
What? Grand Maester Micah is a wise leader. Even in death, he is invaluable to Spira.
Enlightened rule by the dead is preferable to the misguided failures of the living.
Life is but a passing dream, but the death that follows is eternal.
Men die, beasts die, trees die, even continents perish. Only the power of death truly commands in Spira. Resisting its power is futile.
But what of sin? I am a summoner, my lord, like my father before me. I am on a pilgrimage to stop the death that sin brings. Are you telling me that too is futile? Grand Maester Micah, I am not alone. All the people who have opposed sin Their battles, their sacrifices, were they all in vain?
Not in vain. No matter how many summoners give their lives, sin cannot be truly defeated. The rebirth cannot be stopped. Yet the courage of those who fight gives the people hope. There is nothing futile in the life and death of a summoner.
Never futile, but never ending.
Indeed, that is the essence of Yevon.
Lord Micah.
Yevon is embodied by eternal, unchanging continuity, summoner.
No, that can't be right.
Those who question these truths, they are traitors.
Lord Micah!
Now firstly, the whole Micah twist. On the one hand it kind of works, but he was also just the same guy who threatened to kill Yuna's friends a moment ago if she tried to send Seymour, so come on, was this really a twist villain? Yuna should have already been very cautious of him from that very moment. And I kind of use the word villain reluctantly. Seymour is a villain, sure, and I do love his sassy little reply to Kelk when the death of Jiskel is brought up. But as for everybody else, can they really be seen as villains here? I mean, sure, they are lying to the people, not just about Micah being unsent, but even about their own teachings. But Micah seems pretty certain that sin is eternal, and everything else just revolves around this hopeless cycle of death. But that is why they seem to rely on upholding the teachings so much, to provide hope for the people of Spira. So yes, it does require sacrifice and hardship, but the hope that one day they will be free of sin is all they can really offer to the people, even if it is a lie. And I really do like this philosophical quandary. I think of it almost like people who believe in mediums. Now take away how you might feel about the practice itself, and how scummy those claiming to be mediums and psychics really are. Is it not almost worse to tell those customers and mediums that they are wrong to believe in what they believe? Because if they need to believe that they can speak to a deceased loved one, if they need to believe in an afterlife where they can see these loved ones, who are we to tell them no? Who are we to even mock them, or try to bombard them with proof and evidence of what they believe in is wrong and false? Because then all you've done is taken away their hope. The people of Spira's lives don't change for the better if you reveal that Yevon has been lying to them. In fact, you'll probably just make the whole thing worse. Because if they have no hope of sin being beaten for good, well then what's the point in living? Why would they even bring children into a world where sin might just attack at any moment? Maybe riots will even break out, and Bevelle will certainly be attacked. I know for a certain that the amount of people that would then want to become summoners will plummet, and then boom, there goes your calm. So even though Micah and the other maesters are clearly in the wrong, and the teachings are clearly a lie, I can't help but look at how much worse the world will be without those lies. Our trial is determined, and we are to be thrown into Via Purifico, and this is just another bit of a mess. This time though, I feel like not only is it a mess, but it also just serves no purpose. Unlike the previous messy scenes that I've mentioned, I find very little merit to this area. Firstly, it just seems like a very confusing execution. I mean, even Tidus and Wakka point this out.
What's our sentence?
Think they expect us to give up and die down here?
Ugh, well that's a lame way to kill someone.
It would make way more sense if there was a boss down here, a terrifying fiend that they feed these traitors to, but we don't really get that. We get two bosses, which I'll cover in a moment, but neither of them are a permanent residents of this prison. It's also odd that both parties are split. I get that they have only programmed Tidus, Wakka and Rikku to be able to fight underwater, but from a narrative perspective, why are they separated? In two very distinct looking prisons as well. Yuna in a tunnel-like labyrinth, and Tidus in the water. Speaking of Yuna being on her own, I do like the use of her. It really gets to showcase our new Aeon, Bahamut, an absolutely beast of a summon, and the strongest one we can casually get. With this guy, we can one-shot everything down here, whilst we find the rest of our allies and an exit. Even though, I do have to wonder why they even bothered making an exit for these prisons. This is for execution purposes only, I assume. We aren't prisoners that they would have to keep fed or watered, so why even make exits? I also think that the bosses here are super weak. Let's start with Yuna's fight. You see, we do find an exit, only to run into Azaru. He says after landing in the Calmlands, he went to Bevelle where Kinnock summoned him and told him to deal with the traitors, and I think this would have worked a lot better if we hadn't just seen Azaru and Bikanel. He's just witnessed Yevon and the Guado massacre the Al Bhed, who laid down their lives to protect him and the other summoners, so surely he'll be a little bit dubious of Yevon. And even if he isn't, and hasn't given the whole attack a moment's thought, the fact that he also knows Yuna should also be a deterrent. Why would he, for a moment, have any reason to question Yuna and think of her as a traitor? Now, I do get this partly. If a devout follower is told something, it is very hard for them to question it, no matter how outlandish it may seem. But my god, man, even Wakka's questioning Yevon's ways at this point. Just have a moment where you at least struggle with the decision at least. I just always wonder if this fight would have worked a hell of a lot better with Donna, as we've already had this built-up rivalry between the two. And this jealousy motif could be behind her final decision to actually fight Yuna. Maybe it was a good thing we told her to quit her pilgrimage back in the airship. Anyway, this boss is just also super easy. We wiped the floor with most of his Aeons with Bahamut alone, and when he brings out that bad boy, stopping us from summoning our own Bahamut for some reason, he's a heavily weakened version, letting us just tank his hits and whittling him down, beating him. There's no real thought or strategy here, just mindlessly attack until you win, in which afterwards, Azaru tries to save some face by telling us something we already know.
Stay away. There's a way to the surface up ahead.
Yeah, mate, I know the exit is this way. We were literally heading there until you stepped up to us. Don't play helpful now.
Your pilgrimage is over.
Now, Tidus' side is a little worse in my opinion, and I'll explain. The boss is the unsent version of Evray, which does bring up its own set of questions, but never mind about that. The trouble I have with this fight is that it presents two very distinct fight paths that you can take, but heavily nudges the player in only one of those directions. Okay, so Evray is dead, so any healing will now harm it, meaning that a simple Phoenix Down, an item that revives a dead player, will pretty much just one-shot it. It's a great, really nice, short and sweet gimmick boss. So why is there a whole other option here? You may have noticed that the party has the ability now to open a locked door, that locked door being the big old gate that's behind us, and when we do, we can swim into the next room in which Evray will follow us and continue the fight, to which we can then unlock that gate in there, where we can simply escape from the whole fight itself. This sounds fine and all, but why would I go through all of that, rather than just throw a Phoenix Down at the boss and win? This would all work better if again we had this monstrous fiend idea that I mentioned. Set it up like this is a fight we simply cannot win, like with Geo at the very beginning of the game. Then the option of picking open these gates and fleeing really does work. So after being in prison for all of like 3 minutes, we have escaped and the entire party is reunited, only to once again be confronted by guards and Seymour.
Kinnock.
Why you?
I have saved him. He was a man who craved power, and great power he had, but he feared losing it. Trembling at unseen enemies, he spent his days scheming petty schemes, chased by his fears, never knowing rest. You see, now he has no worries. He has been granted sleep eternal. Death is a sweet slumber. All the pain of life is gently swept away. Ah, yes. So you see, if all life were to end in Spira, all suffering would end. Don't you see? Do you not agree? That, Yuna, is why I need you. Come, Lady Yuna. Come with me to Zanarkand, the lost city of the dead. With death on our side, we will save Spira, and for this, I will take from you your strength, Yuna, your life, and become the next Sin.
I will destroy Spira. I will save it.
You're totally nuts!
So Seymour's grand plan is revealed. He somehow knows that someone is chosen to become Sin once the summoner has sacrificed themselves. And I say somehow because this doesn't feel like common knowledge. We've had a moment of Tidus asking Lulu if a person can become Sin, to which she wasn't too sure of. So this might just be another hidden secret to all but the Maesters. I can buy that. I still can't fully buy into the plan though. And not just for the whole crazy to save people I must kill them, that is the only true freedom ramblings we have heard from some big villains before, but mainly for the hyperfixation on Yuna herself. Seymour has spoke time and time again about Yuna and her husband, the first woman who ever beat Sin, and her husband who we can now all piece together must have become the next Sin. He has gone on and on about the love and the bond that they had that made it so that all those things were possible. What makes him think that he has that same relationship with Yuna? Does he seriously think that just because she was forced to wed him, that they now have the same bond that Yuna did with her husband? He truly is psychopathic. I also really do like this quick escape and change of heart. I know it may seem pointless to have a quick, get out of here, I'll hold him off type moment, just to have the party turn back round and help in that fight not a moment later. But it's a nice and clever little way of letting us save, heal up, and prep for this next boss fight. And as for the boss itself, we have a lot of similar mechanics to the previous Seymour fight. We can talk to him first to get a stat buff, this time with us winning the dialogue exchanges. I really do like this Yuna exchange.
I'll only be pleased when you're gone to the Farplane.
Basically a nice way of saying, I'll be happy when you're dead, mate. We also get the same kind of sequence to Seymour at first, letting you buff yourself up with elemental protections. The main change here is now this weird shield/parasite Seymour now has with him. It has a lot less health than Seymour and can get off some nasty combos with him later in the fight, so you'll think to work on it first. But no. The moment it hits 0 HP, it simply just drains some health from Seymour to revive itself and keep going, so it is barely even worth attacking. I also really like that Seymour will be able to dismiss your Aeons at this point. I know people whinge about Aeons in this game, calling them a cheese tactic, which I don't really agree with, but not being able to rely on them here really does up the stakes for me a little. Aeons were always such a great safety net for players. So with Seymour down again, and us now hiding out in the nearby Macalania woods, the question on all the party's minds is simply, what now? Yuna still has the option to pilgrimage, she can still beat Sin, but with finding out the truth behind Yevon, finding out the teachings are a lie, and still being branded a traitor, will she go through with it? And here is where we get a truly incredible scene with Tidus speaking with Yuna.
Yuna! Just don't do it.
The pilgrimage?
Yeah. That's right. Forget all about Sin. About being a summoner. Forget all of that. You know, live a normal life. Come on now, Yuna, what do you say?
Maybe I will. Wouldn't everyone be surprised?
Yeah. Except Rikku. She'd be with you. Lulu and Wakka wouldn't hold out long.
Kamari would say yes too, I know. But Sir Auron...
I'll make him understand, Yuna. It's the least I can do for you.
No. I should tell him. He deserves it. What'll I do if I give up my pilgrimage?
Hey! Zanarkand! Let's go to Zanarkand! Not the one in Spira, the one I'm from. Yeah, we can all fly there. Everyone can go. Then, we'll have a big party at my place.
And then we could see Blitzball.
That's right.
Your Zanarkand Abes would play?
Yeah.
We could all watch you play, in a stadium all lit up at night. I'd cheer and cheer till I couldn't cheer anymore.
Yeah, right on.
Well, what about after the game?
We'd go out and have fun.
In the middle of the night?
No problem. Zanarkand never sleeps. Let's go to the sea. Before the sunrise. The city lights go out one by one. The stars fade. Then the horizon glows, almost like it's on fire. It's kinda rose-colored, right? First in the sea, then it spreads to the sky, then to the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter, till everything glows. It's really pretty. I know you'd like it.
I'd like to see it. Someday.
Well, you can, Yuna. We can both go.
I can't. I just can't. I can't go.
Yuna.
God, I just love this moment so much. It is such a great payoff for this whole relationship. I don't even think I have the words for this moment. It's just done so perfectly. The build up to Yuna's breakdown is just heartbreaking every single time. It really does show how much Yuna cares and how much weight is on her shoulders. Even if everything's a lie, even if Sin does come back when she dies and it's all for nothing, even if she has this man she loves talking about all the amazing things that she can see and do together with him, the future she can have with him, she knows that deep down, she just can't have any of that. She knows that she still has to make the sacrifice to beat Sin, and knowing that just finally breaks her. I also really like that Tidus is just very simple-minded here. She questions her pilgrimage and he just asks, well, why don't you quit? When she worries what others will think, he shuts it down. They'll come around, or I'll make them understand. He just has this great so what kind of attitude to a lot of Yuna's concerns, which I know saying that makes him seem like he doesn't care or is ambivalent to her feelings, but it never comes across as dismissive. I see it more so like seeing a loved one having anxiety over a situation and him calming her down. He's never pushy with what he wants her to do. He makes it very clear that he is going to be with her no matter what.
Stay with me. Until the end. Please.
Not until the end. Always.
Although this beautiful moment of them kissing and saying that they'll stay with each other to the end is somewhat ruined when you remember, and are even shown, that Kimahri's been watching the entire time, like a real creep. I do like this small moment of Yuna excitedly taking Tidus's hand as they are starting to walk back towards the others. It's such a couple in their honeymoon phase thing to do, and I really do love it. With Yuna deciding to continue, we make our way to the Calmlands, and I really do have a soft spot for this place, and I'm not quite sure why. It's just a passing area really, no real story beats happen here, but we do start to open up some of the side quests. Now I'll cover them later, but I do want to touch upon one whilst we are here. In the very corner of these lands, we have the Monster Capture Arena, a simple but meaty side quest, in which you can help this old man recapture 10 of every fiend in the game. I'll get into the rewards and the uses of this place later, I just use it as a good excuse to talk enemy design, because I think 10 has the strongest list of them by far. And I know, a lot of simply a palette swap of another enemy, that's why we have so many Bandersnatches and Elemental Flans and Hornets, but I think the real strength comes from how well I think they all blend in with the environment. I was watching a friend play Final Fantasy VII for the first time recently, and they would comment on a lot of the enemies that they were facing, and upon hearing what the hell is that for the 8th time, it hit me. Yeah, what the hell is that? Why is there a Joker riding a playing card in a field? What is this house doing here, and why is it fighting us? Now, I'm not knocking the enemy designs there at all, no way. But it did dawn on me how little the Fiends were questioned in 10. And I go back to my thought of, where they just kind of fit in with this world. The wolf-like Fiends running around the Calmlands just fit. The lightning elementals wandering the Thunder Plains, because of course they do. I never thought to question any of the design choices, or where we even found them. It just sort of all fit for me. And I think that is such a strength of the game. I also want to quickly talk about this small moment.
Father Zook.
Long time no see. You are Yuna? You certainly don't look like Maester Kinok's murderer.
What you say?
Please, tell us what has happened.
Maester Micah just issued a personal order, you know. It said that you and your guardians murdered Maester Kinok and fled. We are to kill you on sight, or so it says.
What of Bevelle?
Things are calm on the surface, but the depths are turbulent. After the death of Maester Kinok, Kelk Ronso left Yevon.
Convenient. Getting around will be easier with Yevon in disarray.
But be careful, my friends. You have been branded enemies of Yevon. You should avoid temples for the time being.
Thank you, Father Zook, for your warning.
Father, you came all the way here just to tell us this?
To tell the truth, I was a little curious to see this summoner you are guarding. I hope her pilgrimage goes well. For your sake, too.
Thank you, Father.
I must be off. I shall pray for all of you.
Now this adds to my gripe with Izaru back in Bevelle, because if even this guy can see that we ain't no murderers, what's Izaru's excuse? Now it may just seem like a quick little throwaway scene just to sprinkle in a few little details about how Bevelle is doing, but I really do like how it also sets up that not everyone in this world is just blindly following the Maester's words. Unfortunately, some do, and that takes us into our next boss fight. And sadly, this is another dud boss for me. And I don't know if it's just a coincidence, but so far, the only 2 dud boss fights for me are ones who later on become regular enemies. I just think that this is a really forgettable boss fight. There's nothing really special about it. No true strategy or gimmick or anything unique about it really. And what makes it worse is just how hard it can be. The skill gap for this fight feels so damn high. It hits hard, has a move that can half your health, has really strong defense, and can nullify magic. It is a wall for the player to overcome. And before I get into any comments, yes, I do know about the cheese strategy, where provoking it makes it only use that one move that halves your health, letting it just wail on that one player, but never kill you. But I'm looking at these fights more casually. No cheese, no extreme optimization, and with that in mind, this is a fairly big hurdle for more casual players in my opinion. Once it is finally beat though, we can take our first detour from the main story, as down the side of this little gorge is a new area, an area that is barely hiding our next stop, the Cave of the Stolen Faith.
Where are we?
The faith is inside. As are the fiends.
Hey, this where...
Where? What?
The summoner I guarded on my first pilgrimage died here.
I like the personal attachment we now have to this cave. It could have easily been some secret area to explore, but now it's tied to Lulu's first pilgrimage, it already makes it a lot more personal. We also get its namesake, and why it is so out of its way, It turns out the Chamber of the Faith was stolen a very long time ago to stop summoners from acquiring Aeons to save them from their sacrifice. A much better plan than simply just kidnapping summoners, if you ask me. I know it doesn't solve the final issue of Sin, but it is still a hell of a lot smarter than keeping every summoner prisoner for the rest of their lives. It does beg the question, though, of how one actually steals a temple. That had to be one hell of a heist. At the end of these caves lay not only our Faith's chamber, but a nasty surprise for Lulu.
It is. It's you, is it not, Lady Ginham? Forgive me. I was too young. There is no human left in you now, is there? Very well then. Allow me to perform my last duty to you. My last as your guardian.
Now weirdly, I've not been entirely counting Aeons as boss fights, and I suppose they are. Most of them come down to the same thing, however. Wail on them and then try and survive his overdrive. Not that it needs to come to that though, because this boss fight is pretty damn easy, making me think back to the previous one. Why was that damn Machina so tough? Anyway, when old Jimbo is beaten, we can enter the chamber and pay a lot of money to earn him as our very own Aeon. And when it comes to Yojimbo, get ready to pay those prices often, but more on that later. Back on course for the main story now, as we enter Mount Gagaset, home of the Ronsos.
Summoner Yuna and Guardians, leave here at once. Gagaset is Ronso land, sacred mountain of Yevon. The mountain will not bear the footsteps of infidels.
Enemy of Yevon is enemy of Ronso. Leave, traitors!
I have cast aside Yevon. I follow the temple no more.
Then you will die by those words.
So be it. Yevon has warped the teachings and betrayed us all.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh?
Yeah!
We have no regrets.
Blasphemers!
A summoner and her guardians.
Lord Kelgranso, if I may. Have you not also turned your back on Bevelle?
But still you guard Gagazet as a Ronso, not a Maester. Yuna is much the same.
Huh? Elder Kelk! Let Biran rend them asunder! No escape! Not one!
No, we will not flee. We will fight and continue on.
You have been branded a traitor, but still you would fight Sin? Lost to the temple, hated by the people, yet you continue your pilgrimage? Everything lost. What do you fight for?
I fight for Spira. The people long for the calm. I can give it to them. It's all I can give. Defeating sin, ending pain. This I can do.
Even sacrificing yourself. Ronso, let them pass. Summoner Yuna, Your will is stronger than steel. Tempered steel that even the mightiest Ronso could not hope to bend. Yuna, we bow to your will. Now go. The sacred heights of Gagazet welcome you.
We thank you.
I love a lot of small moments here. Yuna obviously having a lot of those moments. She may have turned her back on the teachings, but not the people. And I want to showcase Wakka a little bit here also, because I really do like how they show that yes, he may have turned his back on the teachings, but he is doing that through a lot of hurt. Yuna feels betrayed by the teachings, but she still has a job to do. She still feels the same. Wakka feels betrayed by the teachings, and he just seems really angry about it. It's just a nice little touch there. So, we might now be okay with the Ronso, but not all Ronso. Now, we all saw this coming. This rivalry between Kimahri and his brothers has been building to this all game. And I can never make up my mind whether this is Biran and Yenki actually testing Kimahri and making him stronger, or whether they are just flat out bullying. I mean, maybe it's a bit of both. I do gloss over Kimahri quite a bit. I mentioned before how he doesn't really seem to have his own strengths. He's just a copy of whatever path you send him down, so he often does get overlooked. And that kind of also reflects in his narrative. Kimahri, for a large portion of the game, doesn't even speak, and when he does start opening up, he is a man of very few words. He is more so a very strong presence in the party, rather than a fleshed out character. Now, he does have his moments, starting with this arc of him proving his strength to his brothers. Him being overlooked in fights is also, funnily enough, Kimahri's biggest strength here. The brothers scale to Kimahri, meaning that if you have never moved him on the sphere grid, then the brothers would be about as tough as one of the first fights on Bhed. They also just give you a lot of opportunities for overdrives here too. As mentioned before, Kimahri has the ability to learn attacks from certain fiends, another popular staple of the Final Fantasy series. When he does learn one, he gets the overdrive meter instantly filled, which means again, if you have ignored Kimahri and have never learned a single one of his moves, Yenki and Biran can now offer him dozens of new abilities and overdrive opportunities. With the brothers beaten and Kimahri now honoured, we are free to climb the mountain finally. And here is where I feel like we do start to get another step up on the difficulty scale. Not only do the bosses become a lot tougher here, but the enemies feel it too, particularly as you reach the summit of this area. As for the mountain itself, it has this feel to it that makes it seem bigger than it is. We already see that the Ronso pretty much worship it, and they speak about how the mountain will eat the weak. And I have to say, you can really see that. The climb seems treacherous, it's winding, it can be a little bit confusing as well. I had this a little bit in Macalania too, where sometimes I would be running in a certain direction, get into a fight, and by the time I was finished with that fight, I'd forgotten which direction I needed to be moving in. The addition of it being snowy, with strong looking winds as well, also just adds to this mountain's brutality. It's like climbing Everest. I also love the small little detail of in fights, seeing these different angles of the mountain, to again really add to its scale. A small thing I do appreciate when it comes to the fights also, are just the amount of use of different shots and camera angles that they have. Sometimes the fight is shot from behind, to kind of show the fiends as an obstacle that are in your way, to overcome and beat. Sometimes it can be quite zoomed in, usually in caves, to really get how cramped the space might be. Sometimes it can be shot from the side and a little bit more zoomed out, like in the Calmlands and in Gagaset, to really take in the scale of the environment. Nothing is ever just static also. The camera moves with our characters' actions quite a lot of the time. If you heal the party, the camera will move to each of the character being healed. If the enemy uses a strong move, the camera might first zoom in on that enemy. If our character is going to land a final hit, not only will they usually have a one-liner, but the camera will zoom in on that hit to really add an oomph to that final strike. As we reach the summit finally, we find waiting for us a familiar face.
Huh?
Ah, the son of Jekt.
Rikku, run ahead and tell Auron.
You are not fighting him alone!
Just go, go!
Now is your time to die. Prepare yourself, son of Jekt.
Not if I can help it!
Save some for Kimahri!
is a pleasure.
Yuna.
Ascending so soon? Allow me to say something to the last Ronso before I leave. Yours was truly a gallant race. They threw themselves at me to bar my path, one after another.
No.
Kimari.
You could end the suffering of this poor Ronso.
I don't understand you.
Allow Kimari to die and release him from his pain. Spira is a land of suffering and sorrow caught in a spiral of death. To destroy, to heal Spira, I will become Sin. Yes, with your help. Come with me, Yuna. Once I have become the next Sin, your father will be freed again.
What do you know?
Pitiful mortal.
Your hope ends here! And your meaningless existence with it!
Yes, we get Seymour once again, this time with a whole new set of attacks. I remember this fight being such a roadblock when I first played this game, and anybody who has played it probably knows why. This is really where the bosses start using some nasty status effects, this time being zombie. Much like the undead Evray, zombie simply means that any healing now hurts us, and revives are an instant KO. It's a nasty little effect that can easily wipe your party if you are not paying attention and do not take care of it. The crux of that part though, is that as soon as don't heal it, making us rely on items. So I hope you've stocked up. The only staples of this fight that remains the same from the last are his ability to banish any Aeon used, and that parasite that can drain Seymour's health to recover its own. We take Seymour down one more time and get this scene.
He will become Sin with my help.
Lies. Forget them.
If he becomes Sin, Sir Jecht will be saved.
We're leaving.
You know something, tell me! Tell me.
Sin's my old man.
You hit your head?
Sin is my old man. My old man became Sin.
So the jet is out of the bag. Everybody now knows who Sin is, but not quite how. The only thing that I really don't like about this scene is that it overshadows a key Kimari moment. This adds a little to how I talked about just how overlooked Kimari is as a character. Seymour just gloated about how Kimari is now the last Ronso, as he has just slaughtered every last one of them whilst making his way up the mountain, and we get nothing from this revelation. No reaction to it whatsoever after this fight, and it's just never really brought up again. If you were casually playing the game, you would never have to return to this area to confirm this, and you'd be forgiven for even forgetting about it. I know I do most times that I play. Speaking of forgetting things as well, I always forget this gruesome but cool imagery we get further into the summit. The people trapped in the walls just always freak me out, because they still look very fleshy and fresh. They aren't made of stone, and with a powerful source apparently draining power from them, it just lends itself to this awful existence that they must all have. This also leads into some pretty big revelations.
Welcome home.
You...
Remember me? We met in Bevelle.
Yeah?
But that wasn't the first time we met. I've known about you for a long time. A long, long time.
I feel like I know you too. Where are we?
Silly, don't recognize your own home?
What's gotten into you, hey?
Wake up! Wake up!
Wait, this is a dream.
Precisely.
A dream? Are you crazy? I don't have time to be dreaming now.
You're wrong. It's not that you're dreaming. You are a dream.
So I can see why this moment is quite polarizing, as it just adds so much confusion into the mix. So the Faith are the summoners from the war from 1,000 years ago, and not only do they give power and aeons to summoners who pray to them, but they also like to keep a dreamlike memory of their Zanarkand alive for reasons. But it means that our boy Tidus is a dream. And okay, aside from the confusing nature of it all, I do quite like this reveal. Not only does it add more heartbreaking stakes into this seemingly doomed relationship between him and Yuna, but it also makes me think back from my journey and wonder how many times this was also foreshadowed. And I think I have a few moments. Now, these aren't necessarily confirmed quite as much as the Yuna reveal, but I want them to be, as I think it adds so much. Now, firstly, do you remember how Tidus keeps mentioning how certain things around Spira remind him of home? We have the bow that everybody does in the name of Yevon. Tidus weirdly recognises this bow as a victory thing you would do when scoring in Blitzball. He also recognises the Hymn of the Faith, as him and his dad used to sing it. All of this never really made much sense, until you stop and consider that maybe these coincidences are just Spira bleeding subconsciously into the Faith's dream-like Zanarkand. Now I also have a little bit more of an out-there theory. Throughout the game, Tidus' name is never spoken directly by any other character. That is down to the fact that you can name him whatever you want at the beginning of the game. It is a strange thing to do, given the player this option. Now I know we've had this previously with the series, dating right back to the first entry, but with this being entirely voice acted, characters can no longer be renamed self-inserts for the player. They have to be more so a story-driven experience that you are simply just participating in. So why let you rename Tidus and not anybody else? Well, Tidus isn't the only thing that you can rename in the game. You can rename any Aeon that you acquire. And who creates and grants us the Aeons? The Faith. Is this just a really clever foreshadowing of Tidus' connection to the Faith, almost treating him like he himself is an Aeon? Although I wouldn't necessarily go quite that far with my own theory. Maybe I'm just overthinking all of this. I also mentioned at the very beginning that there's a lot of talks about dreams as well. Rikku mentioning when we first meet her that we could have just been dreaming about the Zanarkand that we came from, which I know it is quite an odd thing to imply. Maybe that, and other times dreams are mentioned, are also a small little bit of foreshadowing to this revelation. As we reach the top of the summit, Auron stops and warns us that Yuna will be sending fiends after us from this point on to test our summoner's strength, and boy is he not lying, because right outside this cave, our next boss awaits. And what a monster this boss is. You know a fight is going to be hard when the description of the boss alone is simply, has high physical and magical defense, and that he can counter your very first attack with a move that lays a boatload of status effects on your party, namely the Curse effect, which much like Zombie, cannot be simply just Isuna'd away. Curse makes it so we can no longer build meter for our overdrives. All these defenses, immunities, buffs, devastating attacks, abilities to debuff us and cause status effects, they all stack to make quite a challenging boss, which, yes, doesn't quite have a unique gimmick to it, and no real strategy to take it down, but it's still quite enjoyable in its own right. And with the Keeper down, we are finally here, the journey's end, Zanarkand.
Yuna, I say no. If we go down there, then you'll...
Rikku, you're a true friend, and I thank you, but I must go. Down to Zanarkand.
I'm not saying we shouldn't go. But shouldn't we think about it some more? There's gotta be some kind of way we can save you, Yuna!
All my life, I knew this moment would come.
Yuni...
Thank you, Rikku. Thank you for everything.
I show this Yuna and Rikku part not only as a nice sentimental scene that we see a lot here, scenes that are perfectly building to this emotional farewell, but I show it as a simple nitpick. I never truly understood why Yuna and Rikku never acknowledge that they are related. They are cousins, but always just treat each other like friends. Again, small nitpick I know, but it always just sticks out like a sore thumb to me. As for emotional beats, well, they just managed to pull off so many great little moments building up to this. Whether it be Tidus now noticing that Yuna takes her time before leaving an area, now knowing that it is her simply saying goodbye to these places, or the one where he finds a sphere that Yuna has secretly recorded back on me and Highroad, a recording in which she goes one by one through each character and shares memories about them, or just general things that she is going to miss about them, building up to Tidus, where she admits that she loves him, and that is now the hardest thing about her journey, knowing that she can't quit to be with him. It's just really amazing stuff here, all with the backdrop of you silently making your way into the destroyed and barren remains of Zanarkand, where we finally reach this scene. The same scene we've been wondering about every single time we've booted this game up. The same one we saw at the very beginning of the game, and it couldn't have come at a better time in the story in my opinion. I think that's why there's nothing really new added to this moment, because we now know the entire context of it all, but it just hits every time. We also now know that it was this point that Tidus has been narrating for, which is interesting because I'm not entirely sure who he is doing it for. It's played out that maybe he is sharing these stories and thoughts with the party, but isn't that just a weird thing to do? A couple of small details that I do love about this area too, is that the Zanarkand music continues to play even when you get into a fight. It's never cut nor interrupted here. Your party also doesn't celebrate their victories when finishing a fight here, to keep with their state of mind at this very moment. It's such a perfectly added small detail, and probably my favourite one in the game. Inside as well is just haunting. This whole place is just ruins. Ruins haunted by past summoners and guardians that show us glimpses of their final moments. It's just so eerie. All leading to us even seeing the final moments of Braska, Jet and Auron's journey. I will say, Braska has a cool line in one of these memories. It's something along the lines of, "I appreciate you feeling grief for me, Auron, but I've come here to kill grief itself," and that just goes so hard. I will say that I don't think the music fits quite as well here, with all the eeriness and emotional build up to Yuna's death. This is more like Operation Mayhem music. A beating drum to signal a big fight that's coming up. I think Silence, or even Zanarkand's theme, will continue to work so much better here, especially because you hear it for quite some time, all thanks to these trials. Yes, one more Cloister of Trials. That's just what everybody wanted at the end of our heartbreaking journey. Now, to give credit where credit is due, this is the most puzzle-like trial out of them all. We see a certain amount of Tetris pieces highlighted. We stand on lights on the ground to make those pieces appear. Rinse and repeat. And my god do I really mean that. This goes on for so damn long, and it never gets any harder. They just ask for more pieces to be found. So it just makes it longer. And mistakes are costly here. One misstep here and every tile vanishes, forcing you to start all over again. You may think that that means that this is a trial and error type of puzzle, but luckily it isn't. The screen can also highlight all the pieces on the floor, letting you try and memorise them to then go and step on them. You can also see the vague outline of what the shape may be, which is a nice little touch to try and let the player figure it out for themselves. After what, like the 5th or 6th time that you repeat this puzzle, you are done and rewarded with what is easily one of the toughest bosses in a casual run. So let's cover the gimmick of this fight first, because you know I love my gimmicks. The party stands on one of 6 pieces, which you are then free to move between, so long as another person isn't standing on it. This is vital, as the boss usually swings in one direction, hitting everything in its path, and he hits hard. To make the fight even harder, it has a consistent use of the Berserk status effect, which enrages anybody it hits, forcing them to only be able to attack. The worst trick is still to come though, as it can place mines on random spots, forcing your party to move, usually into range of more of the boss's swipes. It's a nasty boss that takes so much careful planning and consideration, but that is what I love so much about it. It truly feels tactical. You can't just simply hit the boss until it dies. You have to plan who does what and when, and everybody has their use here. Well, except for maybe Kimahri. And with that, we are at the end of the road.
Huh? What do you mean, no final Aeon?
So, more lies. The faith that grants the final Aeon is no more, and instead, Yuna seems to have an alternative way to acquire the Aeon.
Welcome to Zanarkand. I congratulate you, Summoner. You have completed your pilgrimage. I will now bestow you with that which you seek. The final summoning will be yours. Now, choose. You must choose the one whom I will change to become the faith of the final summoning. There must be a bond between Chosen and Summoner, for that is what the final summoning embodies. The bond between husband and wife, mother and child, or between friends. If that bond is strong enough, its light will conquer sin. 1,000 years ago, I chose my husband Zeon as my faith. Our bond was true, and I obtained the final Aeon. There is nothing to fear. You will soon be freed of worry and pain. For once you call forth the final Aeon, your life will end. Death is the ultimate and final liberation. Your father, Braska, chose this path.
It is not too late. Let us turn back.
If I turn back, who will defeat Sin? Would you have some other summoner and his guardians go through this?
But... my lord, there must be another way. This is the only way we got now. Fine. Make me the faith. I've been doing some thinking. My dream is back in the other Zanarkand. I wanted to make that runt into a star Blitz player. Show him the view from the top, you know. But now I know there's no way home for me. I'm never gonna see him again. My dream's never gonna come true. So make me the faith. I'll fight Sin with you, Braska. Then maybe my life will have meaning, you know? Don't do this, Jecht. If you live, there may be another way. We'll think of something, I know. Believe me, I thought this through. Besides, I ain't getting any younger, so I might as well make myself useful.
Jecht?
What? You're not gonna try to stop me too?
Sorry. I mean, thank you.
Braska still has to fight Sin, Auron. Guard him well. Make sure he gets there. Well, let's go. Lord Braska, Jecht. What do you want now? Sin always comes back. It comes back after the calm, every time. The cycle will continue and your deaths will mean nothing.
But there's always a chance it won't come back this time. It's worth trying.
I understand what you're saying, Auron. I'll find a way to break the cycle. You have a plan?
Jecht?
Trust me, I'll think of something. And the cycle went on.
We'll break it. But how? What, you got a plan now?
If one of us has to become a faith, I volunteer.
Me too, Yuna.
That still won't change anything, you know? You'd bring the calm, and then what? That won't break the cycle!
Listen. You want to defeat Sin and keep Yuna alive. You don't want Sin to come back, yeah? That is just not gonna happen, brother, you know?
If you want everything, you'll end up with nothing.
But I want everything!
Now you're being childish.
I give up. So what would an adult do then? They know they can just throw away a summoner, then they can do whatever they like. You're right. I might not even have a chance. But no way am I gonna just stand here and let Yuna go. And what Auron said about there being a way, I think it's true.
You'll think of something?
Yes, I'll go ask Yuna. She's got to know something.
You really think she'll help you?
I don't know, but I have to try. This is my story. It'll go the way I want it, or I'll end it here.
Wait. You say it's your story, but it's my story too, you know? It would be so easy to let my fate just carry me away, following this same path my whole life through. But I know I can't. What I do with no regrets.
So now Yuna has the difficult choice of picking one of her guardians to be sacrificed with in order to become the final Aeon, really layering more to this cycle of death, a cycle we saw 10 years ago that Auron tried to break and fail. I think there's so many great character moments here, from Auron lashing out at the memory of his younger self, Lulu and Wakka jumping to lay down their lives for Yuna. I noticed how Kimahri stayed stumped though, but it's the back and forth of breaking the cycle that I really do like. As Lulu says, if you want everything, you'll end up with nothing, and that seems to be the situation that we have here. If Yuna walks away now, they have no other plan, no further knowledge or ideas. Sin will just simply remain undefeated. They'll have nothing. It's a speck of a good start of an idea to go and ask Yuna, so credit to Tidus there, but I think the old spirit is a bit set in her ways to suggest any alternatives to beating Sin. Plus, it is a little naive to think that even if she did have another way, that no one else has thought to ask that and try it out. But hey, who knows, let's go ask her.
Have you chosen the one to become your faith? Who will it be?
Might I ask something first? Will Sin come back even should I use the final summoning to defeat it?
Sin is eternal. Every Aeon that defeats it becomes Sin in its place. And thus is Sin reborn.
So that's why Jack became Sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spira's destiny. It is never-ending.
Never-ending? But if we atone for our crimes, Sin will stop coming back, yeah? Someday it'll be gone, yeah?
Will humanity ever attain such purity?
Ugh.
This cannot be! The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement! It's been our only hope all these years!
Hope is comforting. It allows us to accept fate, however tragic it might be.
No! Where is the sense in all this? Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jack believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose to die because they had hope. Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. Now choose. Who will be your faith? Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No one. I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them, but no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No. It is our only hope. Your father sacrificed himself to give that hope to the people, so they would forget sorrow.
Wrong. My father wanted to make Spira's sorrow go away, not just cover it up with lies.
Sorrow cannot be abolished. It is meaningless to try.
My father, I loved him. So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor creature. You would throw away hope. Well, I will free you before you can drown in your sorrow. It is better for you to die in hope than to live in despair. Let me be your liberator.
Now! This is it! Now is the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Yuna needs Kimahri. Kimahri protect Yuna.
Well, I'm fighting.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
You can always run.
Ah! I'd never forgive myself. No way. Not if I ran away now. Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
So we once again get told that this cycle is never ending. Sin is truly eternal. In fact, it is the final Aeon itself that defeats Sin that becomes the next Sin, explaining how Jet became it. I like the thing that pushes Yuna too far, is her being asked to sacrifice someone else. She said it herself, she would have happily given her life for the people of Spira, but asking one of her friends to make that same choice was just too far for her. This moment is also just full of beautiful speeches. Auron's rallying speech at the end, but also one from Yuna about her father, because I really do get it. Maesters and Yunalesca keep talking about these sacrifices like they were doing it out of nobility or duty, but they were doing it under false pretenses. All the false hope, although nice and all, is making that ultimate decision for them. This again goes back to that philosophical question of which is worse, false hope in a hopeless world, or the harsh reality in hopes that one day we can beat the hopeless. I again think if they had a more solid plan on how to beat Sin by this point, it would be an easier side to pick. And let's face it, Yunalesca does go way too far here by now wanting to kill us purely because we don't want two people to sacrifice themselves for nothing. She could have easily just let us walk away here, try our own thing, and wait for the next summoner to appear. I mean, what does she care? She's unsent and been around for like 1,000 years. Sin is clearly no threat to her. And that brings me on to the fight itself, because this is hands down going to be the hardest boss for a casual run. This all revolves around the zombie mechanic. Again, that nasty little status effect we spoke about before, and one that Yunalesca just loves to use on us. The real harsh trick that they pull with this, however, is that you would think you have to keep curing this or hiding your zombified party members, to stop her from wiping your team with heals and revives, and there is some of that in Phase 2, but in Phase 3, she'll use death on the entire team, meaning that if you are not a zombie, your team will just wipe. It's a really nasty trick to play on the player, and one that can be hard to work around. Not to mention all the other tricks she can pull out of a bag, like confusion and debuffs. It's again a fight that doesn't have a gimmick on its own, but rather the careful planning and tactics are what make it fun and challenging instead. My biggest complaint, however, is just the lack of skippable cutscenes. Even in this HD version that I am playing, we cannot skip a single scene, meaning that when you do die to Yunalesca, and trust me you will, you need to sit and watch that entire 5-minute scene again. So with Yunalesca beaten, where do we go from here?
If I die, so does the final Aeon. And with it, Spira's only hope.
Then we'll find Spira a new hope!
Fool. There is no other way. Even if there was, even if you did destroy Sin, you, Yevon, the Immortal, would only create Sin anew.
You, Yevon?
Ah, Zeon. Forgive me. Spira has been robbed of the light of hope. All that remains is sorrow.
Well, there's a new name. Yu Yevon. And if the little Yunalesca spoke about it is to be believed, Yu Yevon seems to be the thing that is reviving Sin. This would have been nice to know before you started attacking us, Yunalesca, especially with this party, as we already know all of Yevon's dirty little secrets. They already know about the lies and want to find an alternative way. So why not let them go out and learn more about Yu Yevon, and then just keep your lies going with other summoners until they fail or succeed? I don't understand the threat of letting them try. All Yunalesca and the other maesters go on about is how all these teachings provide hope in a hopeless situation. Well, isn't that also what you think Yuna and her guardians are now doing? Finding an alternative way of beating Sin is just another form of false hope in the eyes of Yunalesca. It's fruitless. So what's the issue with it? We get one more revelation as we leave.
We must talk.
What?
There's something you should know.
I know. It's about you, right?
I am also an unsent. You are not surprised.
I think I kinda knew. It was Yunalesca, wasn't it?
When Braska and Jekt died defeating Sin, I just couldn't accept it. I came back here, tried to avenge them. But she struck me down. Somehow I made my way, crawling down Mount Gagazet. But my strength left me, just outside Bevelle. That's where Kimahri found me. I told him about Yuna, just before I died. I've been wandering ever since, never going to the Farplane.
Auron.
Don't make that face. Being dead has its advantages. I was able to ride Sin and go to your Zanarkand.
And you've been watching over me since then, haven't you? Why? What's the big idea? Why me?
It is one of those things that is difficult to explain. Very well, I will show you.
Again, another great reveal that had a ton of foreshadowing. I think this reveal is probably the most hinted at, in fact, as most of the foreshadowing is really just quite blatantly stating that he is dead. We have Seymour smelling the death on him and asking why he is still around. We have the Fireflies reacting to him when he got too close to the Farplane. Just little nuggets here and there that upon a revisit seem quite more blatant and obvious than the Yuna and Tidus reveal. I also love how once again, the music is just so silent as we exit. Again, just really letting the moment sit with us. As confident as Tidus was, saying that he'll find a way to finally beat Sin, him and the rest of the party may have just very well doomed the entirety of Spira. And I think this lack of music helps reflect that. There's no fanfare, victory music here. There's nothing to celebrate. As we leave, we also see this great reveal of Sin waiting for us. And I just really love this. I love this transition into the scene also, turning the camera slowly to move into it. I really love how docile Sin can appear as well, as it really does make me wonder just how much of Jet is still in there. A moment like this is all Jet, but what about Kilika? How much of Jet was in control then? Or Operation Mihen? I mean, he did attack because he was attacked first, but it just adds these little layers to what most might just think of as a mindless animal. Can I also just applaud the balls of Sin here for flying the airship just so casually close to Sin? He could have seen this thing from miles away and didn't even bother trying to attack it or steer away from it. Absolutely nothing. He just strolled on by it like it was nothing. Inside the airship, whilst the whole party are thinking of what to do next, we have this nice little moment with Yuna.
I'm no good. At all.
What are you talking about?
All this time I've been thinking about how to defeat Sin. But beyond the teachings of Yevon, I know nothing. I'm sorry.
Yuna, no apologies.
But...
Apology is running. Yuna never run away.
Thank you, Kimahri.
So, Kimahri, you got any good ideas?
Yevon's teachings.
The teachings won't help us fight Sin.
No answer in the teachings. Answers lie outside. Must know both sides to find answer.
Both sides.
Micah knows much. Find him, make him talk.
That's it! Kimahri, you rock!
I like the line of thinking that Yuna has here, coming to the realisation that, outside of the teachings, she doesn't actually know all that much about the world. It's amazing to me how consistently assured of herself that she really is, flaws and all, and it's those flaws that can only be realised with a lot of self-reflection. So we may think with Kimahri's idea that we have a new lead, but interestingly enough, the rest of the party also has their own plan.
If we attack Sin head-on, we've little chance of winning. However, if he hears the hymn of the faith, he will become docile.
Yeah, and that's when we make our move.
So to me, this does feel like a bit of a stretch. Lulu says that the hymn makes Sin docile, but we just saw it docile outside of Zanarkand, with no hymn to be heard. So maybe it's also Tidus that is making it docile, or maybe it was always just Tidus that was making it docile. Maybe Jet just gets to control it every so often, and that's why it seems so docile. We still don't really know all that much about Sin and how it works, but it is a plan nonetheless. So here is where we get free reign of the airship, and we can now freely go anywhere in Spira. We can go back and do some side quests, we can monster capture, we can grind, we can discover new areas with fantastic rewards. The world is now our oyster, but for the time being, I'll still only be speaking about the main storyline. Heading to Bevelle, we quickly find out that the Maesters have changed their tune about us.
Infidel!
Man, don't these guys ever give up?
You regret showing your face here. We'll strike you down in the name of Yevon.
Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so guys...
If they want to fight, let's give them one!
Prepare to charge!
Stop!
Captain?
Lady Yuna is not to be harmed. She's no traitor. That is an evil rumor spread by the Bhed. What?
Firstly, I just love how much the party flip-flop on the threat of these armed guards. I mean, sometimes they act like they can cut through them all, whereas other times they act like one man with a gun is enough to truly stop them. I also just love how clever and deep these lies go. First, Yuna was a traitor, and now that they need her, it was all a lie spread by the Bhed, and just no one questions it. Speaking with Micah doesn't get us very many answers either. He all but yells, "We are doomed, doomed I tells ya," and disappears on us.
You Yevon's spiral of death will consume us all. I have no desire to watch Spira die.
It won't die.
Who is this you Yevon guy?
Lady Yunalesca also mentioned him.
Wait, Gramps! Who's you Yevon?
He who crafts the souls of the dead into unholy armor. An armor called Sin. clad in it, Yevon is invincible. And the only thing that could have pierced that armor, you have destroyed. Nothing can stop it now.
He does name drop Yevon again though, and describes him as something that takes a soul and turns it into sin. He describes sin as more so like its armour, protecting Yevon, but not much else. We may have more luck with the Yu-Gi-Oh spirit that appears to us and asks us to speak with it.
I'm glad you're doing this. You have a good spirit, truly.
I'm not just a dream, right?
A dream?
It's a long story.
If it works, what'll you do then? You need more than the hymn.
Well...
Well?
We fight Yevon.
Yes. If you defeat Yevon, it will end. Tell me, what do you know about Yevon?
He's what makes Sin come back.
Sin is his armor. It protects him.
Yevon was once a summoner, long ago. He was peerless. Yet now he lives for one purpose, only to summon. He is neither good nor evil. He is awake, yet he dreams. But maybe not forever.
Yeah, that's right. Because we're ending it.
Yes. Even if you defeat Sin with the final summoning, Yevon will live. Yevon will join with the final Aeon. He will transform it into a new Sin.
Yevon merges with the Aeon.
Then, protected by this new Sin he has created, Yevon continues the summoning.
For eternity, huh?
But you know there is no such thing as eternity if you end it, is there?
Uh-huh.
Yevon lives inside Sin. Yuna, listen. When you fight Yevon, we will help you. Promise me you'll summon us. I'm afraid your swords and magic won't be enough. Please call us. Promise?
Yes.
But you know, when it is all over, we will wake and our dream will end. Our dream will vanish.
Yeah. You've been dreaming a long time, haven't you?
I'm sorry.
I'm grateful.
About what?
Oh, nothing. Hey, don't make that face. Come on, we're gonna beat Sin. Let's see some cheer, okay?
You're hiding something.
I'm not.
Really? You're a bad liar, you know?
I really like the description of Yevon being good nor evil, as I think that might also tie into Sin's nature. He may have once been human, but Yevon is now just summoning. He knows nothing else, cursed to summon for all of eternity as just some sentient task that he has to fulfill. And I think Sin is similar in that respect. It never seems to want anything, or act upon anything, or need anything. It simply exists. And sometimes its sheer power and existence is what causes the disasters. It could even be argued that it never even meant to do anything to Kilika. It was just swimming on by, and the power of a creature that size is what created a water tornado that wiped out Kilika. Or maybe it only did that because it was first shot at by the locals on the boat. Same excuse that can be used for Operation Mihen. And I just love the grey area to this destructive beast. It never truly feels evil to me. I don't know how I feel about Tidus lying to Yuna though. I do get it, as Auron warned us with the jet news before. If Yuna does find out that beating Sin will make Tidus disappear, that could be the thing that made her hesitate, or just flat out refuse to do it. Knowing Yuna, I mean, she probably still will go ahead with it, as she always does put others before herself, but it's just that maybe that leads to him lying to her. On the other hand though, then why was he being so stupid and bringing it up in front of her? I mean, you flat out ask, am I a dream? Like a goddamn moron. At least the Faith was cryptic when he spoke about the dream vanishing, but it doesn't take a genius to then put these two statements together and crack the code. But with all the pieces together, we start to put our plan in motion. First playing the hymn to lure in Sin and hopefully make it more docile as we try and cut our way inside of it to go and fight Yevon. And you know, considering that this fight starts with Sin splitting the entire earth, sky and water asunder in 8 different directions, his actual fight ain't too bad. Most of the time, he is very docile and lets you just simply wail on his weak points. His most powerful attack for the most part is simply a gravity attack that, yes, can cut a lot of HP from your party, but with it being a gravity attack, it can never truly kill you. That isn't to say that Sin cannot beat you. It does have counters, it has basic attacks, and later on does have some spawn that are protecting its weak spots. But again, a lot of this fight will simply be getting off attacks and keeping on top of your heals. It's just a lot easier than the last couple of bosses we have had. I will also say that I am a little disappointed that bosses are now feeling like, well, just regular enemies now. I know I was still praising the last few by saying it is now the smart use of your characters and abilities that is the fun with these bosses, rather than a clever gimmick or some unique twist or addition to the fight, and I still do stand by that. These bosses going forward aren't bad, I just miss the uniqueness to each of them. The clever planning to beat Sin here would be no different to how we take down Yuna or the Keeper and Gagaset, or any of the bosses that we'll be fighting soon after, and it's a real shame. With the third weak spot hit and destroyed, it looked like we are really starting to take Sin down here, as it goes crashing down to the ground to Bevelle. One quick little detail that I always forget about as well, that I really do love, is that you can see buildings from Zanarkand on Sin's back. It sometimes even looks like a full city, and I wonder if this is just buildings that Sin has picked up from its swimming, much like it apparently did to us underneath Macalania Temple, or maybe it's something that Jecht himself is subconsciously or consciously even doing or creating. It would seem quite fitting to have another remembered version of Zanarkand on Jecht's back, as his only memory of it, and who knows, it could be. I mean, we do not know the full extent of Sin's powers. Well, he didn't stay down for long, did he? I love that shot too, of Sin perched, and this full circle line from Yuna at the very end. Let's make both our father's wishes come true. Just such great little lines in this game. Anyway, our rematch with Sin is a little bit different. This time, we are working more so against a clock. Sin will get closer every turn and build up his overdrive meter, and once that is filled, he will wipe the entire party out in a single move. It is a tense fight, where you need to pull out all your buffs and most powerful attacks to get this done quickly, and when you do, I love how abstract and bizarre it is inside Sin. It feels like a whole new world, rather than the stomach of the beast. Here you'll find a bump up in difficulty again. I feel like the game truly does want you to venture back and try side questing before finishing the game, so this place is just full of super tough and tanky enemies. And it isn't short, this area, oh no, Sin's insides stretch out for a good while. And halfway through, we'll find a familiar face again.
Don't you ever give up?
Sin has chosen me. I am part of Sin. I am one with Sin forever.
Immortal.
Sin just absorbed you.
I will learn to control it from within. I have all the time in the world.
Since you were gracious enough to dispose of Yuna,
The only means of destroying Sin is forever gone. Now nothing can stop us.
Well, we can.
By all means, try.
I love how more and more unhinged Seymour has become throughout. He started so soft-spoken and almost wise, but now he just rambles and cackles like a madman. He has a bit of a Zaz performance from Arkham City, I would say, and it just really shows how far he has fallen. Or maybe he was just always like this, but now he has no reason to hide his true nature. Regardless, Seymour here is in for a nasty surprise, as this is by far his weakest and easiest form to fight. He is nothing but a spellcaster here. No stats effects, no combos with that parasite, just a lot of really powerful magic. But unfortunately for him, by this point, I had already had multiple characters with armour that could nullify or flat out absorb every element, so this fight just became trivial. Now don't get me wrong, he can still hit hard with the likes of Ultima, but it isn't anything we can't just recover from. And before we know it, we beat him for the final time and finally managed to send him, leaving only our last boss, which, after battling through even tougher enemies and making our way through this weird industrial city looking area, we almost get to. First, we have to do what I find so many RPGs do, and that is this weird abstract padding portion of the game. We are still in Sin, but now the environment looks to have blended in with Macalania Woods for some weird reason, and we have to touch these crystals while spikes are randomly shooting up from the ground. You get hit by a spike, you have a fight, you touch enough crystals, and the next scene will play. And just what is the point in any of this? The crystals you collect act like you are picking up items, but are you really? Well, no. How many do you need to collect? Well, I'm not sure, mine randomly stopped at 9. How is the dodging of the spikes? Terrible, thanks for asking. We have absolutely no control over the camera, so most of the time we'll just be running blind, leading you to easily run into a spike. Are the fights special? Nope, just regular enemies we've already been facing here. Look, the only credit that I can give is that it doesn't fall into the same trappings that I find so many other RPGs do, where we have to fight enemies through dreamlike versions of areas we recognise from the game. And yes, I'm calling you out, Kingdom Hearts.
You're late, Auron. I know. Hey.
Huh?
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating right, boy? You've really grown.
Yeah, but you're still bigger.
Well, I am Sin, you know.
That's not funny.
Well, then, I mean, you know. Let's end this.
Dad?
Yeah.
I hate you.
I know. You know what you have to do.
Yeah.
I can't hear the hymn so well anymore. Pretty soon I'm gonna be Sin, completely. I'm glad you're here now. One thing though. When it starts, I won't be myself anymore. I won't be able to hold myself back. I'm sorry.
That's enough! Let's finish this, okay?
You're right. Well then, let's go.
I promise this will be quick! Hit me with all you got, Dad!
God, what a great scene. To me, it gets the awkwardness so perfectly. A dad who knows how bad of a dad he has been, but is finally trying. And a son who, despite the hurt, still does love him. I mean, just the fact that Tidus actually calls him Dad here, and not my old man, speaks volumes. I love that Tidus stops him from being nice and helpful as well. Stops him from finally saying the things that he needs to say to his son, because he knows if he does, then beating him is going to be so much harder. And that transformation, my god, I love this design. Vraska's final Aeon is hands down the best design in the entire game. From its look, to its intro, to that music that kicks in, it's just so peak. I love the little transition into the fight also. We've seen good uses of blends to get you from scene to fight almost seamlessly. Now this ain't seamless by any stretch, but I still do enjoy it, and I think the music also blends in with this transition really, really well. As for the fight itself, well yes, it is a tough one, thankfully, because after that last Seymour fight, we did not need another easy scrap. Jet is strong, with multiple phases and a lot of health. He comes with the usual counters and heavy blows. The few unique mechanics we get in this fight are these strange pagodas surrounding him at all times. These are constantly buffing Jet, so you may think to try and take them out, but not only are they a pain to even target, with them being so far away and floating, but they just simply recover HP after a turn or two and go right back to buffing. The most interesting mechanic though, is Tidus himself. Like all Aeons, Jet has his own overdrive bar, and when it's full, he can unleash a devastating finisher that can even wipe the party if you are not careful. Well, Tidus can talk to Jet, as there's still enough of him in there to hear his son. Now it doesn't stop him from attacking, but it resets his entire overdrive bar. Now you can't simply just spam this. I think you can only use it twice in the entire fight before it starts to have no effect, but it is a really, really clever little mechanic to throw into the fight nonetheless, and it fits so perfectly. So remember how I just called out Kingdom Hearts a moment ago for dragging out the final dungeon with a trip down memory lane? Well, we do kind of get that here, although it is a lot more personal and a lot more sad. We now need to summon each of our Aeons and defeat them when Yevon possesses them. It is a pretty easy final boss, as none of the Aeons get any stat boosts when possessed, and we also get blessed with auto life during this entire encounter for some reason. But it is less about the actual fight and conflict, and more the emotion of basically killing each of our summoned friends, one by one. Each is just so tragic, each down to each of the Aeon's descriptions now reading something along the lines of, "Please strike me down," "Oh please end this finally." It's just truly heartbreaking stuff. Eventually the last Aeon is beaten, forcing Yevon to fight us alone. I really do like the Yevon's design here as well. He was described as a summoner whose spirit now only exists to summon. So to see him as just this black void of a spirit, devoid of any human-like features, looking more like a Black Widow actually, just feels really fitting. And with that, Yevon is beaten. In true Final Fantasy tradition, we have gone from playing a game of football to fighting God himself. But that doesn't mean that we leave here with a happy ending.
Don't stop.
But
It's all right. It's been long enough.
I don't know why, but I always love that Auron stops to give a playful little bump on Kimahri's chest. It's just a nice little bit of levity to him finally passing on. And unfortunately, the heartbreak doesn't stop with Auron.
Yuna, I have to go. I'm sorry I couldn't show you Zanarkand. Goodbye.
Hey!
We're gonna see you again!
Yuna!
I mean, what more can I even say about this scene? There shouldn't be a dry eye in the house when watching this moment. The brutal gut punch of Yuna fading through Tidus as she tries to say goodbye just gets me every single time. I will say that I do find it interesting that we see Braska at the very end though, because I always assumed that this afterlife of sorts that Tidus is now in, he will see only his closest, nearest and dearest, so Auron and Jet make sense. I don't know how Braska fits in there though. You'll think he'll see someone more like his mother than Braska. Anyway, when the player is done sobbing, we get one final scene with an incredible speech to finish our story off.
Everyone has lost something precious. Everyone here has lost homes, dreams, and friends. Everybody? Now, Sin is finally dead. Now, Spira is ours again. Working together. Now we can make new homes for ourselves. And new dreams. Although I know the journey will be hard, we have lots of time. Together, we will rebuild Spira. The road is ahead of us, so let's start out today. thing. The people and the friends that we have lost. And the dreams that have faded. Never forget them.
I love the final line here. All the dreams that have faded, never forget them. The performance of it is not only brilliant, but it's the softer, quieter delivery of them that makes me think that she is almost whispering that part to only herself. I don't even know what more I can say about this game's story. It's just something truly special. It's so well crafted, so well paced, hits all the emotional beats at just the right moment. It's just perfect in every single way. And I think it's a true test of its age. I mean, I have seen friends who have never played this game play it for the first time recently and just fall in love with it. Even big content creators like CDogVA played this for the first time not too long ago, and he adored it. It is a game that has stood the test of time already, and be one that new players will still play and fall in love with for years to come. But of course, the game doesn't just stop at the story. This video can't just simply end at the end of the story. I need to cover everything. Now I won't be covering everything in depth, of course. I mean, you don't need to sit here for another hour as I walk through each theme that I had to capture. But I will be talking about a lot of the laborious tasks that we have ahead of us. So let's start quite small, with something that isn't quite as taxing as just some mindless grinding. How about some mindless mini-games? Starting with a classic. How would you like to ride your own Chocobo? I mean, what do you mean you already did it back on me and Highroad? Absolutely fine. Where's the fun in that? How would you like to train one so that you can ride it? Welcome to Chocobo Training, a small group of tasks that ask you to make it to the other side of a course in an allotted time, avoiding obstacles whilst picking up balloons that will grant you time. Easy enough, right? Well, no. Anyone who has played this game knows how truly god-awful the controls are here. To give you the illusion of training and misbehaving Chocobo that doesn't follow every one of your commands, the game just simply makes the bird jerk in a random direction, meaning that you are just constantly fighting the controls that even just keep moving straight. It is not fluid either. It feels rather tank control-y still, where a move to the right will always just move your character a set amount of degrees, no matter how little or much you move them. It is awful. And to add on to that, we have the obstacles themselves. Just random flying crap that will literally spawn out of thin air and then just auto-lock onto you. Not only does that take off time, but your Chocobo will freeze and react to every hit too, leading to an even bigger time loss. All of this can be handled relatively well. The times aren't brutal or anything, so you can fight through all the bad controls and the spawning crap for the first few challenges, even beating the race at the end. All pretty easy, all things considered. But then you read up how to fully master Tidus' Celestial Weapon, his best weapon in the game. Celestial weapons are something that are pretty much tied into every single one of these minigames, as you are beating them to either get access to a weapon or access to one of the sigils or crests that power up the weapons. And for Tidus, we need to beat the race with a time of 0 seconds. That's right, 0. That means we need to touch a lot of balloons to take a lot of time off, whilst avoiding any spawning obstacles, whilst also fighting these awful Chocobo controls, which I don't even get now, because my Chocobo is meant to be fully trained. That's why we were racing the trainer, because my training is over. So why does my Chocobo still veer off to the goddamn side? It's just a mix of so many terrible design choices. And those horrible design choices unfortunately bleed into nearly every minigame Final Fantasy X has to offer. Take the Macalania minigame for example, butterfly catching. Nice enough, we have a short amount of time to touch all the blue butterflies, avoiding all the red, to then be rewarded with eventually a Kamari upgrade. A fine minigame, except when I say a short amount of time, I really do mean short. If you touch a red butterfly, Tidus spends the next minute and a half reacting to it in slow motion, before you are then forced into a fight, and by that point, just quit and try again. There is no point. You will only just make the time limit if you play perfectly. And that would be fine and all, just learn the course. Yet the heat detection is so awful here, that you will touch a red butterfly that you could have sworn was meters away from you. The butterflies can also just blend into this crystallized forest, with some even being hidden by trees that block your view because they are in the foreground. And worst of all, it's just the depth perception of it all. You'll never truly be able to tell if you could go around the red butterfly or under it. I mean, to give it a slight bit of credit, this is probably the least infuriating minigame that the game has to offer, but nevertheless, it's just so chock full of unfun and just downright bad design choices. The worst of the worst comes to us in the Thunder Plains though. Here you can play a fun little game called Dodge the Lightning. It is really simple. You see a flash, you hit a button, Tidus will then dodge the lightning that was going to strike him not moments later. It is tense and you do have to be quick on the ball, all to score a high score for another weapon upgrade. So how many do we have to dodge in a row, I hear you ask? 200. 200 lightning bolts in a row with no mistakes. You can't even leave the area or save your game. 200. Do I even need to explain why this is too much? 100 would have been fine, I think. Still a challenge, but 200 just feels so egregious. And it is just so unforgiving as well. Now I'll hold my hands up and admit that I did not do this for this playthrough. I have already done it the last time I perfected this game, and I wasn't about to drive myself insane doing it again, so I simply just caught a bit of footage of it and then moved on. And finally, I can talk once more about the game's biggest minigame, Blitzball. Now I already spoke how universally hated Blitzball is, and I do agree, but Blitz leagues and tournaments can now reward you with Wakka's overdrives and weapon upgrades, meaning get used to opening that Blitz menu to see if it's the first place reward right now, and have fun playing the dozens of games you now have to play to get everything for him. Again, it's not the minigame itself that is the problem. That does have its own issues, sure, but it's just the randomness of this that I hate the most. Some people could play 10 games and get absolutely everything for Wakka. Some could play 100 and see nothing. And with a minigame that is already quite boring and monotonous, I do not understand why they think forcing players to replay it dozens of times would make us enjoy it more. And let's cover a small side quest that isn't quite as rage-inducing though, and that is reuniting with Bevelle. You remember her from me and Highroad, the failed summoner who wanted to help train Yuna so we would have to fight her Aeons with ours. Well, in a tucked away area in the Calmlands again is another former temple where Belle now resides. And once we get a couple of secret items, we can pray at that temple and acquire the strongest Aeon in the game, the Magus Sisters. The all-powerful trio of Cindy, Mindy and Sandy. And what can I say about these girls? I hate them. The trouble with the Magus Sisters is much like Yojimbo, you actually have no control over them. Whereas Yojimbo, you pay him money and he will decide an action dependent on that value, but with the sisters, you can just vaguely suggest an action that they can take, like, hey, can you perform a defensive spell? And then they can decide to either perform a spell or just flip you off and do jack all. I mean, seriously, half the time you ask the girls to do something, they will just skip their turn. And don't even bother asking to cast a spell, because most of the time, it is either spending all their MP to cast something like Auto Life, or they will cast something like Flare, and then do next to nothing damage compared to what they could have done if they had just attacked physically. Because I wasn't exaggerating when I did say that they are the strongest. These girls can hit like a truck, and usually deal max damage very early on, much like Anima can. But that is a big if, because again, they never bloody listen to you. All my issues with this Aeon will be scrapped away if you could just simply pick an action for them, like you can with all the other Aeons, bar Yojimbo. It's a baffling decision to take this control away from the player, and makes the sisters so damn unreliable, and just not a very good reward to grant the player. So now that the minigames are covered, you should be nice and strong now, ready to tackle the fiend capturing. And look, I actually don't mind this, it's a lot of capturing, sure, but most fiends are now going down pretty quickly with just how strong we are right now. But it's just the random encounters that can make this quite a grueling task. I swear, sometimes a fiend just wouldn't show up. I legit had to visit some Reddit posts that were asking where that same fiend that I couldn't find was meant to spawn, and the answers were always this one patch of dirt in a very specific part of the area. Seriously, the likes of Marlborough in the Calmlands only appears in like one small stretch of dirt near the save spot, and there's countless other fiends like this. It just turns a long task into a punishing one. Your endurance will be tested, and you'll truly be able to speedrun the flee ability by the end of it. And what do you even get for all of this? Well, you get another way to grind. You see, for capturing a certain amount of fiends, the Tamer creates a brand new boss fight for you, and these bosses, and every boss going forward, will be my biggest complaint with this entire game, because suddenly, balancing and a fun fight have all been launched right out of the window. Do not even try any of these created fiend fights unless you have grinded an extortionate amount. And even when you have grinded a lot, I still say good luck to you. Even when I was hitting max damage, these fights were still taking minutes at a time, 3 characters hitting max damage at max speed and doing nothing else for 3 minutes straight. No strats, no gimmicks or careful planning, just pure tedium. These bosses are just filled with cheap gimmicks too, like instant death on their regular attacks, and just constant counter-attacks. They are just annoying to fight, and you'll have to repeat some of them dozens of times. You see, to truly max out the sphere grid, you need to fill in all the empty nodes that you can find in it. These nodes can only be filled using quite rare spheres that, dependent on which one you use, will turn an empty node into, say, a power node or a HP node. Each of these rare spheres are only dropped by a very specific enemy that was created by the monster tamer. So, once you are strong enough to fight them, this arena will then become your next grinding fest. And this is part of my whole problem with this part of the game. Not only does this take tens of hours to do, but once a character is maxed, then all the fun of the combat disappears. Once I had 3 maxed characters, why would I need a 4th? They are all the same stats with the same abilities, and I no longer even have to plan my fights. No one has their special skill set anymore. I have a squad full of Kamaris. So why am I grinding so much? What is so important that I need max stats for? Well, what else but for more secret bosses? You see, not everyone must have gotten word that Yuna is no longer a traitor, as if we turn up to certain areas, we can find an evil summoner waiting for us, each possessing one of the Dark Aeons. And how tough are these Dark Aeons? Well, let me show you the weakest one, Dark Valifor. And this was when I nearly had max defense. 50k damage done from the weakest of these Aeons. I needed max stats, and to grind items that would allow me to craft armors that would grant me things like auto haste or break the HP limit, maybe even auto protect and shell. I needed all the help that I could get. Speaking of shell for a moment, this is probably my most hated spell in the game. You see, shell on paper should work. It simply protects you from magical attacks. We've seen it in use in the game already. The big caveat to shell though, is that it also protects you from cure. I made the mistake later in the game of having my party have auto shell on all their equipment, but then whenever it came to healing, I could heal no more than say 6,000 HP, and when I have a party full of people with 30k health or whatever, this wasn't useful at all. And this is such a bizarre design decision. Why wouldn't they just simply make shell protect you from offensive spells, not all spells? Anyway, I do a bit of grinding and get my hands on some equipment that I would need for the rematch, and this is what that rematch looks like. Well, this isn't too bad. I know I can grind for more items to get everybody their break HP limit, but maybe I don't need to. Maybe we can deal with the rest of the Dark Aeons. So she can just auto-kill anything that she hits, and I can barely hit her. Brilliant. Are you starting to see what I mean about these bosses no longer becoming any fun? Here's the rematch with a maxed out Tidus. Yes, even with a max sphere grid, with all my stats at 255, and every empty node available now a HP node, Shiva can still one-shot me with an overdrive. So what more can I possibly do here other than get more HP? So going back to that, why isn't Tidus' HP at all the 9s? Well, for that, we have to meticulously remove every normal HP upgrade and replace it with a dropped HP sphere from a very specific creature back in the arena, as those special spheres are double what a normal grid upgrade will be. And I'm sorry, but who thought this was a good idea? Who thought, after dozens of hours fighting the same boss over and over and over again, getting into countless fights just to earn a level so we can move once on the bloody board to spend that sphere, who after all of that thought, well, that isn't actually enough for max stats. For that, you need to grind even more. Kindly sit on my middle finger and spin, you prick. This is an extortionate amount of time wasting that he asks of the player. And you know what's worse? Max stats barely mean anything in these Dark Aeon fights, because look at the stats of the Aeons too. What happens when a max accurate character tries to hit something with max evasion? Nothing. They simply cancel each other out. So what stat now becomes important? Why, the luck stat, of course. A seemingly pointless stat whose spheres are so rare and difficult to find that I probably had a handful by the end of the game and didn't care to get any more, meaning that whilst most of my stats were maxed by the end of the game, luck remained untouched, which led to something like this. Do you notice how little I'm actually hitting here? This drove me up the wall, because at this point I had completely forgotten that the luck stat was even affecting this. So I resorted to what any man would have to resort to. Zamnato. Now don't judge me here, you would have all done the same. And look, I have done all this before. I know how painful these fights can be. Even when you are maxed out, they are simply no fun whatsoever. So can Yojimbo carry me through these final few bosses? He sure can. All he needs to do is be given a boatload of money to perform his one-hit KO spectacular. Right, well that's probably just a one-off. Let's try that again. Yeah, so it turns out there's another hidden mechanic to this. Zamnato can depend on not just the money, but also how difficult the enemy is, and how much of a bond I have with Yojimbo. Well, Jesus Christ, mate, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise we had to be dating for 6 goddamn months before you decide to lend a bloody hand. So, here I just simply grinded a bunch of fights using Yojimbo, and when he gave me a Zamnato for pretty much free, I went back to an Aeon fight, until there was only one thing left to fight. Penance. The ultimate secret boss of Final Fantasy X that only appears when all the Dark Aeons are defeated. I stocked up on money, prepped Yojimbo with his overdrive, and then went in. And that is where I stopped. Seriously, I was so done by this point. All the grinding, all the minigames, all the Blitzball, all this random RNG mechanic, it was just too much. I appreciate a good challenge in an RPG, but this isn't a challenge. This is an MMO grind, just to then put those stats up against an endurance test. I already spoke about how maxing a character lost the charm to each of those characters in battle. Well, grinding for endgame completion loses the charm of the entire game, in my opinion. I was now so far removed from my journey with these characters by this point that I had forgotten that I had even come to care for them. This is just too much time and boring micromanaging to ask of the player. So I implore anybody who plays this game, do not go for completion. Cut it off at the main story and just walk away with your new favourite game. Do not destroy any of that goodwill by spending 20 to 30 hours in the monster arena grinding for spheres. There's a reason why I had to take a 4-year break from this game since I last perfected it. And this video is probably going to be the reason I take another large break from it too. Now, don't get me wrong, I will still love this game with all my heart to my dying day, and I still do consider it perfect. I'll always want to replay it, I'll always suggest it to anybody to play it. It's just such a special game, one that I don't even think the franchise has even managed to top. So thank you all for watching and making it this far. If you have, well, you must really like Final Fantasy X, or just like what I'm doing on this channel. Either way, if you could drop a like or a sub, it really does go a long way to helping a channel like this out, and it'll keep you up to date for whenever my next video drops. As always, please do keep the conversation going below in the comments as well. I could talk about this game forever. But until next time, take care.